I, who only wanted to play football, became the Hollywood heartthrob. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 401 Adams. We successfully restricted Guran and only allowed him to exert 100% of his strength. Beep, beep, beep. With the final whistle of the referee, in the third round of the League Cup knockout match, the away team Southampton eliminated Sheffield United with a last gasp goal and advanced to the fourth round of the League Cup. The Southampton bench went crazy, and all the substitutes and staff excitedly rushed into the field and lifted Guran up to celebrate. Southampton is also the first team in this League Cup to enter the fourth round as a League One team. This is an upset. It is an upset result that even William Hill's big data could not predict. If the next Premier League team can be eliminated in the fourth round, then they can advance to the quarter-finals of the League Cup. Although there have been third-level league teams that have made it to the quarter-finals in history, they are very rare. In short, this victory is really inspiring. The Southampton Saints fans who came from afar are satisfied. Today's game process was ups and downs, with a total of 9 goals. Almost every minute was wonderful. The emotions of the fans are also constantly impacting Gao Chao and the repeated tugs. All Southampton fans were shouting the name of the Chinese father Guran. Guran and his teammates also gathered in the north stand to thank their fans for their company and encouragement. Guran took off his black away team jersey and threw it to a naked female fan in the stands out of kindness. Seeing this, other female fans took off their skirts and pants and threw them at Guran. Some shameless male fans also took off their pants. The live broadcast in the live broadcast room suddenly stopped and turned into a black screen. There was a lot of scolding in the live broadcast room. In today's live broadcast, the highest total number of online users exceeded 250,000, and the gift rewards exceeded 300,000 yuan, creating a new high in the history of the live broadcast. In addition to Guran's increasingly powerful kicks, it is also related to the fact that the agency company of Heartthrob has begun to promote Guran's personal image. The persona that Heartthrob created for Guran is a serious persona, so there must be no bad scenes of Guran throwing jerseys and pants at female fans. Creating a persona is one of the most important tasks of an agency. Of course, Guran was a serious person. After the thank you ceremony, Guran asked Chamberlain for the match ball. Chamberlain also scored a goal in this game, and it was his first header of the season. Chamberlain wanted to take the match ball back as a souvenir. However, Guran scored a hat-trick, and the last goal was scored by Guran with a small pendulum to pass the goalkeeper, which was definitely more meaningful than Chamberlain's goal. So Chamberlain had no choice but to give it up. That's why Guran wanted it. If it was someone else, Chamberlain would not give it to him. Guran didn't want this ball for commemoration, let alone to sell it. Although Guran is a little tight on money at the moment, he won't sell the ball. This ball is for the little Queen Taylor Swift. One ball may not be able to get Taylor Swift, but you have to try it. What if Taylor likes it very much and then half-heartedly agrees? If you can win the future Grammy Queen with one ball, it will be really cool. Ugh. I'm a serious person. This is definitely not my real thought. Guran took the football and walked into the player tunnel amid applause and cheers and returned to the locker room for post-match physiotherapy. Head coach Adkins took Captain Davis to attend the post-match press conference. At the press conference, Sheffield United's interim head coach Mickey Adams warmly hugged Coach Adkins and praised Guran's outstanding performance in this game. As for a reporter asking whether Mickey Adams fulfilled his promise to restrict Guran before the game, Adams replied very calmly, "Of course, if you have watched this game carefully, you will definitely agree that Sheffield United did restrict Guran's performance. I know you will also ask why Sheffield United restricted Guran, but Guran was still able to make 5 goals with 2 passes and 3 shots. That's because Guran is a superstar. He could have played 200% of his combat power, but we successfully restricted Guran's combat power to 100%. We successfully made Guran only play the remaining 100% of his combat power. The local reporters in Sheffield didn't know whether to boo or applaud for a while, but there was one thing they could not deny. If Sheffield United had not restricted Guran, the score of this game might have been more exaggerated, and the suspense would not have remained until the end. While the press conference was going on, Guran was lying in the physiotherapy room, receiving Gregory's fashion knife, while concentrating his mind and calculating the growth value this time. Today's game was full of confrontation, and the last goal was scored by passing the goalkeeper in the small pendulum way. Although the small pendulum was not obtained by the alien Ronaldo, it cannot be regarded as an orthodox pendulum pass, but Guran was able to simulate it with continuous Matthew shoulder protection, which was already very exciting. Therefore, Guran estimated that the growth value of this game would definitely reach SS level. Light as Guran concentrated his thoughts, a familiar system prompt sounded in Guran's mind. Congratulations to the host. Since the host has perfectly integrated the results of more than 100 hours of special training in the English League Cup, the corresponding attributes have grown. Your physical attribute, Constitution, increased from 83 points to 84 points. Your physical attribute, Balance, increased from 80 points to 81 points. Your technical attribute, Out of Bounds Ball, increased from 66 points to 67 points. Your technical attribute, Marking, increased from 65 points to 66 points. Your mental attribute, Teamwork, increased from 70 points to 71 points. Sure enough, 5 growth attribute bonuses. Among them, the marking attribute of the technical category was revealed for the first time. It seems that the technical foundation is still poor. The remaining technical attributes that have not been displayed are probably around 65. With such a technical foundation, it is good that there is a skill bonus, otherwise, it is really hard to hold the scene. Fortunately, it started with the English League One. If it went directly to the Premier League, even if the physical and mental strength were clean and desperately used skills to hold the scene, it would not be able to hold on. Any technical mistake would cause a catastrophe to the team. Like just when Guran was secretly sighing in his heart, another system prompt sounded. The host completed the lore in this knockout match and had 9 key clearances and 3 fatal clearances in the game. The running distance of the whole game was 12.15 kilometers, the longest sprint distance in the whole game. The most sprints, 2 passes and 3 shots dominated the whole game, and was evaluated by the system as SS level performance, and can be hidden lottery, and advanced point reshuffling and reorganization. Here it comes. Guran took a deep breath, focused his mind, and began to draw. The lottery disc in his mind slowly turned. Clay gods are useless, so let's pray to the female bodhisattva in the flesh. Little queen, please stop. The pointer of the lottery disc slowly stopped. Congratulations, host. The skill drawn in this system hidden lottery is breast unbuttoning technique. Your breast unbuttoning technique has been increased from +1 to +3, effective immediately. Damn, little queen, is this how you bless me? What the hell do I need the breast unbuttoning technique for? I always pick up girls who take the initiative. Do I need to do it myself? Besides, what skills are needed for this kind of thing? Can't I just pull it casually? What a rip-off. Little queen, your nickname is really worthy of being called Taylor Swift. Oh, there is no trick. Let's reset it. Guran's mind moved. The system prompt sound immediately asked, host will reallocate the breast unbuttoning technique +3 skill. Are you sure? Okay. Suddenly, Guran felt that his mind was particularly clear. Chest unbuttoning +3 is upgraded to enhanced chest unbuttoning +1. There is also a line of flashing system words under the newly upgraded enhanced chest unbuttoning skill. You feel your tongue is more flexible. Guran, well, these are the 3 talent points I washed out when I was young and shallow. Guran first allocated 1 point to golden left foot, outstanding, and upgraded the golden left foot to +2. This star skill is still very practical. Improving this skill can activate the usage of many skills at the same time. Even if you don't get the star skills for free, you can rely on your own football IQ to forcibly replicate the star skills, such as small pendulum pass. The basis of the pendulum pass is to balance the left and right feet. Although Guran has not seen the alien Ronaldo in person. He has replicated the small pendulum pass with the addition of multiple attributes such as the golden left foot, Matthews's shoulder, and ball protection. Although it is still far from the real pendulum pass, it is enough. Duran used the remaining 2 talent points to supplement the shortcomings of the technical attributes. Duran allocated these 2 talent points to the ball protection attribute, and the ball protection attribute was immediately increased from 70 points to 72 points. After the addition of points, the physical therapy was just over. 10 minutes later, the Southampton team took the bus and left Bramall Lane Stadium. Coach Adkins briefly summarized the experience and lessons of today's game on the bus, and focused on praising Duran's outstanding performance in the game. Praising Duran is something that Coach Adkins must do in every game. Basically, 10 minutes of the 15-minute summary are spent praising Duran. Duran himself was a little embarrassed. After praising Duran, Coach Adkins announced that he would take a day off on Wednesday and return to training on Thursday. On Saturday, Southampton will return to Yorkshire to challenge another White Rose powerhouse in Yorkshire, the Terrier, Huddersfield Town. Huddersfield Town is currently ranked 5th in League One with 15 points, only 3 points behind Southampton, which is ranked 2nd. Therefore, Saturday's game will definitely be another tough battle. At that time, it will depend on whether the Saints' teeth are stronger or the Terriers' teeth are stronger. When Duran drove back to the Dune Villa from the club, it was already past 12 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 402 Duran's extra long overtime. Challenging the first Triple Crown in history. No dynasty lasts forever. The Dune Villa was quiet, and the lights in the house were off. Duran pushed open the door and called Taylor tentatively, but there was no response. Duran suddenly felt a little disappointed. Little Queen Taylor is gone. Come to think of it, she is a queen. She can earn £500,000 by singing 2 songs casually. Staying here for a day is equivalent to losing a lot of money. It's a pity that such a good opportunity was not seized on the first night. Bah. I'm not that kind of person. Duran put down the football in his hand and pushed open the door of the master bedroom on the first floor. The master bedroom was clean and there was no one in the room. Just go. This little heartless. I moved several songs for her. Didn't you say you would support me? She hasn't paid yet. Oh, am I considered to be being taken advantage of by Taylor Swift for free? Duran sighed, turned and walked into the bathroom without a door, took off his clothes, and prepared for ice and fire therapy. As soon as he opened the cryospace capsule, he heard the sound of the massage bathtub operating. Duran subconsciously looked over and saw the scene of the first night reappeared. Little Diva Taylor, lying in the clear bathtub, leaning her head against the edge of the bathtub, fell asleep. Damn it. This little heartless girl didn't leave. Moreover, she made the same mistake again today as she did on the first night. How stupid. Ha ha ha. I must stay calm at this opportunity, because I'm a serious person who can stand the test. Duran cleared his throat and called Taylor a few times in a low voice. Seeing that Taylor didn't respond, Duran reached out and pushed Taylor. Taylor still didn't respond. Could something have happened? Duran quickly reached out and touched Taylor's heartbeat. Damn it. There is no heartbeat. Oh, I touched the wrong one. The heart is on the left. Well, the touch is wrong. It should be, the heart is beating very fast. Wait, the heartbeat shouldn't be so fast when you are asleep. This is unreasonable. On the first night, Taylor fell asleep in the bathtub because he hadn't slept for more than 30 hours. But Taylor had rested for the past few days. How could he fall asleep in the bathtub again? Could it be that this little girl was doing it on purpose? No way. Isn't this pace too fast? I also want to give her a football and show off my male hormone charm. You don't even give me a chance. Otherwise, I'll take advantage of you. Duran immediately said with a sense of reality. Taylor, why did you fall asleep here again? You are very dangerous, do you know? Okay, I'll get you out first. Duran immediately got Taylor out of the water, wrapped him in a bath towel, and carried him back to the master bedroom. Then, Duran wiped it skillfully. Every groove was not missed. Taylor clenched his teeth. His whole body was tight and hot, and he trembled slightly. Especially when Duran wiped 240 million. Taylor couldn't help panting. Guran chuckled and secretly laughed in his heart. I don't believe you can stand this. It's a pity that the enhanced chest unbuttoning technique is useless. After rubbing for more than 10 minutes, Guran got up with a sense of unsatisfaction and said seriously, okay, this way you won't catch a cold. You have a good sleep. I'm leaving. After saying that, Guran pretended to turn around. Taylor bit her lip, sat up suddenly, and shouted with red face, "Gu, you bad guy. You took advantage of me. Are you really going to leave like this?" Guran turned back in surprise and said with a sense of reality, "Taylor, are you awake? Don't get me wrong, I didn't do anything to you just now." Taylor said in shame and anger, "Why? Why don't you do anything? Am I not attractive? I don't care. Anyway, you can't just walk away tonight. You must give me an explanation." Guran spread his hands innocently. "Then what do you want?" Taylor blushed and said firmly, "I want you to treat me as a goal." Damn, Taylor, are you so wild? Don't you even lay the groundwork? You are a queen. Guran was a little at a loss for a moment. Taylor raised her beautiful chin and deliberately provoked, "What? You can't play a game of football, right? Damn. Taylor, if you say that, I will be excited." Guran said seriously, "It's not that I can't do it, I'm just afraid that you can't stand the overtime." Taylor yelled and jumped directly on Guran. "Big bad guy. Why don't you kick the ball quickly? Why should he be polite?" Guran started the game with a handball. The two of them had a fierce confrontation on the court the next morning. Taylor was still sleeping tiredly and sweetly. Guran gently pulled his arm out from under Taylor's neck, got up and stretched beautifully facing the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the sea. The glass of the floor-to-ceiling window still clearly recorded the fierce battle in the second half of the overtime. The final score last night was 3:0. It doesn't seem high from the score point of view, but this overtime lasted 3.5 hours, and every second was a fierce physical confrontation. I have to say, the feeling of carrying 240 million on my shoulders is really fucking exciting. Guran raised a smile with a hint of aftertaste on his lips and patted Taylor's slightly raised buttocks gently. After hearing Taylor's soft and gentle voice begging for mercy in his sleep, Guran left the master bedroom happily and went to the bathroom for ice and fire therapy to restore his physical strength. It was not until dinner time that Taylor came out with 240 million forks, holding the wall with a resentful look on his face. The first thing Taylor said was, "I'm hungry." Guran smiled and said, "What do you want to eat?" "Instant noodles." "Ahem, eat something good. After all, she is the queen. Besides, she worked so hard last night. How can I only give her instant noodles?" Taylor leaned on Guran's shoulder like a little woman and said coquettishly, "No, I want to eat the instant noodles you made. I want to eat it. I want to eat it." Okay. Guran couldn't resist it anymore. "I'll make it for you. I'll make it for you right away. Gu, you're so nice." Taylor happily hugged Guran's waist and wouldn't let go. "I dare say you are the best man in the world." Guran smiled and said, "Just don't write songs to scold me for being a heartless man in the future." Taylor pouted, "I can't bear it, and besides, why do I need to write songs when you're here? Damn Taylor, you can't give up. I only know a dozen songs that will win you awards in the future." Guran cleared his throat helplessly. "Taylor, aren't you hungry? Go sit for a while. The instant noodles will be ready soon." "Okay, I'll wait for you." Taylor kissed Guran on the cheek, then happily sat in the restaurant waiting for noodles. Guran skillfully cooked the white elephant instant noodles with 2 poached eggs and a sausage, and served it to Taylor. Taylor immediately wolfed it down. It was obvious that she had consumed a lot last night, and she hadn't eaten anything all day, so her appetite was very good. After all, she was 180 centimeters tall. Guran watched Taylor eat noodles with a doting look on his face. One bowl was not enough, so Guran readily cooked a second bowl for Taylor. The second bowl was still not enough, so Guran cooked a third bowl for Taylor. After finishing the third bowl, Guran pressed Taylor's shoulder. "My dear, don't eat anymore. You will get fat if you eat so much at once." Taylor rolled his eyes at Guran in annoyance. "You were so excessive last night and didn't let me eat enough. Don't blame me if I don't play well in the overtime tonight." Guran hurriedly said, "If you say that, then I'll give you another sausage." Taylor raised his eyebrows and said provocatively, "I'll kill you tonight." Duran thought for a while, "Or I'll cook you another bowl of instant noodles." After dinner, the two held hands again and took a walk on the beach at night. When they returned to the Dune Villa, Duran gave Taylor the game football he brought back last night. Taylor excitedly hugged Duran and jumped. In order to thank Duran, Taylor picked up the guitar on the spot and wanted to sing a song for Duran. Duran was afraid that Taylor would earn £700,000 by singing, so he carried Taylor into the master bedroom without waiting for Taylor to sing. A wonderful game of fighting to the death has begun again. On the morning of Thursday, September 23rd, Duran drove to Staplewood Training Ground in high spirits to practice with his teammates. That night, Taylor, who had been repeatedly scored, took the initiative to fight again. On the night of Friday, September 24th, Taylor, who had been repeatedly defeated, took the initiative to fight again, but this time, Duran resisted the idea of sparring with Taylor. Although it was difficult, Duran still gritted his teeth and endured it. This is called professionalism. After all, tomorrow, Saturday, the 25th, is a very important battle for the top of the English League. Faced with Taylor's fiery and enthusiastic request, Duran calmly took out a VIP box ticket for the Alfred McAlpine Stadium. Taylor, who got the VIP ticket, did not test Duran's concentration too much. After a while, he fell asleep contentedly holding Duran's stick. On Saturday, September 25th, Duran got up early, and after a simple extra training and ice and fire therapy, he drove to the Staplewood training base to gather. During these 3 days, Duran obtained 3 talent point bubbles from the Little Queen Taylor Swift, and also automatically exchanged for 1 talent point by picking up white bubbles during training. Duran's enhanced high-speed sprint dribbling was also improved to +3, bicycle kicking was improved to +3, and one-touch passing was improved to +3. The growth curve is very stable. Duran added all these 4 talent points to the crossing attribute of the technical category, increasing the cross from 70 points to 74 points. Today's English League One match is the 8th round of the league. The match time is 3 p.m. and the venue is still Yorkshire. The last opponent was Sheffield United in South Yorkshire, and this time the opponent is Huddersfield Town in Yorkshire. Southampton has 2 consecutive long-distance away games. This is undoubtedly a big test for Southampton, who consumed a lot of physical energy in the last game. Fortunately, Duran's physical strength has been fully restored after the calm last night. This is the benefit of long-term use of cryocapsule. The bigger reason is the improvement of one's own physical fitness. The higher the physical fitness, the faster the physical fitness will recover. Of course, the higher the physical fitness, the greater the increase. Although the strength of Huddersfield Town is slightly worse than that of Sheffield United, for Southampton, today's game must also go all out to fight for these precious 3 points, and there must be no mistakes. Coach Adkins asked the players to gather at the club at 8 o'clock. After breakfast, the Southampton team's bus set off for the Alfred McAlpine Stadium in Yorkshire at 8:45. The ancestors of Huddersfield Town were also glorious. Their team history is not too early among many British football clubs. It was only established in 1908, which is only about 100 years ago. However, the glorious heights they once created are not surpassed by any club. They won the top league championship for 3 consecutive seasons in 1923/24, 24/25, and 25/26, and also won 2 league cups and 1 FA Cup. There are many football clubs and giants in the UK. Arsenal in 1933/34/35, Liverpool in 1982/83/84, Manchester United in 1999/00/01. And Manchester United completed another round in 2007/08/09. However, so far, no club has surpassed the first Triple Crown winner Huddersfield Town and achieved 4 consecutive top league championships. Arsenal, Liverpool, and Manchester United are currently just following behind Huddersfield Town and have not surpassed it. It is no exaggeration to say that the Teddy Dog Army swept across England and was hailed as the strongest club in England and even the world. It's a pity that no dynasty is eternal. This is England, and there are no small clubs here. There is only the reincarnation of royal power. Chapter 403, The Battle of Terriers. The 3 points that must be fought for in the English League One. The number of people online in the live broadcast room reached a new high. The decline of the 3-time champion Huddersfield Town Club began during World War II. The club's investors were affected by the bombing of World War II and suffered heavy financial and personnel losses. Even the home stadium at that time was bombed to the ground. Huddersfield Town fell into the lower leagues and struggled in 1972. It took 40 years, that is, until 2012, to be promoted from the third level English League One to the second level English Championship. It was not until the 16/17 season that Huddersfield Town passed the promotion playoffs and was promoted to the Premier League for the first time in history. Yes, they are not the founding team of the Premier League. Although they are the first generation of 3 consecutive champions, their fame is far less than that of Manchester United, Arsenal, and Liverpool, not even a fraction. But no matter what, Huddersfield Town was once the big brother. Huddersfield Town is also the only team in English football clubs that has 3 gold stars embroidered on its team logo. Of course, Arsenal, Liverpool and Manchester United also embroidered it, but later on, winning the championship was just a basic exercise for them. Moreover, they were not the first team to win 3 consecutive league titles, and they felt embarrassed because they had never made a breakthrough, so they changed it. Only Huddersfield Town still retains the golden star that symbolizes their former glory of 3 consecutive championships, because it is really difficult for them to win the top league championship again. There is also a magical English club that embroidered 2 stars on its own team logo. Although it is 1 less than Huddersfield Town, the gold content of these 2 stars is even more awesome than Huddersfield Town's 3 consecutive top league championships. This club is Nottingham Forest. The 2 stars on Nottingham Forest's team logo are the 2 consecutive Champions League titles in 1978 and 1979. There are also many teams that have won the Champions League consecutively. First of all, Real Madrid's 5 consecutive Champions League titles, followed by Bayern's 3 consecutive titles, Ajax's 3 consecutive titles, with Cruyff, AC Milan's 2 consecutive titles, Liverpool's 2 consecutive titles, Benfica's 2 consecutive titles, and Inter Milan also had 2 consecutive titles. It is worth mentioning that the powerful Dream 1, Dream 2 and Dream 3 dynasties of Barcelona have won the Champions League 5 times, but have never defended the Champions League. What is defending? It means winning the crown in the first year and continuing to keep the crown in the second year. It must be continuous. Even if there is one interruption in the middle, it cannot be called defending. The magic of Nottingham Forest is that they are the only team in the history of football that has won more Champions League titles than league titles. They have only won the English Top League Championship once in the league. At 11:30 noon, the Southampton team's bus slowly drove into the Alfred McAlpine Stadium. This stadium is also a magical stadium. This stadium is a stadium that was put into use while being built. This stadium can accommodate 25,000 people. Construction began in 1993. At that time, the name of the stadium was Kirklees Stadium, because the stadium was built by the local Kirklees Council. By 1994, the council had no money, so it brought in a builder to name the stadium, and the stadium was renamed the Alfred McAlpine Stadium. When the stadium was put into use in 1995, the funds were insufficient again. The most important southern stand, the Dog House, had just begun to be built, and there was no shadow of the northern stand. However, this did not delay the game. The Alfred McAlpine Stadium only opened the riverside stands on the east and west sides and the Kilner River embankment stand for fans to use. It was not until 1996 that the construction of the northern stand began, and it was not completely completed until 1997. In total, the stadium was built for 4 years. Later, in 2012, after Huddersfield Town was promoted to the English Championship, the famous beer company Heineken bought the naming rights of the stadium and renamed the stadium John Smith Stadium. For now, the stadium is still called Alfred McAlpine, a name that is difficult to pronounce and can be used with a lot of words. After entering the Alfred McAlpine Stadium, you can see a huge team emblem. The Huddersfield Town emblem has a castle, a river, a white rose representing the York family, and a terrier standing at the top. Terrier is the nickname of the Huddersfield Town team because Huddersfield Town is rich in small dogs. The scientific name of this dog is Yorkshire Terrier, which was originally used to catch mice. Yes, this is a puppy that can catch mice. The people of Huddersfield Town like this energetic puppy that always loves to bark. So when the Huddersfield Town Club was established, the club unanimously decided to embroider the terrier on their team emblem. In the earliest version of the Huddersfield Town emblem, the terrier was embroidered as majestic as a lion. After all, they were the strongest club in the world at that time, but later as Huddersfield Town fell from the top league to the lower league, the Huddersfield Town Club no longer had such an arrogant spirit, so the dog on their current team emblem is completely the image of a cartoon pet. It is worth mentioning that the die-hard fans of Huddersfield Town call themselves puppies. After lunch and a rest at noon, Coach Adkins took the players to conduct adaptive training on the field. The turf of the Alfred McAlpine Stadium is still very good, and the atmosphere of the home field is also good. Almost all the residents of the town are fans, and the football culture and rugby culture are very developed here. This stadium has also been used as a venue for the World Rugby Championship 3 times. But it is not difficult to see the playing style of Huddersfield Town from the fact that local fans not only like football but also rugby. Today's game is bound to be another tough physical confrontation. At 1:30 p.m., the fans began to enter the stadium. The home team's die-hard pups filled the Southside doghouse stand early, waving the blue and white team flags in their hands. The die-hard fans of the Saints who came from afar filled the Northside stands. There were even some Saints fans who couldn't buy tickets and could only wait outside the stadium. The last match of the third round of the English League Cup made the Saints fans revel. This time, it happened to be the weekend, and a large number of Saints fans drove to Huddersfield Town, all wanting to witness Guran's passionate goal scene. Just like last time, after a disguise, the little Queen Taylor Swift came to the box that Guran had reserved for her early, accompanied by her female assistant. The major news media also occupied favorable positions early and set up long guns and short cannons. In the scout area, Chelsea's Emanello, Liverpool's Edwards, and Manchester City's Pratt, the three big guys sat together with a smile on the surface. Although they don't like each other, from a certain perspective, they can be regarded as like-minded. For today's game, William Hill's pre-match odds are home win 2.62, draw 3.21, and loss 2.65. This odds means that William Hill is still a little unsure. Judging from the performance in the previous games, Southampton had a fierce 7-game winning streak, which should be stronger. However, the intensity of the game 3 days ago was very high, and it was difficult for ordinary teams to support continuous high-intensity games, not to mention that Huddersfield Town is not bad. Huddersfield Town has just won 3 consecutive games, and they are not burdened by the multi-line battles of the League Cup. There is no problem with physical fitness, and they are playing at home. Huddersfield Town is now ranked 5th in the English League One, only 3 points behind the second-placed Southampton team and 4 points behind the first-placed Peterborough United. So in today's game Huddersfield Town must go all out to strive for these precious 3 points. Therefore, William Hill Company gave such a conservative handicap. Of course, the more unpredictable the game is, the more money the bookmaker can make. At 2 p.m., the referee team entered the field to inspect the venue. After the venue inspection, the visiting team Southampton took the lead in entering the field for pre-match warm-up training. In today's game Southampton's players wore their red and white uniforms. Huddersfield Town's home uniforms were blue and white sword stripes, which did not conflict with Southampton. When Guran stood on the Alfred McAlpine Stadium, the Saints fans in the North Stand cheered wildly. Although 3 days had passed since the last game, the passion that Guran brought to the Saints fans had not yet dissipated. The fans of Huddersfield Town booed loudly and even barked at Guran. Guran was calm and even wanted to laugh. Soon, the players of Huddersfield Town also came on the field to warm up. The Puppy fans cheered wildly for their home team, and the atmosphere of the entire Alfred McAlpine Stadium was on fire. After half an hour of warm-up training, the players of both sides left the field and made final preparations before the game. At 2:50, the players of both sides lined up in the tunnel, holding the little ball boys by hand, ready to officially appear on the field. Ran Live received the live signal, and the live broadcast room was suddenly flooded with bullet screens, and the number of people in the live broadcast room quickly exceeded 250,000. The promotion of the Restift agency, coupled with Gu Ran's powerful performance, began to make Ran Live work in China. At this time, under the guidance of the referees on duty, the starting players of both sides officially appeared on the field and lined up to shake hands. The captain of the Huddersfield team, centre-back Peter Clark, and the captain of Southampton, Davis, came to the referee to guess the coin. Davis guessed the front and back correctly, winning the priority to choose the side for Southampton, while Peter Clark won the priority to kick off for Huddersfield Town. Davis chose the south stand half where the doghouse is located as the starting position, and attacked from south to north. The captains of both sides shook hands and exchanged team flags. The players of both sides took photos in their respective half, and then spread out their formations and waited for the referee's opening whistle. In today's game, Southampton, playing away, still started with a 442 formation, and the game tactics were the same as the high-pressure, physical confrontation tactics used against Sheffield United 3 days ago. However, the starting lineup was greatly adjusted. Chapter 404, Fierce Teeth. A showdown between crazy attack and counter-attack. Is there a zero missing from the offer? The two forwards in Southampton's starting lineup this time are 33-year-old veterans Canali and Barnard. Canali has not played many games in the new season. In addition to his age, frequent injuries in training are also a major reason. Although they are not serious injuries, they do affect his chances of playing. Barnard's recent performance is not good enough. The reason why Coach Adkins let them start today is mainly due to the physical fitness of Gurley and Schroeder. Gurley and Schroeder fought hard in the last knockout match, and their physical fitness has not recovered to the best condition. The core condition for Coach Adkins to choose the starting players is physical fitness. A professional player with insufficient physical fitness is not worthy of starting, especially in a key game with high confrontation. The left forward is still Chamberlain. Although Chamberlain occasionally loses power and has poor defensive performance, Chamberlain's speed and momentum in the left front position, especially his cooperation with Gu Ran on the left side, are still very good. The right forward was replaced by the attacking right midfielder Jason Ponjang to replace Sknedalin, who has been fighting continuously. The two midfielders are still Lambert and Hammond. The left back is still Gu Ran, and the right back is replaced by Font. The two central defenders are veteran JD and young Aaron Martin. Although Martin did not perform well in the last game and caused a penalty for the opponent, Coach Adkins still chose to trust Martin in this game. After all, the physical fitness of the team vice chairman Walton in the first half is really not reassuring. The goalkeeper is naturally still the captain Davis. Overall, Southampton's starting lineup today has been completely changed. The right side is almost a new combination, which will be more difficult to play, but in fact, as long as Gu Ran is on the field, Coach Adkins dares to adopt such a bold rotation, and everything is based on physical fitness. Huddersfield Town, on the other hand, arranged a 352 formation. According to the military intelligence before the game, Huddersfield Town's tactical style tends to be traditional physical confrontation. The front court players often create cross opportunities through simple side cooperation or one-on-one strong breakthroughs, and then the center forward grabs the point in front of the goal. Unlike Sheffield United, which is defensive and counter-attacking in nature, Huddersfield Town prefers to attack. Their head coach Paul Stevenson believes in the idea that the best defense is offense. Huddersfield Town's two center forwards are number 24 Benik Afobe and number 17 Jordan Rhodes. Benik Afobe is only 17 years old this year. He joined Arsenal's youth training camp at the age of 8 and is a legitimate Arsenal youth training pedigree. When Benik was 16 years old, Wenger picked him up and signed a professional contract to join Arsenal's youth team. When he was 17 years old, he was loaned to Huddersfield Town for training. Benik is 180 centimeters and 75 kilograms. He has strong physical confrontation, high explosive power, and extremely fast speed. He is accurate in running without the ball, and his imagination, footwork and shooting skills are all first class at his age. The other Jordan Rhodes is even more amazing. Jordan Rhodes is 20 years old, 186 centimeters tall and 71 kilograms in weight. He is not only physically resistant, but also very flexible. His heading ability, running ability and sense of smell in front of the goal are amazing. He is definitely one of the best players outside the current English top league. According to the statistics of military intelligence before the game, Jordan Rhodes played 24 times in Huddersfield Town and scored 27 goals. This goal efficiency is second only to Guran. Of course, Guran is a bug god. The English League One has only been going on for less than 3 months, and all the English League One teams are studying how to limit Guran. But in any case, the two centre forwards of Huddersfield Town are very young, have good physical fitness, and are extremely powerful strikers. Especially with Huddersfield Town's aggressive mentality, the power of these two sharp knives will inevitably be more powerful. Huddersfield Town's 3 central midfielders are number 16 Scott Arfield, number 4 Joey Gudjohnsen, and number 11 Anthony Pilkington. Number 16 Scott Arfield was selected for the Scottish youth team 15 times and scored 2 goals. He was hailed as Scotland's future midfield star. Unfortunately, he has been playing in low-level leagues for many years and has not made any progress. As a result, the young player did not play well and even failed to enter the Scottish national team. Because Scott Arfield has dual citizenship of Scotland and Canada, Scott Arfield, who was not recruited by the Scottish national team, finally chose to represent the Canadian national team of his second nationality in 2016. This example of having a second nationality and changing national teams is not new abroad, but it will still be regarded as a traitor by domestic fans. In general, Arfield's passing ability and front court connection ability are still very strong at present. Arfield's best skills are penalty kicks, stoppages, and his physical state of running forever. Number 4 Joey Gudjohnsen is a player of the Icelandic national team. He is 30 years old this year and has rich experience in major competitions. He has been selected for the Icelandic national team 34 times and scored 1 goal. Although it is only 1 goal, it was achieved in a formal national team match, so it is very valuable. Joey Gudjohnsen is 173 centimeters tall, not very tall, but he has comprehensive skills, both offensive and defensive first-class interception and stealing ability in the midfield, creativity, crossing, prediction, aggressiveness, explosiveness, speed, and physical fitness. As a central midfielder today, he will definitely cause a lot of trouble for Southampton. Joey Gudjohnsen's weaknesses, that his temper is too hot, and his jumping ability is not good. It is difficult for him to defend against high balls, and compete for headers. Speaking of which, Joey Gudjohnsen also has some origins with Southampton. Before, Southampton was looking for a midfielder, and offered Joey Gudjohnsen, hoping to bring Gudjohnsen to St Mary's Stadium, but Gudjohnsen publicly ridiculed in the newspaper that Southampton's offer seemed to be missing a zero. Finally, Joey Gudjohnsen joined the attacking Huddersfield Town and vowed to lead Huddersfield Town back to the Championship and then to the Premier League, achieving a historic breakthrough. Number 11 Anthony Pilkington is a rare all-round player in the midfield, with balanced left and right feet. He can play as a left and right attacking midfielder, a central midfielder, and even a forward. Anthony Pilkington once trained in the Manchester United youth training camp. He started his career in the English League Two Stoke Harbour, and led the Stoke Harbour team to be promoted to the English League One in 2008. He also won the English League Two Player of the Year. After joining Huddersfield Town in 2009, he quickly became the team's main player because he could play in multiple positions. His technical basics are very solid, and he has an amazing free kick and long-range shooting skills. Huddersfield Town's left wing back is number 20 Kevin Kilbane. The 33-year-old veteran is an Irish international, selected 103 times, scoring 7 goals, 183 centimeters tall, weighing 83 kilograms, a typical human tank, aggressive, confrontational, good defensive position, and super strong physical fitness. The disadvantage is that the weight is too large, resulting in slow speed and insufficient turning flexibility. But fortunately, Huddersfield's wingback style is crazy offensive, and the requirements for defense are not too high. Kevin Kilbane is on loan from the Championship team Hull City. In his rich career, he played for Preston in the English League 2, played for West Bromwich in the English League 1, and helped West Bromwich successfully promoted to the English Championship. Later, he was bought by the Premier League team Sunderland. After Sunderland was relegated, he moved to Everton, which was his career highlight. Later, he moved to Wigan Athletic, and then moved to Hull City in the English Championship at the end of his career, and was loaned to Huddersfield Town in the English League 1. A typical wandering player. Huddersfield's right wing back is number 8 Anthony Kay. This player is 180 centimeters tall and weighs 80 kilograms. He is known as Daddy's little steel cannon. In addition to his abundant physical strength and fierce confrontation, his header is also a major advantage. Of course, his shortcomings are the same as those of the left wing back Kevin Kilbane, who is slow to turn, and not explosive. In a 352 formation like Huddersfield Town, wingbacks are very important. The style of wingbacks almost determines the general style of the game. Wingbacks rush more fiercely and more forward. This style is open and close, crazy attack, but if the wingback has poor defense, slow turn and slow chase, it is easy for the opponent to hit him from behind and play defense. Coach Adkins keenly noticed this, so Southampton's style today is not to attack Huddersfield Town, but to play defense and counter-attack peacefully. I will use my physical energy to consume you, strangle you and force you to make mistakes. If you have the ability, Huddersfield Town will keep attacking wildly and never make mistakes, because as long as you make a mistake, you can't afford it. The three central defenders of Huddersfield are Gary Naismith, number 3, Captain Peter Clark, number 5, and Jamie McCombie, number 18. The 32-year-old veteran Gary Naismith is experienced and can play not only as a central defender, but also as a left back and left wing back. He has good anticipation, strong confrontation, and is good at crossing and marking. The 28-year-old Captain Peter Clark is a master at defensive positioning, stealing, and commanding the back line. Jamie McCombie is 2 meters tall and is a typical high center defender. He has good jumping and heading skills and is a very sharp killer for corner kicks and free kicks. Finally, the goalkeeper of Huddersfield is Alex Smithers, number 1, who is 188 centimeters tall and weighs 84 kilograms. He is very confrontational in the penalty area and has an advantage against the opponent's center forward. Alex Smithers, 20 years old, is also a native player of Huddersfield. He has been training in the Huddersfield Youth Training Camp since he was a child and is affectionately called their own puppy by the fans of Huddersfield. Later, Alex Smithers moved to Queen's Park Rangers. In general, Huddersfield Town's overall lineup is still very strong, but there are no particularly famous stars, and naturally there are no skills worth forcing. At this time, with the whistle of the referee on duty, the 8th round of the English League 1 officially began. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405, Mad Dog attacks the Terrier Legion. A shock. Little Noodle Ball, send me to the Imperial Temple. At the beginning of the game, Huddersfield Town passed the ball to their own left side, and the left wing back number 20 Kevin Kilbane carried the ball forward. The 3 central midfielders and 2 centre forwards of Huddersfield Town were sprinting towards the middle of Southampton. The Terriers fans at the scene howled wildly, cheering for their home team. The defensive players of Southampton immediately stepped up and pressed the defense from a high position. Kevin Kilbane dribbled the ball across half court and was blocked by the right midfielder Jason Ponjang. Jason Ponjang was also starting for the first time this season, so he cherished this opportunity to impress the head coach Adkins. However, Jason Ponjang was not used to this high-impact confrontation. He was knocked away as soon as he met Kilbane. Jason immediately caught up. Hammond also helped to fill in the position and intercept in time. Kilbane's sprinting speed was not fast enough, and he obviously couldn't outrun Jason and Hammond, but with a collision just now, he still had space to pass the ball. Kilbane didn't stick to the ball, and when he saw the right moment, he kicked a long pass and passed the ball directly into Southampton's penalty area. Southampton's penalty area was in chaos. Huddersfield's first wave of attack came so quickly, so fiercely, and with so many troops invested. Southampton's defenders and midfielders all squeezed into the penalty area to defend, and Southampton's players were all squeezed and bumped into each other. Benikafobe, the 17-year-old centre forward on loan from Arsenal, jumped up and pressed JD in the chaos and headed the ball. Davis reacted very quickly, flying with both hands to block the ball out of the end line. Corner kick. The Saints fans who came from afar were terrified, and the puppies in the South Doghouse stand were all excited and howling like chicken blood. Less than 20 seconds into the game, the Mad Dog-like Huddersfield Town used a Mad Dog-like offensive method to launch a wave of Mad Dog-like offensive cooperation. Huddersfield Town's tradition is really reflected vividly. They never worry about the success rate of shooting. They just press forward with 7 people in the midfield and 2 wing backs. They shoot whenever they have a chance. If they miss the shot, they have a chance to fight for a corner kick or free kick. And the corner kick or free kick is the important scoring method of Huddersfield Town. Number 11 Anthony Pilkington walked to the corner flag area with confidence to take the corner kick. Huddersfield Town's 2-meter-tall high school defender Jamie McCombie also quietly ran to the edge of the penalty area, ready to suddenly insert. Huddersfield Town's captain Peter Clark was the only one left standing in the half. It must be said that this momentum of not attacking or dying is really very passionate and exciting. Pilkington took a beautiful arc corner kick, and high school defender McCombie jumped high to meet the flying football. Guran rushed to the middle of the penalty area at the same time as the corner kick was taken, stuck McCombie's tall body, and jumped up directly to compete with McCombie for a header. Bang! The two heads collided heavily. Although Guran was half a head shorter than McCombie, Guran's bounce was stronger than McCombie's, and his body impact was also more powerful. McCombie did not expect Guran to be so fierce, and was knocked to the ground by Guran without any preparation. McCombie was stunned by the collision. At the moment when the two heads collided, the football bounced to the unmanned area on the left side of the penalty area. The next second, Guran climbed up from the grass and accelerated to the center circle. Chamberlain also accelerated at the same time, rushed to the unmanned area on the left side, and stopped the ball on the sideline. The players in the middle and front court of Town immediately moved to the left side, trying to steal the ball. Chamberlain wanted to dribble the ball along the left side, but Guran raised his hand to ask for the ball while running. Chamberlain would definitely not give it to others, but if his father wanted the ball, he had to give it to him, because there was a high probability that he would get assists. Chamberlain took advantage of the fact that Huddersfield's double team had not yet formed and passed the ball to Guran, who had already sprinted to the center circle. Southampton's defensive counter-attack is coming. Huddersfield's mad dog kick is fast enough, and Saints' defensive counter-attack is also fast enough. The offensive and defensive rhythm of both sides made all the fans present feel scalp explode as soon as they started. Guran continued to accelerate after taking the ball sideways, the son of wind, the king of Highbury at full speed. Saints fans waved their flags and number 8 fans in their hands frantically, desperately cheering for the god in their hearts. Forward Barnard also sprinted, but Barnard's speed was obviously a little slower than Guran. Guran rushed across the center line in the blink of an eye, forming a 2-on-1 situation with Barnard. The little Queen Taylor Swift in the VIP box was shaking with excitement. That's the feeling. That's the feeling. Oh, my goo. My dad. I want resonance. Female assistant. Taylor, have you rewarded yourself? At this time, the captain Pete Clark, who stayed in his own half, was intercepting Guran. Of course, he didn't expect that he could steal the ball from the super demon star Guran, but as long as he could hold Guran and force Guran to slow down and protect the ball, then other players from Town could quickly get into position. But ideals are full, but reality is cruel. Guran directly kicked the ball with a big foot, and then continued to sprint violently without the ball, using his body to eat Clark. Before Clark could reach out to hold Guran's arm, he was forcibly knocked away. When Clark stabilized his body and wanted to grab Guran again, Guran had already left him 2 positions away and entered the penalty area. Goalkeeper my little dog Alex Smithers was highly focused. He had also seen Guran's goal highlights. Therefore, facing this scene, he did not rush out, but stood in the small penalty area to take the best defensive position, ready to respond to Guran's changes at any time. Guran dribbled the ball to the left, and Smithers quickly stepped and followed to the left, but still retained control of the far right corner. It must be said that this response strategy is still very targeted. Smithers' goalkeeping basic skills are very good, and he has indeed studied Guran's shooting carefully. Guran's shooting angles are almost all within Smithers' control. Behind Guran is Clark's crazy pursuit. In this case, once he slows down, Clark will quickly come close to him, but if he kicks in this situation, he may not be able to shoot the ball into the goal. Comparing the 2 powers, Guran did not hesitate and slowed down directly. Although slowing down will allow Clark to catch up and defend, it will also allow goalkeeper Smithers to come close, thus revealing the right side of the gap. Danger and opportunity coexist. Sure enough, Smithers strode forward to block Guran. Smithers lost control of the far corner of the goal. Guran immediately strengthened the crotch ball, and the football stuck to the grass and instantly penetrated Smithers' torn crotch. Smithers quickly clamped his legs together, but it was too late. After the football went through the crotch, it hit the right side of the small penalty area. This kick was not the goal. At the angle of the crotch, the football could only be passed horizontally. Barnard, who was desperately chasing, fell to the ground and slid. This ball was not offside. Barnard was equivalent to sliding into the empty goal. The football stuck to the goalpost and flew to the south stand of the doghouse. Didn't go in. The Saints fans at the scene cried out in unison. What a beautiful counter-attack. It's a pity that Barnard missed the ball. The puppies of the Terrier Legion in Huddersfield covered their hearts and breathed a sigh of relief. Barnard, who missed the empty goal, lay on his back on the grass, covering his face, and didn't get up for a long time. Firstly, it was so embarrassing, and secondly, this desperate sprint almost cost him half his life. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments was crazy. Fuck. Such a good opportunity. Is this number 9 Garrod eating S? Garrod is simply a master of clearance. He must have not played such a high intensity game for too long, and he can't keep up with Guran's rhythm at all. Oh, such a good opportunity. I suddenly miss Lallana. With Lallana here, 2 against 1 with Guran in the front court, this ball will definitely go in. Yeah, if Southampton wants to keep Guran, they should recruit players during the winter transfer window. However, although this wave did not score, it was really exciting to watch. What else can I say? I took off my pants. I just don't understand. Guran obviously has such a strong goal scoring ability. Why does Adkins always let Guran start as the left back? If Adkins had put Guran in the attacking midfielder position earlier, he would have beaten the opponent into a sieve. That's right. I don't understand it either. Adkins' level is really bad. I can do it too. At this time, Maxim Little Noodles with the Gold V certification said, "You can't say that. Coach Adkins is quite professional in terms of arranging troops. First of all, everyone should understand that each team has its own tactical background. For example, Huddersfield's background is crazy attack, and Southampton's background is defensive counter-attack. Crazy attacking teams must pile up their best players in the front court, while teams that rely on defensive counter-attacks will inevitably put their best players in the defender and defensive midfielder positions, because these are their core. Secondly, Guran is now very famous. All the English League One teams are studying how to limit Guran. If you put Guran in the front midfield, or on the front line without consuming the opponent's physical energy right away, it will only leave Guran with little room to play, thus affecting the performance of the entire Southampton team. Instead, put Guran in the left back position first, and it will be difficult for the opponent to rush to the front court to defend the defender. In this way, Guran has a larger space for activities. The entire stadium from penalty area to penalty area is his attack range, and there are more breakthrough routes, which will make the opponent defenseless. Fuck, so that's how it is. I see. The core of defensive counter-attack is not the attacking midfielder. It's the defender. Little Mayan Kyu's explanation is perfect. Well, this is called professionalism. I think Little Mayan Kyu should be the coach of our national team. The coach of our national team doesn't have the final say. He has to be the team leader. The team leader doesn't have the final say. He has to be the boss. Maxim Little Mayan Kyu, brothers, stop talking and send me directly to the Imperial Ancestral Temple later. Chapter 406, Fight. Guran chokes the opponent. Ruby card. Guran scores a goal. The game continued. After a scare, Huddersfield Town still launched a fast break from its own left side, with 7 players pressing forward to attack Southampton's penalty area. Faced with such an unreasonable heavy force offensive, Southampton could only defend with all their strength, patiently consuming the physical strength of the Terriers and forcing them to make mistakes. Huddersfield Town's style is to open and close, never entangled in the midfield or local areas. Southampton's defensive counter-attack was also straightforward, and after getting the ball in the backcourt, it was a direct pass and fast break. The offense and defense of both sides changed very quickly. Judging from the data in the first 10 minutes, Huddersfield Town had an absolute advantage, with a ball possession rate of 70%, 5 shots, 2 shots on target, and 3 corner kicks. Southampton, with a ball possession rate of only 30%, got 3 shots, 2 shots on target. Teams that play defensive counter-attack tactics are not good from the data point of view. However, data is only used to count what has happened, and it is never the key to determining victory or defeat. In the 13th minute of the game, Huddersfield Town made a cross from the sideline, and Southampton's penalty area was crowded. Centre forward number 17 Jordan Rhodes took the ball in the chaos, held off JD and Martin, and turned and shot. Davis flew to save the shot, but the ball did not fly far. Before the ball landed, Joey Gudjohnsen pushed Lambert, who was returning to defense in the penalty area, inserted a volley and shot into the half-empty goal. The referee blew the whistle, indicating that the goal was valid. On the big screen of the Alfred McAlpine Stadium, the score was rewritten as Huddersfield Town 1:0 Southampton. The North Stand was in an uproar. Southampton's players appealed to the referee one after another. In fact, Southampton's defense was not a big problem for this ball. If Joey Gudjohnsen hadn't fouled and pushed Lambert from behind, this ball would never have been scored. Southampton's head coach Adkins stepped on the sideline and protested loudly to the referee. However, the referee insisted on the original decision with an expressionless face. The fourth official came up to warn Coach Adkins, who could only return to the visiting team's technical area in anger. In 2010, when there was no VAR technical video referee, the referee could do whatever he wanted. The pups in the South Stand mocked and booed the Southampton players who complained, and even threw toilet paper into the field for the Southampton players to wipe their tears. The Southampton players were all a little annoyed. The game continued, and the gunpowder smell of both sides was also aroused. Southampton strengthened the high pressure and strangled the whole court in the adverse situation, and the movements began to become rough. From this moment on, this game was destined to be a dull game. In the 18th minute, Huddersfield Town made a comeback. The right midfielder Anthony Pilkington received the pass from the backcourt and passed Chamberlain, who was defending him, and passed directly into the penalty area. Guran made up for the position in time and blocked Jordan Rhodes. This is a head-on competition between the two best players in the English League One. Jordan Rhodes used his elbow to push Guran, but Guran used his physical strength to eat Jordan alive and forcibly steal the ball. Seeing this, Scott Arfield, Anthony Pilkington and Anthony Cahill fiercely double-teamed Guran. Huddersfield has a strong advantage in the midfield and front court. After Guran stole the ball, there was no good breakthrough space, and then Matthews quickly lowered his shoulders, shook off a passing channel, and passed the ball to Chamberlain on the sideline. Chamberlain's stop was a little slow. As soon as he stopped the ball at his feet, the number 4 Icelandic international Joey Gudjohnsen on the opposite side slid over and shoveled the football and Chamberlain out of the sideline. Chamberlain immediately jumped up from the grass, with his chest puffed out to confront Gudjonson. Gudjonson showed no weakness, and pushed back roughly, saying sarcastically, "Little follower of the Chinese guy, kneel down and lick gooseballs. Fuck you." Chamberlain reached out to Gudjonson. Gudjonson immediately pushed Chamberlain back. The scene became uncontrollable in an instant. The players from both sides rushed into the center of the storm frantically. Guran was the first to sprint over, and he immediately locked Gudjonson's throat accurately. He pinched Gudjonson away from Chamberlain. Gudjonson wanted to get rid of him, but Guran's eyes were full of murderous intent and his hands were very strong, so Gudjonson couldn't get rid of him at all. Gudjonson, who dared to scold Southampton in the newspaper for playing zero less, was locked by Guran's throat and his face was purple. His expression was distorted. The players from both sides also rushed and pushed each other, and the fans of both sides also booed the enemy players crazily. Seeing that a group fight was about to break out, the referee blew the whistle desperately and showed yellow cards one after another. Gudjonson, the instigator, received the first yellow card. Chamberlain received the second yellow card. Guran, who helped Chamberlain, received the third yellow card. Lambert, who came up to mediate, received the fourth yellow card. Lambert felt very wronged. Although he pulled the hand of a player from Huddersfield Town, it still counted as mediating. Guran, who received the yellow card, let go of Gudjonson. Gudjonson breathed in the fresh air in big gulps, staring at Guran fiercely, his face full of dissatisfaction. Guran was not afraid at all, and stared back at Gudjonson with a look like the god of death. "Oh. Gu. So brave." Taylor Swift, the little queen in the VIP box, seemed to melt into water. Head coach Adkins was very angry. Such a card penalty was really unfair. Southampton received 3 yellow cards, and all of them were given to important players. It was clearly Huddersfield who provoked first, but only received 1 yellow card, and they still retained the ball. Adkins rushed into the field and yelled at the referee, calling him a blind man. Although he was a little irritable, if he didn't dare to put pressure on the referee after suffering such a loss, then the referee would be even more unscrupulous in the following games. The referee, who was called a blind man, ran to Adkins with a cold face and directly took out a red card. The Saints fans in the North Stand exclaimed. Coach Adkins also spread his hands in confusion. Today's referee is really black-hearted. The fourth official invited the angry Coach Adkins to the stands behind the visiting team's bench. Less than 20 minutes after the start of the game, Southampton's head coach Adkins received a red card and was sent to the stands to watch the game. In the next game, Adkins could not command on the spot. Southampton is temporarily taken over by assistant coach Andy, with a goal behind. 3 yellow cards for important players and the head coach sent to the stands. The situation has become extremely difficult for Southampton. The goddess of victory seems to be walking towards Huddersfield Town. The Terriers fans of Huddersfield Town happily set off blue and white fireworks, sang the Paw Patrol song, and mocked Southampton. Guran's fists clenched and creaked. This time, he was really a little angry. The game was resumed after being interrupted for nearly 5 minutes. Huddersfield Town was kicked by Anthony Pilkington in the front court. The ball was about 45 meters away from the goal, and Pilkington chose to kick the ball to the receiving point outside the penalty area. Scott Arfield took a long shot directly. The football hit Aaron Martin, who made a timely substitution, with a muffled bang. Aaron Martin fell to the ground and the football flew out of the penalty area. Joey Gudjonson rushed to grab the second spot, but Guran rushed over at a very fast speed, and in front of Gudjonson, he made a very smooth stop and pass. Gudjonson was completely dumbfounded. Gudjonson had just received a yellow card, so he didn't dare to make a foul too obviously. In this moment of hesitation, Guran had already dribbled the ball and got rid of Gudjonson's 2 arms. Gudjonson chased after him, but how could he catch up with the furious Guran? Huddersfield Town's defensive players immediately double-teamed Guran and counter-robbed him on the spot. Huddersfield Town's defensive style is not man-to-man defense, but zone defense. The tactical logic of zone defense can compress the space of a ball holder and effectively prevent the ball holder from passing the ball, but it is not actually tight. Especially when facing a strong and fast player with strong impact, zone defense is equivalent to a broken net with a 2-meter hole. Moreover, the responsibilities of the defensive players in zone defense are not clear, and it is not a high responsibility defense like man-to-man defense. Duran accelerated and sprinted to the inside lane to overtake, and then he forced his way through the defensive gap between Anthony Pilkington and Anthony Kay. He cut in alone. The entire defense line of Huddersfield Town was left behind by Duran. The Saints fans in the north stand screamed wildly. Every Saints fan was excited. In the blink of an eye, Duran rushed to the left side of the penalty area with the ball. Huddersfield Town goalkeeper Alex Smithers was still cautiously standing in the small penalty area to defend the near corner while maintaining control of the far corner of the goal. Duran was not polite and directly kicked a heavy long-range shot with the outside of his right foot. The football drew a powerful arc outward and whistled towards the upper corner of the right goal. Smithers was dumbfounded. He did maintain control of the far corner of the goal, but the speed of the ball was so domineering that he had no time to react defensively. Smithers was stuck. The football burst into the net. Undisputed. The ball went in. The game had just reached the 25th minute when Duran broke through and scored with a powerful shot. The score on the big screen was immediately changed to Huddersfield Town 1:1 Southampton. The players of Huddersfield Town were stunned. The fans of the Terriers were also stunned. The fans of Southampton Saints rushed to the top of the head with passion and cheered wildly. This goal was really inspiring, especially after the referee deliberately favored Adkins and was sent to the stands. This goal was super refreshing and super domineering. After scoring the goal, Duran split the wind with one hand, jumped directly over the billboard, jumped onto the fence, and cheered towards the Huddersfield Town puppies. That's right, it was a provocation. This is so bloody. The goddess of victory was given a big back by Duran, and she obediently picked up the shoulder strap. Chapter 407, Crazy Revengeful Massacre. Duran is killing like crazy. Chamberlain looks like he is enjoying it. Duran's super domineering goal boosted the morale of the Southampton team. The players of Huddersfield Town shook their heads. Their defense is really too bad. But it doesn't matter, it's only 1:1. As long as they play according to the crazy attack tactics of their head coach Paul Stevenson, they still have hope to lead again in theory. The game continues. Benik Afobe, the centre forward on loan from Arsenal, kicked off and passed the ball directly to the right wing back Anthony Kay. Previously, Huddersfield Town's strategy was for the left wing back Kevin Kilbane to attack from Southampton's right, but after Duran equalised the score, Huddersfield Town's offensive strategy shifted its focus to Southampton's left. In the past Huddersfield Town avoided confronting Duran on the left, but now Chamberlain and Duran both have a yellow card, which is naturally a good breakthrough for Huddersfield Town. When Anthony Kay took the ball and advanced along the wing, Chamberlain did not intercept him closely, but met him face to face and rushed forward directly. When Anthony Kay was feeling smug and preparing to kick across, Duran suddenly sprinted over and intercepted the ball at the right time. Duran's interception was very clean and neat. Anthony Kay hurriedly pulled Duran's arm, and Joey Gudjonsson and Anthony Pilkington immediately double-teamed Duran. Duran made a straight pass to the open space in front of Chamberlain, then dodged and cut across the middle, threw off the triangle encirclement, and sprinted with violent aesthetics. The defensive players of Hart Town were all numb. The left side was penetrated by Duran's straight pass, and the danger coefficient was extremely high. But Duran, who went straight into the middle without the ball, seemed to be more dangerous. Hart Town only had 3 defenders. It seemed to be 3 versus 2, but in fact it was 3 versus 4.5. Chamberlain took on 1.5 people alone, and Duran took on 3 people alone. Before the two sides actually came into contact, Hart Town had already fallen into a panic of insufficient troops. The captain Peter Clark on the right went to defend Chamberlain, who was holding the ball, while the remaining 2 defenders Gary Naismith and Jamie McCombie went to close the door to defend Duran, who was about to sprint to the top of the penalty area. Chamberlain dribbled the ball to the bottom and faced the experienced Clark, who slowed down to protect the ball and did bicycle kicks on the spot. His bicycle kicks were not very deceptive, but the enjoyment on his face was very deceptive. Peter Clark once suspected that Chamberlain deliberately made such a cheap bicycle kick fake move in order to lure him to kick and steal the ball. Therefore, the experienced Clark decided not to kick rashly, but just waited cautiously for his teammates to catch up and form a double team. At this time, Duran had already cut into the top of the penalty area, and it seemed that Naismith and McCombie were about to get close to Duran. Duran immediately yelled, "Go, go, go." Chamberlain was like a start button was pressed. He first sprinted to the baseline, causing Clark to follow up subconsciously. Then Chamberlain made an emergency stop, then pulled back, and changed his line, and then sped up again. Although this move of shaking people is simple, it is Chamberlain's signature move. Chamberlain relies on sprinting, stopping, changing lines, and starting again to create a time difference. Clark is also considered a first-class defender in English League One, but he can't defend Chamberlain's time difference at all. After Chamberlain shook Clark away, he immediately kicked a high ball to the top of the penalty area. The ball was shaken very well, but the pass was not accurate enough. Duran was very fast. When the ball arrived, Duran had already inserted into the penalty area from the top of the arc, and Chamberlain's pass landed half a body behind Duran. It seemed that the ball was about to be lost. Duran stopped immediately. Naismith, who was defending Duran, had no time to stop and fell directly in front of Duran, but Naismith was also very experienced. He lay on the ground and blocked Duran's breakthrough route with his body. I have to say that this move was very smart. In this way, even if Duran could turn around and get the ball, he would not be able to dribble past him. However, the next moment, Duran was not in a hurry to turn around to catch the ball, but directly swung his tail like a scorpion, raised his heel backwards, and accurately unloaded the ball. Then, Duran turned around and Marcel turned, volleyed the ball with his left and right feet continuously, and passed the ball over Naismith's face like flowing water. Naismith's face turned pale with fear. The terrier puppies at the scene also opened their mouths wide, their faces full of disbelief. The Saints fans were excited, and their blood was boiling. This stop was so cool, so confident in his skills. But that's not the end. After Duran passed Naismith, who was lying on the ground, without waiting for the ball to land, he directly leaned on the 2-meter-tall McCombie and forced a half-turn volley. Top-notch swivel shot, King of Anfield +1. The football turned into a beam of strong light with overwhelming power and shot straight into the near corner of the goal. Goalkeeper Alex Smithers was stunned again. The scorpion-like stop, Marcel turn, and top-notch swivel shot were all done in one go, and the shot was completed in 1 second. Who wouldn't be stunned? Who could react to this? Exclamation mark. Even if the young player Buffon came, he couldn't react, and he had to stand at attention. The football shot into the net without any hindrance. The net shook, and even the goal was buzzing. Less than 3 minutes after Duran's last goal, Duran and Chamberlain cooperated tacitly and scored twice. The score on the big screen was immediately rewritten as Huddersfield Town 1:2 Southampton. Southampton completed a double goal reversal in just 5 minutes. This is also the strongest response to Huddersfield Town's arrogant provocation. After scoring the goal, Duran roared and chopped the wind with one arm. Even he himself was very satisfied with this goal, and his competitive state was full. Chamberlain, who had made the assist, was even more excited and slid to his knees in front of Duran, holding Duran's thighs tightly with both hands. Although the picture looked a little indecent, as if he was licking, Chamberlain didn't care about other people's eyes at all. Duran did care a little, and quickly broke free from Chamberlain's sliding knees and legs, and quickly ran back to his own half. The fans of Huddersfield Town held their heads, full of despair. The Southampton Saints fans cheered and jumped for Duran crazily. The male fans cheered, and the female fans cheered and jumped. The little Queen Taylor Swift in the VIP box was no exception. At this moment, Taylor was a little fangirl. Duran was her idol superstar. Duran's massacre had just begun. The game continued. Benik Afobe, the centre forward on loan from Arsenal, frowned and kicked off. He continued to follow the on-the-spot strategy and kicked the ball again to Anthony Kay, the right wing back on the left side of Southampton. Theoretically, it was a very correct operation for head coach Paul Stevenson to attack the left side, while Southampton had yellow cards on the left side. However, this was only theoretically correct. They have not yet realized the consequences of angering Duran. Anthony K cautiously advanced with the ball on the wing, waiting for his own offensive players to penetrate into the Southampton penalty area. This time, Anthony K also learned his lesson and did not send the ball to Guran's mouth. Even when Chamberlain rushed up to press high, Anthony K directly passed the ball with a long foot, not giving any chance. Anthony K sent the ball to the Southampton penalty area and immediately intercepted Chamberlain after the ball to prevent Chamberlain from running without the ball. However, Anthony K's cross was of poor quality and Lambert rushed out in time and headed the ball into the unmanned area in the midfield. Joey Gudjohnsen and Guran chased the ball at the same time. This was a half ball and Gudjohnsen was closer and seemed to have an advantage. But Guran was too fast. Just as Gudjohnsen stretched out his foot to stop the ball, Guran turned into a red and white lightning and dribbled the ball directly in front of Gudjohnsen. Gudjohnsen himself was almost knocked down. All the players of Heartthrob were panicking. This low quality pass was not a fatal mistake, but with Guran, any small mistake in the front court would be a fatal mistake for Heartthrob. The players of Heartthrob hurriedly returned to defense to block Guran. Gudjohnsen, who was deprived of the ball, slid from behind Guran desperately. He slid at the risk of receiving another yellow card and being sent off, and he didn't care about the consequences. But, even with the mentality of being sent off, Gudjohnsen's sliding tackle didn't touch Guran. Guran had long been on guard against Gudjohnsen's mischief behind him, and a simple inside cut sideline acceleration allowed Gudjohnsen to shovel the ball away. Guran then strode forward with the ball. The violent aesthetic running posture was vivid. Chamberlain on the left side also accelerated madly to the bottom line. Chamberlain was very threatening. Huddersfield Town had to send two players, the right wing back and the right back, to double team Chamberlain who was running without the ball, while Naismith and McCombie, two big enemies, had to bite the bullet and double team Guran. Guran was not in a hurry to contact Naismith and McCombie, but pulled the ball to the left. The left side of the penalty area was Guran's private land. Naismith and McCombie also hurriedly followed Guran to move in steps, and goalkeeper Alex Smithers also followed Guran in the small penalty area. Just when they thought Guran was going to pass the ball to Chamberlain, Guran suddenly turned with a step and knocked the ball with his left foot to the empty space on the right. Jason Pankiang, the right forward who made his first start this season, was unguarded and quickly joined in. He had made a mistake before, and this time was the perfect opportunity given by Guran to make up for it. Jason Pankiang ran like a fire. After Guran passed the ball, he broke through to the right side of the penalty area. Naismith and McCombie couldn't react at all, and their turning speed and chasing speed couldn't keep up with Guran's sprint rhythm. Seeing Guran get rid of him, Jason Pankiang immediately returned the favor and kicked a high ball to the middle of the penalty area. At this time, Chamberlain had already gone to the bottom, and the captain Peter Clark who was defending Chamberlain also went to the bottom, so Jason Pankiang's high ball was not offside. The landing point of this high cross was too close to the small penalty area, and it was not an accurate cross. Goalkeeper my own little dog Smithers smelled the opportunity to attack, and immediately launched and rushed towards the football with his fists. In this case, it is impossible to pick it up against Guran. The best way to deal with it is to rely on the advantage of your height and long arms to hit the ball out of the danger zone. The brave wins when two meet on a narrow road. Guran was not afraid at all and jumped high with a violent aesthetic sprint super header, high track bombing +1. Bang. I want to say something about last night's national football match. After watching the game last night, I have always had something to say. I thought about it and felt that it was inappropriate. I endured it all night, but I couldn't hold it back until noon today. The following has nothing to do with the plot of this book, it's just my own complaints, so you can skip it if you don't like it. The score of 0:3 is indeed a loss, and the gap in strength is indeed too big. There is no need to expand on the various reasons, but in fact, the performance of the national football team is not as bad as I imagined. The first penalty kick was definitely caused by the referee, and we can justifiably denounce this. Some people may say that, even if there was no misjudgment, it would be 0:2. No, it's really different. A football match is not a simple score addition. The first goal will have a very big impact on the morale and on the spot tactics of each other. The physical strength, technical level, and overall coordination ability of the national football team are indeed far inferior to those of the Korean team. We admit this, but if it weren't for the misjudged penalty kick in 10 minutes, the situation of the national football team might be better. We lost 3 goals in this game, but in fact, none of them were lost in the open play. The opponents are international stars from Tottenham, Wolves, and Bayern. The Chinese national football team can play like this, not afraid of confrontation on the field, and have enough physical strength to play to the end, so it is indeed acceptable. The last time the Chinese national football team was in such a mess that they were beaten by Vietnam during the Chinese New Year. This time they did not collapse in the mobile war against South Korea. What else do they want, right? I hate the Chinese national football team for not living up to expectations, but that is because I love the national football team to the point of being sad. The Chinese national football team may disappoint us in the future, but they are still our own national team. Just like my son is not living up to expectations, but he is still my son. I would not be happy if someone else's son is too awesome and his son became a big boss. If someone else's son became a big boss and I danced with joy, then there must be something wrong with me. If your national team doesn't play well, you can scold them. You can scold them. You can take a taxi to the stadium, point your finger at them, and scold RNM to return the money. You can even stop watching the national team. You can even use the national team's games to stabilize your financial management and realize your villa by the sea. But when the national team has a game, you can't wear the jersey of the national team's mortal enemy players, arrogantly sit in the home team fan zone and raise your middle finger to the home team fans. South Korea and Japan are mortal enemies of the national team. Just like Leeds United and Manchester United are mortal enemies. Leeds United is far inferior to Manchester United now, but why don't you wear Manchester United jerseys to Leeds United's home team fan zone? Do you think that wearing the Korean team's jersey and sitting in the home team fan zone to cheer for the Korean team will make you different and superior? You are at most a traitor. Why are you pretending? If you are a Korean, that's your freedom, but if you are arrogant and provocative, you deserve to be beaten. I'm not a Tottenham fan, nor am I a Son Heung-min fan. Son Heung-min is very strong, but there are many international stars who are stronger than him. I just don't like South Korea and Japan, so I can admit that Son Heung-min is very strong, but I will never like him, let alone wear his Tottenham jersey, let alone wear a t-shirt with the Korean flag under his jersey, and let alone provoke the home team fans around after Son Heung-min made a provocative gesture to shut up the home fans. If you really love Son Heung-min and you love him so much, then you should buy away team tickets and sit with away team fans. You can be arrogant and celebrate as you like, but why do you have to sit among the home team fans to show that you are a traitor? It is our country's sound rule of law that protects you. Rubbish. If you don't believe it, look at the game between Brazil and Argentina today. When Argentina came on the field, almost all the Brazilian fans in the stadium applauded Messi, but when other Argentine players came on the field, it was a wild boo. Before the game started, fans from both sides started fighting. Argentine fans were beaten by Brazilian fans and on-site security guards. Idols are idols, and national honor is national honor. There are no idols in front of national honor. Brazilian fans will not hope that their national team will lose because they like Messi, and they will not tolerate the provocative behavior of Argentine fans just because Messi is on the other side. Relatively speaking, domestic fans are really restrained. Okay, I'm done complaining, and I feel a little relieved. I'll continue to update in the evening. Chapter 408, Ruthless Butcher. English League One record. Scoring 4 goals in 13 minutes. Even Solskjaer was amazed. Duran got the ball first, and then faced Alex Smithers' fist with a high orbit bombardment. The ball hit the goal line from the high orbit. At the same time, Smithers did not retract his fist and hit Duran's brow bone with one fist. Then, the two bodies collided heavily and fell heavily to the ground at the same time. The fans at the scene screamed. The ball bounced in front of the goal line and bounced into the net without any hindrance. The ball went in. The ball went in again. This was Duran's third goal in 8 minutes. An average of 1 goal every 3 minutes. This is a consequence of angering Duran. This is also the hat trick with the shortest interval in the history of English Football League 1. The score on the big screen was rewritten as Huddersfield Town 1:3 Southampton. The players of Huddersfield Town were all stunned. The Terrier fans of Huddersfield Town also held their heads one by one, and they couldn't believe what they saw. The Southampton Saints fans were in no mood to cheer at all. They had just clearly seen Smithers punch Guran's brow. Every Saints fan's heart was pulled up uncontrollably. They would rather not have this goal, and even losing this game would not matter much. They just hope Guran will not get hurt. The little Queen Taylor Swift in the VIP box was also worried to death, holding her hands in front of her chest in a praying manner and muttering, "God, don't let Gu get hurt. I need it tonight. I haven't used it for a whole day. Although I can still use it with a head injury, it will affect the performance of both of us, right?" Female assistant, why did the plot that Khaleesi's Horse King can still be used, even if he died suddenly appear in my mind? At this moment, Smithers rolled on the grass with his right hand covered, and beads of sweat oozed from Smithers' forehead. Looking at his expression, he didn't look like he was pretending. He should have been given a card, but the referee didn't give him a card. Guran turned over and sat up, casually touched his right eyebrow bone, and then shook the blood off his hand. It was okay. The eyebrow bone was not broken, just the skin was broken. It didn't affect his handsomeness at all. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Guran chopped the wind with one palm and ran wildly to celebrate happily. The referee blew the whistle and signaled the team doctor to come in and bandage Guran. Southampton's teammates also ran up to hold Guran. Team Dr. Mayfu rushed to Guran like a 100-meter sprint, carefully checked the condition of Guran's eyebrow bone, and pulled Guran's eyelids to confirm that Guran's eyebrow bone was not broken, and he did not have a concussion. Then he applied hemostatic ointment to Guran. Fortunately, Mayfu ran fast enough. If he was slower, the hemostatic ointment would probably be useless. This is the positive effect of 84 points of physical fitness and Iron Body, Iron Man +6. Chamberlain grabbed Guran's arm nervously and asked, "Gu, do you still know who I am?" Guran said immediately, "You are my son." Chamberlain quickly said to the team doctor, "Maeve, doctor, he has a concussion." Maeve said, "On the contrary, this is normal." Chamberlain, seeing Guran as lively as if nothing had happened, the Saints fans suddenly burst into crazy cheers. Guran's Chinese name and the call of Chinese dad resounded throughout the Alfred Scarping Stadium. This wave is too iron-blooded. Too exciting. All the Saints, including the players and team staff on the bench, and Coach Adkins who was sent to the stands, were all excited, and adrenaline was surging. Coach Adkins even jumped onto the seat in the stands arrogantly, stretched his arms, and enjoyed this perfect taste of revenge with tears in his eyes. How could he not love Guran? As soon as he was sent off with a red card, Guran exploded. This was simply a two-way rush. Coach Adkins only regretted that he had not treated Guran as a treasure before. In the VIP room, the female assistant couldn't help but exclaimed in amazement, "Mr. Guran's head is so hard." Taylor Swift smiled proudly and said, "Of course, I have the most say in this regard." The female assistant hurriedly said, "Taylor, you should restrain yourself." Taylor looked at Guran on the court with an infatuated look on his face and said in a charming voice, "That kind of happiness, you can't imagine it." At the same time, the live broadcast room was also filled with barrages. "Awesome. So awesome. I'm going crazy. Fuck. Guran is really indestructible. Such a heavy punch hit the brow bone, but it only broke the skin. 3 goals in 8 minutes. It's crazy. It's really crazy. Ha 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 ha. The players in Heartthrob must all regret it. Gudjonson, why did you provoke Guran for no reason? This game made my blood boil. No, after watching this game, I must find a decent club. Serious? You mean a regular club, right? Bah. Who would go to a regular club? Fuck. Brothers, I have good news for you. I bought Huddersfield Town's 1-goal handicap and the total number of goals is more than 7. Haha, what are you showing off? As if no one has bought it. If Guran plays a few more games like this, I can realize that my villa is by the sea. Damn, it's so cool. The number of people online in the live broadcast room has exceeded 300,000, and it is still rising. The total amount of gift rewards has also exceeded 250,000 yuan. At this time, goalkeeper Smithers made a gesture to the head coach Paul Stevenson with a painful mask on his face, asking for a substitution. After the examination of Huddersfield Town's team doctor, it has been confirmed that Paul Stevenson has a broken wrist and can no longer play in the next game. Moreover, Smithers may have to pay the price of not being able to play for half a season. This is undoubtedly a huge blow to Huddersfield Town, which is in the competition period. Paul Stevenson took a deep breath and was forced to use the first substitution. This was not a substitution he had planned, and angering Guran by being beaten 3 times in a row was not something he had planned. The 39-year-old veteran goalkeeper number 13 Ian Bennett was urgently substituted. Ian Bennett is a veteran who has been playing in low-level leagues for many years. He has rich experience in one-on-one and handles the ball cleanly, but with his age and physical decline, his reaction is no longer as good as before. The most important thing is that his mentality is not competitive at all. He just wants to get a basic salary and get off work on time. He was originally going to retire after another half a season, and he himself didn't expect to be able to play. After the emergency substitution, the game resumed. Benik Afobe, the centre forward on loan from Arsenal, kicked off with a depressed look on his face. The increasingly courageous Southampton team immediately launched a high-pressure defense against Huddersfield Town throughout the game. After Huddersfield's left midfielder Scott Arfield got the ball, Jason Ponjang and Hammond came up to double team and strangle him. Jason Ponjang had just received an assist from Guran, and at this moment he was full of strength. Scott Arfield relied on his strong body to forcefully confront Hammond and Jason Ponjang. Hammond used his elbow to hold Arfield's waist and ribs, and Jason took the opportunity to forcefully break the ball and kick it to Lambert, who was supporting in the middle. Lambert didn't wait for Joey Gudjonsson to come up and press, and directly passed the ball to the unmanned area on the left side of the center line. The next moment, Guran sprinted over with a violent aesthetic. Guran's interlaced running position was unpredictable. All the players of Huddersfield Town were trembling with fear and were so nervous that they couldn't breathe. Guran took a big step forward with the ball and at the same time quickly glanced at the position of the newly replaced goalkeeper Ian Bennett. Ian Bennett stood at the edge of the penalty area. Isn't this just a low-profile version of Joe Hart? Guran then accelerated and volleyed. Heavy artillery long-range shot. Cloud-piercing arrow +3. Heavy artillery long-range shot. Stone-shattering +3. Heavy artillery long-range shot. Cruise missile +1. Top pass and shot. God's kick +2. Strength 88. Long-range shot 76. All attributes open. The football drew an arc of the fairy-like level, and with a domineering speed like a broken sound, it fell straight into the goal of Huddersfield Town. This is a super long shot from 50 meters away. Ian Bennett, who had just come on the field, didn't have time to warm up his body, and he was stuck on the spot. By the time he reacted, the football had already fallen into the net amid the cheers of the Saints fans. The ball went in. Lu Xiaopang style fairy-like fairy. A magical ball full of power. Ian Bennett was hit by Guran as soon as he came on. Ian Bennett's old heart was hurt so much. The score on the big screen was immediately changed to Huddersfield Town 1:4 Southampton. Guran scored 4 goals in 13 minutes, completing the shortest 4-goal game in the history of the English Football League. This record even tied the goal record of super substitute Solskjaer in the 1999 game between Manchester United and Nottingham Forest 8:1. At that time, Solskjaer scored 4 goals in 13 minutes. And now, Guran also scored 4 goals in 13 minutes. If it weren't for the team doctor taking too much time to come in for treatment and replace the goalkeeper, Guran could have completely broken Solskjaer's record. Of course, this is not a Premier League game, so in terms of gold content, Guran's record is still a little less glorious than Solskjaer's record, but this is enough to destroy the originally arrogant Huddersfield Town, which claims that the best defense is offense. It turns out that Huddersfield Town's offense is simply inferior to Guran's defense, and Huddersfield Town's defense is even more vulnerable in front of Guran. Huddersfield Town has finally experienced the consequences of angering Guran. They watched helplessly as the goddess of victory, that they had been trying so hard to catch, was forcibly taken away by the butcher Guran, and pressed to the ground, rubbing repeatedly. And the goddess of victory even made an intoxicated sound. Huddersfield Town collapsed. Chapter 409, The Psychological Shadow of Stress. Chapter 460, The Strikerless Formation. The head coach who is afraid of being killed by dogs. The game has only been going on for 42 minutes, but the score is already 1:4. In such a short time interval, the score gap was so big that the mentality of the Huddersfield Town players was all broken by Guran's kick. Even their head coach Paul Stevenson covered his face in pain. The goddess of victory took the initiative to hug Guran's thighs, and the suspense of winning and losing had long disappeared. William Hill Gambling Company also hurriedly adjusted the on-site handicap odds. The original odds before the start of the game were 2.62 for the home team to win, 3.21 for a draw, and 2.65 for a loss. Now the on-site handicap has become 12.85 for the home team to win with 3 goals, 6.31 for a draw with 3 goals, and 1.17 for a loss with 3 goals. This means that if the home team Huddersfield Town plus 3 goals, the odds of winning are also extremely high, 12.85 times. High odds mean almost impossible, because the dealer will not give you 12.85 times 1 for nothing. This is a huge risk. Lottery fans want to make high profits, but the dealer wants to reap the principal. Not only is the on-site handicap raised, but the handicap with a total of more than 7 goals is directly closed. The handicap odds for a total of more than 9 goals quickly dropped from 20.57 to 1.84. The spinach companies thought that this would be a basically evenly matched game, and it was indeed the case from the beginning of the game. Even Hassan looked better in the data. As a result, a conflict about eggs directly angered Guran, and Guran ruthlessly raised the butcher knife and killed like crazy. Fortunately, the spinach companies have their own set of data models, and the speed of raising and lowering the handicap is extremely fast, so the ones who will suffer in the end will definitely not be the spinach companies, but only some greedy spinach companies that are eager to turn the tables. By shamelessly changing the handicap water level and closing the handicap, the spinach companies will at most lose a few buckets of income. At this moment, in the stands of the Alfred Skarsgård Stadium, many Huddersfield fans had already left the stadium in anger, and those Saints fans who were anxiously waiting outside the stadium happily bought the refunded tickets at the original price and happily entered the stadium to see Guran. In the VIP box, the little Queen Taylor Swift jumped and danced like a fanatical fan. Gu, you are so great. I can't stand it. I really want to pee now. The female assistant hurriedly said, Taylor, go to the bathroom quickly. Taylor shook his head and said, I don't really want to pee. I just have that feeling. The female assistant said anxiously, yes, if you have the feeling, you have to pee. Taylor rolled his eyes at the female assistant in annoyance. What we are talking about is not on the same level at all. I said forget it. You will never have that feeling in your life. The female assistant looked confused and muttered in a low voice, it's just the feeling of wanting to pee. The game continues. The massacre continues. The fourth official held up a sign on the sidelines to announce that there would be 5 minutes of injury time in the first half. After suffering 4 consecutive critical hits from Guran, Huddersfield Town's offense was no longer in order. Huddersfield Town players were just kicking blindly. When they were pressed, they immediately passed the ball to the backcourt and passed it back in their own backcourt. They just wanted to end this hellish first half as soon as possible. Southampton's defense was under no pressure, so Guran directly switched positions with Chamberlain, headed to the left forward position, and actively pressed high. In the 45th minute, Guran forced a throw-in within the 30-meter area of the front court through physical confrontation. Guran personally took the throw-in, and all the tall players of Southampton stood in the penalty area of Huddersfield Town. Guran violently sprinted to help, and with a strong waist and abdomen, the football was like a strategic grenade, accurately hitting the young central defender Aaron Martin, who jumped high. Martin shook his head like a lion, and the football went straight to the upper right corner of the goal. The ball went in. The score on the big screen was rewritten as Huddersfield Town 1:5 Southampton. So simple. So smooth. So fluid. The Saints fans cheered and jumped like a wave. Aaron Martin, who scored the goal, excitedly rushed to Guran, sliding on his knees and hugging his legs. He didn't perform well in the last game, but this time, with Guran's passing, his post-match rating will definitely go up. Huddersfield goalkeeper Ian Bennett was petrified in his place. When he was taking the tactical class before the game, he didn't seriously watch Guran's highlights. He didn't expect that he would play, let alone that Guran's throw-in could be thrown directly in front of the goal. He could have made it to the end of this season and held a decent retirement ceremony after his 40th birthday, but within 5 minutes after he came on the court, he was beaten twice. His reputation is ruined. Ian Bennett wanted to die. The game continued. The first half was not over yet. The players of Huddersfield were all suffering in the frying pan of hell. In the 3rd minute of injury time, Joey Gudjohnsen got the ball, and Guran rushed up to press. Before Guran could get close to him, Gudjohnsen felt his calf twitching, and he was so stiff that he couldn't run or pass the ball. This is an invisible and indescribable sense of oppression. Even a player as arrogant as Gudjohnsen was also stimulated by Guran. Gudjohnsen's mind was full of thoughts. Guran came up and hit and broke the ball, and the ball under Gudjohnsen's feet was easily kicked and passed to Lambert, who was behind him. Lambert went straight to the penalty area of Huddersfield Town. The defensive players of Huddersfield Town were in chaos like a group of headless flies. They were not good at defense. If a crazy attacking team was beaten and collapsed, it would really collapse completely. Lambert passed the ball to Guran at the top of the arc, and Guran took the ball to the left to engage Huddersfield Town's defense. Lambert continued to move forward without being marked. Guran saw the right moment, did a Marcel turn, turned his back, and kicked the ball through his crotch with his heel. This ball was so beautiful. Huddersfield's defense is just a membrane. Guran can easily penetrate it with any trick. Lambert took a step and pushed with his foot. The ball passed between Ian Bennett's legs and rolled into the net. Relay through the crotch. The ball went in again and again and again. The score on the big screen was rewritten as Huddersfield Town 1:6 Southampton. Guran made 2 passes and 4 shots, completely going crazy. The total number of goals in the first half has reached 7. Half of the Terriers fans on the east and west stands left the stadium early. The D-Had puppies in the south stand were in pain. A 7 or 8-year-old Huddersfield fan lay in his father's arms and cried bitterly. This game will be a shadow of his life. Guran is eating children. The Saints fans who came from afar shouted madly for Chinese dads. Football is like this. Because it is cruel, it is exciting. At this time, the referee finally blew the whistle to end the first half of the game. All the players of Huddersfield Town collapsed on the grass one by one, unwilling to get up for a long time. The Southampton players applauded the Saints fans and walked into the player tunnel with a proud look. After the 15-minute halftime break, the Southampton players continued to maintain their high morale and returned to the field. After a short break, the players of Huddersfield Town's collapsed mentality eased a little, but the effect was not very obvious. Huddersfield Town's tactical style relies on crazy attacks, which take up time by crazy attacks, to squeeze out the opponent's offensive time. Huddersfield Town's starting players are basically offensive players, but the problem they are facing now is that they can't attack at all, because as long as they attack, they will easily be seized by Southampton to counter-attack. It can be said that the psychological shadow of Huddersfield Town's offensive players is very large. Head coach Paul Stevenson has also realized this serious problem, so at the beginning of the second half, he changed the formation and adjusted the 352 formation to a 442 formation that is more conducive to defense. With a score of 1:6, the suspense of winning or losing has disappeared, and Paul Stevenson only hopes that he will not be scored again in the second half. Otherwise, after the game, he may really be defeated by the terrier. Terriers are small dogs that specialize in biting things the size of mice. After changing the formation, Huddersfield players defended with all their strength. As soon as they got the ball, they would kick the ball backwards in their backcourt. This operation did slow down Southampton's offensive rhythm, but it also caused Huddersfield's own fans to boo. Huddersfield fans like to watch beautiful offensive football and like to watch bloody GD counter-attacks. Such a negative scene is really hard for them to accept. But the people playing on the field are not the fans, but the Huddersfield players who have psychological shadows and stress reactions after being beaten by Guran. They don't want to be beaten by Guran again. The first 10 minutes of the second half were very dull. The intensity of the physical confrontation between the two sides also increased. The gunpowder smell was stronger. Guran was repeatedly guarded and taken care of by the players of Heartthrob. The game was interrupted from time to time, and the rhythm of the game was scattered. But such defense did not stop Guran's butcher knife. In the 61st minute of the game, Guran took the ball on the wing and cooperated with Chamberlain to hit the wall. He used the speed of sprinting without the ball to force 3 Hearts players who double-teamed him. After taking the ball again, Guran inserted diagonally into the middle. Without waiting for Heartthrob defense line to take shape, Guran brought the ball to the left rib of the penalty area. Guran was very lethal in this position, so at least 8 players surrounded Guran in the middle. The whole situation was like a world-famous painting. Guran used his body to force a gap, then turned to the right and passed the ball. Under the full double teaming of 8 people, he kicked the magic lamp to the right side of the goal. Barnard, who was not marked, touched the ball before Canali, who was not marked, and kicked the ball directly into the near corner. This time, Barnard did not miss the chance again. Goalkeeper Ian Bennett, who was not in a good mood, made a save, but his reaction was obviously a bit slower. The ball passed under Ian Bennett's armpit and flew into the net. The ball went in. 1:7. Guran completed an assist hat-trick. Paul Stevenson, the head coach of Huddersfield Town, held his head in pain and waved his hands repeatedly to signal substitutions. Paul Stevenson used up the second and third substitutions in succession. The 2 young centre forwards, Benik Afobe and Jordan Rhodes, who basically could not get the ball, were substituted at the same time. Replacing them were defensive midfielder number 36 Matt Winston and defensive midfielder number 14 Damian Jonathan. These 2 players are typical aggressive defensive players. Huddersfield Town's formation was also changed to a 460 formation without a striker. A team whose core tactic was to attack like this was forced to make a substitution. Seeing that Huddersfield had used up their substitution quota and was ready to defend and cause trouble, Coach Adkins, who was sitting in the stands, immediately controlled assistant coach Andy, and Southampton also started to make substitutions. Chapter 410. The reverse wish was successful. Guran, damn it. I can't live like this. In the 67th minute of the game, Southampton made substitutions. Dixon and Holmes were substituted, Chamberlain was substituted, and the biggest contributor Guran was also substituted. When Chamberlain first knew that he was substituted, he was unhappy, but when he saw that his big daddy Guran was also substituted, the expression on Chamberlain's face immediately became happy. Even the big daddy was substituted, so Chamberlain was naturally not angry about being substituted, but felt honored. Chamberlain was substituted because he already had a yellow card on his back. If he lost his temper and started a fight, it would be more trouble than gain. The purpose of Coach Adkins asking assistant coach Andy to replace Guran was also very simple, that is, to protect Guran. The outcome of this game has been determined, and Hudson Town has also castrated the striker. The remaining garbage time can be played casually, and there is no need to put a killer like Guran on the surface. Moreover, although the players of Huddersfield Town were in a state of despair in their desire to win, their intention to foul and destroy others was becoming more and more obvious. If Guran was injured or received another yellow card, the subsequent impact would be great. Therefore, from the perspective of the head coach, it was a very correct operation to replace Guran at this time. Guran felt a little regretful. He was in the mood to play, and the adrenaline and dopamine of his physical energy were madly impacting his emotions. If he could play the whole game, he could probably create the record of the most goals and assists in his career. He could even help Southampton get the record of goals in the English League One. It is not an exaggeration to score 14 goals in one game. The most important thing is that he really didn't have enough fun. At this moment, Guran was finally able to experience the displeasure of those first-class stars when they were replaced. However, Guran quickly cleared this displeasure from his mind. As a professional player, the head coach's substitution strategy must be respected. Of course, the most uncomfortable people were not Guran, but those Saints fans who had just bought halftime tickets from Huddersfield fans. They had come to see Guran's killing spree, but he was substituted out just after spending money. The most uncomfortable people were not the Saints fans who came in at halftime, but Paul Stevenson, the head coach of Huddersfield, who had just castrated the striker. At this moment, Paul Stevenson felt annoyed that, if you want to practice magic, you must castrate yourself first. If you don't castrate yourself, you can still succeed. Amid the thunderous applause of all Saints fans standing up, Guran raised his hand to applaud the fans, and trotted off the field. Chamberlain also followed behind Big Daddy, enjoying the crazy cheers of Saints fans. After Guran left the field, assistant coach Andy took the initiative to greet Guran and gave him a big hug. Then, the team doctor, Mive, the physiotherapist, Greg, the exclusive coach, Jacob, the nutritionist, Loina, and the personal assistant, Rick, surrounded Guran, asking about his health, and helping him sit in the first row of the bench. This is really an emperor's enjoyment. If all these people were replaced by concubines, it would be a real emperor's suite. Guran is a serious person, and has never known what a real emperor's suite feels like. He can only imagine it. The game continues, but there is actually nothing to watch. The live broadcast camera also repeatedly focuses on Guran, who is enjoying himself on the bench. Hartown's strikerless formation made them play very awkwardly. Originally, when Guran and Chamberlain were replaced, they still had some hope to catch up with a few goals, but the problem was that they replaced the two centre forwards first, and now all three substitutions have been used up, and they can't turn back, even if they want to. Coach Adkins's counter-attack substitution tactics completely defeated Paul Stevenson. In the remaining garbage time, the Saints fans started to sing the team song for their own amusement. The Alfred Scarpin Stadium was half empty and completely turned into the Saints' home ground. In the 88th minute of the game, a Huddersfield player pushed a foul in the penalty area, and Canali took the penalty kick and scored in one fell swoop. The score was immediately rewritten to Huddersfield Town 1:8 Southampton. With the referee's final whistle, the 8th round of the English League One ended. The total number of goals scored by the two teams reached 9. This is also the game with the most goals scored by Southampton so far this season. And if Guran played the whole game, this record would only be higher. The number of online people in Ran Live today also exceeded 350,000, and the gift rewards exceeded 300,000 yuan. It's a pity that after Guran was replaced, the number of online people in Ran Live fell back to 250,000. About 100,000 people went to the club in advance. After the game, Guran followed his teammates to the north stand to thank and pay tribute. Female fans frantically took off their clothes and threw them at Guran. After the thanks, Guran returned to the locker room for physical therapy and calculated his growth value. Although Guran did not play the full game today, he completed 3 passes and 4 shots in a limited time, and each goal and assist was very exciting. So the growth value of this game can definitely reach SS level. Light a familiar system prompt sounded in Guran's mind. Congratulations to the host. Since the host has perfectly integrated the results of more than 100 hours of special training in the English League One, the corresponding attributes have grown. Your physical attribute, Constitution, has increased from 84 points to 85 points. Your physical attribute, Strong, has increased from 80 points to 81 points. Your technical attribute, Long Shot, has increased from 76 points to 77 points. Your technical attribute, Ball Control, has increased from 75 points to 76 points. Your mental attribute, Creativity, has increased from 72 points to 73 points. Damn. The Constitution attribute has actually increased for 2 consecutive games. It's a good thing that I have Taylor Swift with me during this period. It's okay to have a high physique. I didn't play enough on the court today. When I return to the master bedroom court tonight, I can use up all the accumulated physical strength. Just when Guran was secretly happy, another clear system prompt sounded. In this game, the host completed 3 passes and 4 shots, destroying opponents of equal strength by himself, and there were 5 key clearances and 2 fatal clearances in the game. The running distance of the whole game was 8.14 kilometers, the longest sprint distance, the most sprints, and dominated the whole game. The system evaluated it as SS level performance, and you can participate in hidden draws and advanced reset points. Duran immediately moved his mind and started the draw. Since the draw is so metaphysical, let's make a reverse wish this time. This time I wish for a rubbish skill. It's better to have a rubbish skill like the skill of putting on and taking off stockings. Congratulations, host. The skill drawn from this hidden lottery is putting on and taking off stockings. Your putting on and taking off stockings has been upgraded from +1 to +3, effective immediately. Damn. Duran almost cursed. The only time I made a successful wish, I wasted it on making a wish in the opposite direction. What the hell? System, are you kidding me? I can't live like this. Oh, I have no other choice. I'll just have to reset my points. Fortunately, I can reset my points. Otherwise, if I continue to draw like this, I will really be trained by the system to be a technical rogue. Duran gathered his thoughts helplessly. The system prompt immediately asked, host will reallocate the putting on and taking off stockings +3 skill. Are you sure? You still dare to ask? Sure. Suddenly, Duran felt that his mind was particularly clear. Putting on and taking off stockings +3 was upgraded to enhanced putting on and taking off stockings +1. There was also a line of flashing system words under the newly upgraded enhanced putting on and taking off stockings skill. You feel that your hands make the other person, including yourself, more pleasant. Duran, damn. Anyway, I still washed out 3 general talent points. Duran thought about it and then allocated 1 point to each of the 3 major technical attributes of stopping the ball, controlling the ball, and protecting the ball. The stop attribute increased from 77 points to 78 points, the ball control attribute increased from 76 points to 77 points, and the ball protection attribute increased from 72 points to 73 points. After the points were added, the physical therapy was just over. The Southampton team took the bus and left the Alfred Scarpin Stadium happily. After returning to the club, Coach Adkins briefly summarized today's game and once again praised Duran for his outstanding performance in the game. Duran won the best player of the game in the League One game 4 consecutive years. There is only one home game in the League One this month. As long as Duran can maintain his current competitive state, he will definitely be the MVP of the month. In fact, Coach Adkins could have won the best coach of the month in League One, but Coach Adkins acted impulsively today and received a red card. He can only sit in the stands and control the next game, so he has no chance of winning the best coach of the month. After the summary meeting, the entire Southampton team took a day off and returned to training on Monday. 3 days later, on September 28th, in the 9th round, they played against Walsall at home. After the disbandment, Duran stayed in the restaurant to eat a customized dinner. Personal affairs assistant Rick ran over with a stack of information and said, "Boo, your performance today was invincible. By the way, when will I be reimbursed?" Duran said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Didn't I give you 2 sets of jerseys? Let's talk about business first." Rick said helplessly, "Okay, this is the schedule for next month, and the opponents drawn for the 4th round of the League Cup. Take a look." Rick handed the schedule to Duran. Duran took it and took a quick look. The first match, at 3 p.m. on Saturday, October 2nd, the 10th round of the English League One. Southampton will host Sheffield Wednesday. The second match, at 7:45 p.m. on Tuesday, October 5th, the second round of the English Championship Pioneer Cup South Division. Southampton will challenge the Seagulls Brighton away. The third match, at 3 p.m. on Saturday, October 9th, the 11th round of the English League One. Southampton will challenge Carlisle United away. The fourth match, at 3 p.m. on Saturday, October 16th, the 12th round of the English League One. Southampton will challenge Charlton away. The fifth match, at 3 p.m. on Saturday, October 23rd, the 13th round of the English League One. Southampton will host Bournemouth at home. The sixth match, at 7:45 p.m. on Tuesday, October 27th, The fourth round of the English League Cup, Southampton will challenge the Premier League team Everton away. The seventh game, at 3 p.m. on Saturday, October 1930, in the 14th round of the English League One, Southampton will challenge Tranmere Rovers away. WTF. In October, there are a total of 7 games. Among them, the opponent in the fourth round of the League Cup is actually the Toffees of the Premier League. How cool. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 411, The Clever Chief Eunuch Made a Profit. Taylor, boo, you really know how to play. Goo. As you can see, the draw for the fourth round of the League Cup has come out. We are going to challenge Everton away from home. Personal Affairs Assistant Rick said worriedly, I didn't expect that we would face a strong opponent in the fourth round. Duran smiled energetically, I was born with good teeth, so I like to eat toffee. Everton is full of stars. Playing against Everton, the growth value will definitely soar. Seeing Duran so confident, Rick also nodded quickly, yes, come on. If we win in the fourth round, the whole team will get a bonus of £90,000. You will be rich then. Damn, Duran laughed unhappily. Rick, why are you always thinking about money? Don't worry, I can return the money to you in 10 days at most. Rick grinned and said, okay. Of course I'm relieved. Oh, by the way, boo, here is also a list of the English League One standings and scorer list. You can also take a look at it. Duran took it, and saw that after 8 rounds of the English League One, Southampton had 21 points, and returned to the top of the list. In second place was Peterborough United, still with 19 points. They were upset in the game against Brighton today, and lost to the Seagulls with a score of 1-2. And Brighton also relied on this game to accumulate 18 points, still only 1 point away from the 19 points of the third place Bournemouth. Charlton Athletic moved up from 6th to 5th, while Huddersfield Town, which was originally ranked 5th, dropped to 7th. After today's game, the sequelae of Huddersfield Town may continue for a while, and their dream of impacting the championship this year is basically hopeless. At present, the top 5 teams in the English League One standings are very close to each other. Although Southampton has returned to the first place, the several games in October will be tough battles with the upper teams, so they must not be taken lightly. When all the top 5 teams are defeated, and the points gap is widened, we can win the championship in advance, and be promoted to the championship. As for the scorer list, there is actually no need to look at it. Duran continues to lead by a large margin with 15 assists and 21 goals. Duran nodded with satisfaction. Yes, we finally regained the first place in the English League One. Rick took the opportunity to flatter him. That's all thanks to you, boo. Without you, Southampton would never be so powerful. By the way, did you know? The club's stock price in the secondary market has been rising recently. The overall valuation of the club is also increasing. The 3,000 shares I hold are about to get back my investment. The stock price has increased. This must be because Men's has started to make large purchases. Duran smiled and said, Rick, I didn't expect you still have stocks in your hands. Sell them quickly after you get back your investment. Rick blinked, but I think it can rise sharply. I want to buy more after you pay me back. Duran said seriously, the stock market is endless. Turn back. You don't want to lose money again because of your greed and finally be beaten by your wife, right? Rick's face turned pale. Boo, you are right. I will sell it when I get back my investment. Goo, you saved me. I want to say thank you to you. No, I should say thank you. It's me. When I take control of Southampton, I will give you a salary increase as compensation. Duran smiled and patted Rick on the shoulder. We are friends. Don't be polite. Rick asked, boo, do you have any other instructions? If not, I'm going to go home after get off work. Now that you mention it, Duran thought for a while. I really have something I want to ask you for. Rick immediately held his head high. Boo, please tell me. Rick is at your service. Duran said, it's not a big deal. Just, please go to a better shopping mall and buy me some stockings. I always feel itchy if I don't try the enhanced skill of putting on and taking off stockings. Oh, and buy a high-end bra with more complicated buttons. Rick's mouth twitched slightly. Buy stockings? Bra? Guran nodded and said, yeah, that's right. It's not convenient for me to buy this kind of thing, so it's better for you to go. Since you are itching to try the enhanced skill of putting on and taking off stockings, why not try the enhanced skill of unbuttoning breasts together? Guran immediately added, remember to buy a large size, suitable for a 1.8 meter tall person. The more expensive the better. Just buy stockings and a bra. After all, you already bought diamond studded panties last time. Of course, please keep the shopping receipt this time, and I will settle it with you in 10 days. Rick said with a painful face. Boo, I beg you, can you be a human being? I can't keep the shopping receipts anymore. The last time I bought you diamond studded panties, I was beaten twice before I had the chance to explain. This time, I haven't even got the account back yet, but you bought stockings again. I'm afraid I won't have a chance to explain, even if I'm beaten to death. Is that so? Guran said, I'll give you 3 sets of signed jerseys. Rick said embarrassedly, no, boo, it's not that I don't want to buy you stockings, it's really killing me. Guran sighed, 5 sets of signed jerseys, plus a signed match ball for the next game. I heard that on eBay, one of my signed jerseys has been sold for £5,000, and the signed match ball has been sold for £10,000. Rick's eyes lit up, you are the one, Gu. For you, I can fight for my life. Take your time eating, I'll go buy you stockings and a bra. After saying that, Rick ran out like a whirlwind. After Guran finished his custom dinner, Rick called to tell Guran that the high-end stockings and bras were already bought. Guran then agreed with Rick to meet at the old place at 12 Mink Street. 20 minutes later, Guran drove to 12 Mink Street. Rick ran over and handed 10 pairs of stockings and a bra to Guran. Guran gave Rick 5 sets of signed jerseys. Guran reminded him, hold the receipt. If you lose it, I won't reimburse you later. Ha ha ha. Rick laughed happily, no need for the receipt this time. Goo, you don't need to give me the money this time. These 10 pairs of stockings and 1 bra add up to less than £10,000, and the 5 signed jerseys you gave me are worth £25,000 in total. I've made a fortune. Besides, if I don't keep the receipt, I'm not afraid that my wife will find out that I bought stockings and bras. Guran gave Rick a thumbs up. You are worthy of being my personal affairs assistant. So smart. Then I'm leaving. Rick waved happily. Okay, Gu. See you the day after tomorrow. Have fun tonight. If you need this again in the future, feel free to find me. Okay, I will. Guran stepped on the accelerator and the KN flew up immediately. 10 minutes later, Guran drove back to the Dune Villa. The little Queen Taylor Swift had been waiting in the living room for a long time. Seeing Guran coming back, Taylor immediately threw herself into Guran's arms excitedly. Gu, you're finally back. You're so great today. So fierce. Oh, I can't wait to eat you up right now. It feels so good to be rubbed by the Queen's airbag. Guran cleared his throat. Taylor, I brought you a few gifts. Do you want to try them? Taylor said in surprise. Boo, you're so nice. You bought me another gift. Let me see. Guran took out stockings and a bra. Wow, Taylor was stunned. Wait, won't I take them off in the end? What's the point of buying these for me? Guran smiled and said, believe me, it will be a different experience when you put them on. Taylor shrugged. Okay, I'll go to the bedroom to change. You wait for me. As he said that, Taylor walked into the master bedroom with stockings and bras. Guran couldn't help rubbing his hands excitedly. Of course, this was purely to test the skills he had just strengthened. When he was excited, his cell phone rang. Damn, who calls to disturb my good time at this time? Guran took out his cell phone and saw that it was the chief eunuch Rick calling. Guran frowned immediately. Rick is a staff member of the club. He must know that he should not call players during their private time to disturb their rest. If he calls at this time, it is very likely that there is something important in the club. This call cannot be ignored. Guran immediately pressed the answer button. Hello, Rick, it's me. What's the matter? Rick on the other end of the phone shouted, "Go. Save me. Save me quickly. My wife found out that I bought stockings and bras. I'm running barefoot on the street now to avoid her pursuit. But I'm about to be caught by her. Save me quickly." Damn, Guran couldn't help but ask, "Didn't you take the receipt?" Rick said breathlessly, "Yes, but I swiped my credit card, and the credit card has a text message reminder." Guran, "Who can save you? I'm also afraid of my 260-pound sister-in-law." At this time, the little diva Taylor, who was only wearing stockings and a bra, pushed open the door of the master bedroom and leaned against the door frame shyly. "Boo, do you like it? I'm so embarrassed to wear it like this." Damn it. Guran's eyes were wide open. Let's not talk about how good stockings and bras look when worn on the body. The key is that it's really deadly to wear only stockings and bras like this. Guran swallowed. "Taylor, you are so charming that I want to foul you," Taylor said coquettishly with a seductive look. "Hate it when you say dirty words. I can't control my excitement. I also want to be fouled by you. Why don't you come quickly? Hello. Hello." Rick on the other end of the phone shouted desperately, "Go. Save me. Save me. Sorry, brother, I have to save myself first." Without waiting for Rick to react, Guran hung up the phone and turned off his phone. Guran picked up Taylor, knocked his heels, and the door of the master bedroom slammed shut. Guran threw Taylor onto the bed, then used his mouth and hands to unbutton his breasts and put on and take off his stockings at the same time. Taylor lay on her back on the bed and rolled her eyes. "Oh, my big bad guy, you still know how to play." Chapter 412, Crazy Bullying. Walsall and Sheffield Wednesday were all ravaged by Guran. In the next few days, Guran spent time with Taylor in overtime, singing songs for Taylor and training. Taylor was completely conquered by Guran and was completely submissive. She was no longer the little diva she had been when they first met, but a fanatical female fan. On September 28th, the 9th round of the English League One, Southampton played against Walsall at home. Walsall is a typical weak team, currently ranked 20th in the English League One rankings, on the verge of relegation. Therefore, in today's game, Guran did not start, but sat on the bench to watch the game. And the head coach Adkins could only sit in the stands behind the bench and command remotely, because of the red card he received in the previous game. Southampton started smoothly. In the 11th minute, Lambert made a wonderful pass to Chamberlain, who dribbled the ball inside and knocked Canali across, gaining a 1-0 advantage. Walsall knew that they were not Southampton's opponent, so they strengthened their pressing defense in the midfield. Southampton had several fatal ball opportunities in the first half, but unfortunately, under the high-intensity pressure, they did not expand the score. On the contrary, Walsall almost equalized the score through defensive counter-attacks. Fortunately, today is a home game, and the referee is more biased towards Southampton. There were several fouls and set pieces that were not called, otherwise Southampton was really in danger of being equalized. In the first 10 minutes of the second half, the two sides still played anxiously and ugly. Southampton has been unable to establish an absolute advantage, and the Saints fans are also very worried. The entire St. Mary's Stadium was shouting Guran's name in Chinese, and all Southampton fans hoped that Guran would appear on the court and kill all the people. In the 70th minute of the second half, Coach Adkins remotely controlled assistant coach Andy to make substitutions. Hammond was replaced, and Guran was replaced. The silent St. Mary's Stadium immediately cheered. Almost all Saints fans stood up to welcome Guran to the court. Coach Adkins' tactical thinking is also very clear. When the defense is not good, replace Guran to strengthen the defense. When the offense is not smooth, replace Guran to strengthen the offense. When the game is undecided, replace Guran, kill the suspense, and take away the goddess of victory. In short, one word, rely on Guran. Sure enough, after Guran came on the court, the entire Southampton team was instantly revitalized and turned into another high-end team. In the 73rd minute, that is, the 3rd minute after Guran was substituted, Guran dribbled the ball horizontally outside the penalty area. No one from the Walsall team came forward to defend. Guran kicked directly, and a violent aesthetic world wave blasted open the slack door of the Walsall team. Southampton 2:0 Walsall. In the 81st minute, Guran broke through on the left side and ate 5 Walsall defenders in a row with his physical strength and speed. He cut inside to the left side of the small penalty area in one breath and made a half-high pass. Sknedelin made a header at the back point. Southampton 3:0 Walsall. In the 88th minute, Guran made a continuous triangle cooperation with Lambert and Chamberlain on the left side, easily tearing open the central defense of Walsall. Guran then passed the ball to the goal with a magic lamp, and Barnard fell to the ground and shot the ball into the goal. Southampton 4:0 Walsall. Walsall was kicked and collapsed. This is not over yet. In the last injury time, Southampton got a corner kick. Guran took the penalty kick himself and directly spun the ball into the net with a crescent moon scimitar. Southampton 5:0 Walsall. The whole St Mary's Stadium was crazy. The Saints fans shouted Chinese dad heartbreakingly. The game was over. Guran made 2 passes and 2 shots, and it took only more than 20 minutes to dominate the field. But Guran only felt that his body had not fully warmed up and his strength had not been released. It was a bit unsatisfying. There was no way to satisfy him. He could only wait until the game was over, go home and let Taylor put on stockings, and play an overtime game of 4 or 5 hours. After the game, jumping increased from 80 points to 81 points, dribbling increased from 77 points to 78 points, short pass increased from 69 points to 70 points, and vision increased from 69 points to 70 points. The score was only S level, but fortunately the draw was quite good, and I won the Marcel turn. The Marcel turn also increased from +1 to +4. After the 9th round of the English League One, Southampton continued to dominate the English League One with a total score of 24 points. In second place is the Seagulls Brighton, who have recently won 5 consecutive victories. They just defeated Peterborough United, which was originally in second place, 3:2. Peterborough United also suffered 2 consecutive defeats in key battles due to injuries in multiple battles. The points are still stagnant at 19 points, while Brighton has reached 21 points. Bournemouth, who finished 3rd in the last round, and Charlton, who finished 5th in the last round, drew 2:2 in this round, each taking 1 point. So Bournemouth still ranks 3rd with a total of 20 points, while Charlton is still 5th. Huddersfield Town, who was beaten by Southampton before, did not catch their breath, and unexpectedly lost to their city rival Sheffield Wednesday, and dropped to 8th place in the standings. As for the scorer list, Guran continued to lead by a huge margin with 23 goals. After the 9th round of the English League One, Guran continued to train every day, getting free white training bubbles and blue skill bubbles, and playing extra long overtime with the little David Taylor at night. Life was so wonderful. On Saturday, October 2nd, the 10th round of the English League One, Southampton played against the Owls Sheffield Wednesday at home. Sheffield Wednesday is not a strong team. After they won the last round against their city rival Huddersfield Town, their ranking in the English League One rose to 15th. Southampton sent out a semi-main lineup with Guran as a starting lineup. It is worth mentioning that Lallana has returned from injury and sat on the bench to watch the game. This is a game without suspense. Coach Adkins changed to a 42-31 attacking formation, and Guran's starting position was the defensive midfielder. After the start of the game, Sheffield Wednesday played very cautiously, and they set up a full-strength iron bucket formation for full defense. In the 11th minute of the first half, after Southampton had 2 offensive attempts, Guran dribbled the ball horizontally in front of the penalty area, using his strong body and flexible and changeable footwork to tear open a corner of Sheffield Wednesday's iron bucket formation. Guran made a left foot pass to the small penalty area in a flash. Veteran Canali is in good competitive form. After stopping the ball with his back and chest, he turned around and shot. The football hit the inside of the post and bounced into the goal. Southampton leads 1:0. After losing a goal, Sheffield Wednesday continued to strengthen physical confrontation and off-ball defensive running. Although Guran sent many wonderful passes. The forward players had difficulty holding the ball under the opponent's close defense, wasting many opportunities. In the 25th minute of the first half, Duran dribbled into Sheffield Wednesday's penalty area under the double team of 5 defensive players. In a hurry, the Sheffield Wednesday players stretched out their feet to trip Duran to the ground. The referee gave him a red card without hesitation. Canali took the penalty and scored in one fell swoop. Southampton extended its advantage to 2-0. With one less player on the field, Sheffield Wednesday began to show signs of collapse. In addition, they consumed too much physical energy in the high-intensity physical confrontation, and their defense line also made major mistakes repeatedly. In the 29th minute, Chamberlain made a cross from the side, and Duran, who was ambushing at the top of the penalty area, started a violent aesthetic sprint, directly eating 3 players guarding him, and jumped up to head the ball, to bomb the high rail. Southampton 3-0 Sheffield Wednesday. Saints fans gave thunderous cheers to Duran's wonderful diving header. Watching Duran play football is really an extreme enjoyment. In the 40th minute, Duran saw the weak area of Sheffield Wednesday's central defense and directly inserted without the ball. Schneiderlin, who got the ball on the right, immediately kicked the ball. Duran held 2 strong central defenders on his back, took the ball with his back to the goal, and then pushed the 2 central defenders away. When a fleeting gap appeared, a top-level pass shot, and Field King +1. That's right, it's a hard fight. Sheffield Wednesday's goalkeeper had no time to react. The football burst into the net and shook the goal. Southampton 4-0 Sheffield Wednesday. At this time, Coach Adkins began to make substitutions in advance. The suspense of the victory or defeat was gone. Adkins directly replaced Duran, who had 1 pass, 2 shots and 1 penalty, for a rest. This was first to ensure that Duran would not be injured in the following garbage time, and secondly to ensure Duran's physical fitness. After all, in 3 days, it will be the second round of the English Championship Pioneer Cup South Division, when Southampton will challenge Brighton, the second place in the English League One. Young midfielder Goboin was substituted in for training. Although Duran felt unsatisfied, he could still play the extra long overtime to regain his excitement after returning home at night. After Duran sat back on the bench, Southampton's offensive also slowed down, and Sheffield Wednesday, who played with 10 players, got a slight respite. After the first half, the 2 sides changed sides in the second half. In the 65th minute, Southampton made a quick attack from the right and made a cross, and Barnard scored a goal. Southampton 5-0 Sheffield Wednesday. In the 80th minute, Coach Adkins made another substitution. Lambert and Chamberlain left the field for Est, and Holmes and Lallana, who had recovered from injury, were substituted in. In the following game time, Southampton continued to attack wildly, and Lallana also got a lot of opportunities to get the ball in the front midfielder position, but unfortunately he had not played for a long time. His competitive state had not fully recovered, and he did not score a goal. In the end, the score between the 2 sides solidified at 5-0. After the final whistle sounded, Lallana was also full of regret. Lallana felt that if Duran had not been substituted, then the connection between them would definitely score a goal. Lallana has not eaten Duran's cake for a long time. Lallana's ranking in the English League One scorer list has slipped from the previous 3rd place to the 5th place. After the game, Duran took the time to settle the growth. The appearance time in this game was still not enough. Although Duran had 1 pass, 2 shots and 1 penalty, he could only get an S rating. Duran's strength increased from 80 points to 81 points, long shots increased from 77 points to 78 points, and vision increased from 69 points to 70 points. In addition, the running attribute of the technical category was also displayed, which increased from 68 points to 69 points. Although it was only an S-level score, the lottery was still quite powerful, and I won the star-level skill volley, scissor kick fallingly /+4. So cool. That night, Duran went home happily and played a long overtime game with the little Queen Taylor. As time passed, Taylor's super cool vacation was about to end, and Southampton's away challenge to Brighton in the second round of the British Championship was about to begin. Chapter 413, Wandering Seagulls. Rising Up starts. It's destined to be a tough knockout match. October 5th, the match day. Guran got up early and drove to the Staplewood training base. Last night, the little Queen Taylor coiled around Guran like a snake, but Guran withstood the test and endured. Of course, this is not because Guran is tired of playing. No matter how much 240 million he carries, he will never get tired of it. This is really just because Guran is professional enough. Even if he is physically fit and strong, Guran will never mess around before the game. After eating the customized breakfast in the morning, there was still some time before departure, so Guran warmed up and practiced for a while on the training ground in advance. At 9:30 in the morning, all the Southampton players arrived. Lalana, who had returned from injury, specially went to the bus in advance to save a seat for Guran. The bus of the Southampton club carried the players slowly out of Staplewood and headed for Brighton and Hove, 110 kilometers away. To date, Guran has not allocated talent points for 2 consecutive games. During this period of time, Guran got 12 talent point bubbles for free from the little Queen Taylor, and also got a lot of white training bubbles for free during normal training. These white training bubbles automatically exchanged for 4 special talent point bubbles. Guran has accumulated a total of 16 talent points. It's great to have the little Queen Taylor, the magic weapon for getting points. Guran feels that he has never been so rich. It's a pity that after today's game, Taylor will leave tomorrow. So, we must work hard today. Let Taylor feel refreshed. Of course, Guran is a serious person. The work hard and refreshed here refer to the 2 games before the game, which were against weak teams. Today's game is the second round of the knockout match of the Southern Division of the British Championship, away to the Seagulls, so Guran is not careless, and is preparing to improve the weak attributes in a targeted manner before the game. In addition, Guran also got a lot of practical skills for free in previous games and training. The step down turn was improved from +4 to +5. The close defense was improved from +5 to the upper limit of +6. Chasing back and counter-attacking increased from +3 to +5. Quick short pass increased from +3 to +4. Bicycle kicking increased from +3 to +4. Fancy juggling increased from +4 to the upper limit of +6. One touch ball increased from +3 to +4. These improvements in football skills have also allowed Guran's strength to grow to a new level. If he continues to grow like this, he will be very confident to play in the Championship and Europa League next season. After this season, Brighton and Hove is not far from Southampton. They are both cities in southern England, and it takes only more than an hour to drive there. To be honest, except for Guran himself, who attaches great importance to this knockout match, the other players of the Southampton team are all laughing and joking, and they don't take Brighton too seriously at all. Even the always magical head coach Adkins did not take Brighton too seriously in the tactical analysis class before the game. This is also understandable. Who would have thought that a club like Brighton, which has a very weak presence, and whose ancestors were not rich, would become the hottest club in the Premier League in the next few years? Brighton is a very small city, with a total area of only 87.54 square kilometers and a total population of only 300,000. Not to mention football, other sports do not have a good development environment. As a southern city, Southampton has various halos. It is not only the earliest international and intercontinental port, but also the earliest industrial port. The fishing and shipbuilding industries are quite developed. It has a large population, especially a large industrial population. Football started early. The ancestors were also rich. They won the English Premier League Championship once, 3 runner-ups, 6 Southern League Championships, 1 FA Cup Championship, 3 FA Cup runner-ups, 1 League Cup runner-up, and 1 British Championship championship. In the history of Brighton, they have only won the FA Cup runner-up once. That time was in the 82/83 season, competing with Manchester United for the championship. The whole game ended in a 2-2 draw, but according to the rules at the time, a draw had to be replayed on another day. As a result, Brighton lost 0-4 to Manchester United at home and only won the runner-up. This is the most glorious moment in Brighton's history. In history, Southampton was an aristocratic city-state of the York faction. Even the club's team emblem had a white rose mark, while Brighton only had a seagull. Brighton's development in economy, humanities, and sports was very poor. Before the 18th century, it was still a small fishing village. However, the gears of fate began to turn in 1815. George IV, who was still a prince at the time, built a magnificent palace in Brighton, the Royal Pavilion Palace, in order to have a tryst with his mistress Maria Fitzherbert. This is also the thing that Brighton people are most proud of. Brighton is also known as the best classical city for tourists. The city has a very beautiful coastline, perfect natural scenery protection, no industrial pollution, and not too many people, so the tourism industry has always been very good. Many world celebrities are rushing to buy properties in Brighton to experience the aristocratic debauchery, such as Li Maoji in fan mubbing from China, and Wang in leather pants who never makes the headlines. The pace of life of Brighton people is very slow. Locals like to fish and look at bikinis when they have nothing to do. They are not very enthusiastic about football. Since Brighton Club won the runner-up of the FA Cup, it has begun to sink. After the FA Cup, they were relegated from the top English League One at the time, and have not appeared in the top league for the next 34 years. When the Premier League was established in 1992, Brighton could not even keep the qualification for the second level league, and was directly relegated to the third level league, and then in the 97 season, it was relegated to the fourth level league. But these are actually nothing. What really makes Brighton Club feel tormented is that they don't have their own stadium, and their die-hard seagulls can only wander around with them. In fact, Brighton did not have its own stadium at the beginning. When the club was established in 1901, one of the big directors was the owner of the Golden Stone Stadium. The stadium was used for 90 years until the big director died. His son, grandson, and great-grandson did not like football, and only liked fishing, so the great-grandson sold the Golden Stone Stadium to a local real estate developer for £400,000. The real estate developer planned to push the Golden Stone farm and build a beautiful shopping center. Brighton fans who knew the news rushed into the stadium in anger to protest during a game. Finally, under pressure, the real estate developer had to rent the stadium back to Brighton Club for £480,000 with tears. Brighton Club felt that it was being played by the left and right hands, so after less than a year of renting, Brighton Club moved to Kent, 100 kilometers away from home, and shared the Priestfield Stadium with Gillingham Club. During that time, Brighton played at home, which was no different from playing away, and many Seagulls fans also lost. At the worst time, less than 500 Seagulls fans came to watch Brighton's home games. Until the team's ticket revenue could not even pay the cheapest office cleaner, Brighton had to move back to the local area. With limited funds, and no results to attract sponsors, Brighton chose to rent the local West Ham Stadium as its wandering home. Strictly speaking, West Ham Stadium is not a football field, but a track and field stadium with a runway, and it is also an open-air structure, and the artificial turf in the stadium is also very poor. Moreover, West Ham Stadium has only 7,500 seats, and even after the expansion, it has only reached 9,000 seats. Only the main stand of West Ham Stadium is fixed, and the other 3 stands are iron frame structures. What's more terrible is that this stadium does not even have a locker room, and the only way to change clothes and rest is on the club's own bus. It is really as simple as it can be, and as hard as it can be. However, Brighton's local fans were very happy because they could finally see the Seagulls playing football at their doorstep. Brighton Club couldn't even afford cleaners to clean the field after the game. For a while, the club staff acted as cleaners and picked up garbage all over the ground after the game. Brighton spent 10 years at the West Ham Stadium. Finally, they waited for their true love, super gambler Tony Bloom. Tony Bloom bought 75% of the club's shares in 2009 and became the boss of the Seagulls. In 2010, the Yuntan Community Stadium, commonly known as the Farmer Stadium, was approved and completed in May 2011. At the beginning of the new season in November/December, Brighton moved into its own new stadium, ending its wandering journey of more than 20 years. A small club like Brighton has persisted until the dark and bright, and during this period, no matter how bad their performance was, they never gave up or disbanded. This tenacious spirit of survival is indeed remarkable. Therefore, when this club, which had never been rich in the past, met their Mr. Right, it was already in the process of transformation. The 2010 season was the first season of Brighton's transformation. Last season, they were still in the relegation state in the English League One. This season, they have defeated strong teams in the English League One and stood behind Southampton. The real strength of Brighton is that they do not believe in any big name stars or famous coaches. They completely rely on the intelligent algorithm of gambling owned by the big boss Tony Bloom and use it to select the Mavericks. The players they bought are very cheap, but they all have unlimited potential. Therefore, today's knockout match of the British Championship is destined to be a tough battle. However, the Southampton players cannot understand this. Most of the players are still relaxed, which really makes Guran a little worried. After more than an hour's drive, Southampton's bus arrived at Brighton's current rental stadium, the West Ham Stadium. It rained lightly today. Although it is still summer, the temperature has dropped to 7 degrees Celsius. Most of Southampton's players were huddled in the bus to rest. Guran took Lallana and Chamberlain to warm up and adapt to the field. It must be said that the field was really bad. This was also the worst field Guran had played on since entering the professional league. But Guran still trained seriously in the drizzle. The field was artificial turf. Although the rain was light, it accumulated on the turf and could not penetrate. It was easy to slip and fall when running, and it was difficult to control and stop the ball. If this objective situation was not adapted to early, it would inevitably suffer in the game. Seeing that Guran, Lallana and Chamberlain were warming up in the rain, the other players reluctantly entered the field to adapt to the training. But after training for a while, most of the players ran back and waited for lunch. Chapter 414, an ordinary 180 centimeters tall female fan. Little Queen Taylor, just wait and see. At 5:30 p.m., the fans checked their tickets and entered the stadium. The drizzle was still falling. The open-air West Ham Stadium had no shelter and the seats were soaked by the rain. But such adverse objective conditions still could not stop the enthusiasm of the fans. The Seagulls have never lacked diehard fans. After all, the team has had a very bumpy journey. In such a bumpy journey with no decent results and even falling to the English League 3 without its own home stadium, the Seagulls diehard fans have never betrayed their own team. A drizzle would not stop the Seagulls diehard fans. The Seagulls diehard fans sat down early in the south stand, sang the Seagulls team song loudly, and hung a huge blue and white Seagulls team flag on the fence of the south stand, waving in the wind and rain. The Saints diehard fans are naturally even crazier. Every Saints fan has a kind of convert's enthusiasm. They regard wind, rain, and adversity as a test of their loyalty and willpower from God. Therefore, the heavier the rain, the wilder their hearts are. The West Ham Stadium, which can only accommodate 9,000 people, was instantly filled. As the home team, Brighton only gave 2,000 tickets to the Southampton Saints fans, and there were at least 5,000 Saints fans who came in the rain. But even if they couldn't buy away tickets, the Saints fans did not leave disappointed, but stood outside the stadium in thin raincoats, cheering for the Southampton team in unison. After a disguise, the little Queen Taylor Swift also came to the scene with her female assistant to watch the game. Taylor Swift has an outstanding temperament and an eye-catching figure, but fortunately, after putting on a raincoat, no outsiders can tell that this folk queen is here in person. There is no VIP room at the West Ham Stadium, and Guran only got Taylor 2 tickets for the main stand. The female assistant was shivering in the drizzle. "Taylor, do we really have to come and watch the game?" "Of course," Taylor said excitedly. "I'm leaving tomorrow. This is the last time I get to watch him play football this holiday. Oh, strictly speaking, I can watch it again tonight at midnight, but to be more strict, I basically screamed with my eyes closed that time at midnight. Of course, I didn't scream the whole time. Sometimes my mouth was full, and I could only whimper." Female assistant, "I shouldn't have asked." The female assistant quickly changed the subject. "Taylor, aren't you cold?" Taylor said as a matter of course, "No. Watching him play football will only make me hotter and hotter. I'm worried that I won't be able to control myself and take off my raincoat." "Why, are you cold? Don't you feel like you're burning when you watch him play football?" The female assistant quickly said, No, absolutely not." Taylor chuckled. Then you're not normal. The female assistant's lips trembled slightly. Taylor, you'd better restrain yourself. There are many media reporters here. Your agent and agency don't want you to be photographed by the media during your vacation time. Taylor shrugged indifferently. I know. Don't worry. I know. Taylor said this, and the female assistant became even more worried. Only God knows what this little Sagittarius queen will be like when she goes crazy. The female assistant only hopes that this game in the rain can be played uneventfully. If Guran doesn't perform well, that would be the best. Also sitting in the main stand were reporters from major media, as well as Chelsea's Emanello, Liverpool's Edwards, and Manchester City's Pratt. These three old men, as long as it is Guran's game, they must be there. This is both their job and their enjoyment. Taking a salary to watch Guran play, and then yawing in your heart the scene of signing Guran home, isn't it enjoyable? Of course, it must be mentioned that Arsenal coach Wenger is silently paying attention to Guran's game today. William Hill's pre-match odds are Brighton home win 3.85, draw 4.30, and loss 1.79. Judging from the odds of this handicap, the bookmakers are still more optimistic about Southampton, the last champion of the British Championship. Southampton is not only the champion team of the British Championship, but most importantly, it has Guran, the super demon star. As long as the bookmakers are sure that Guran will start, then Southampton's winning odds will never be rashly given high. Due to weather and venue reasons, the two sides did not hold a pre-match press conference. At 7 p.m., the drizzle was still falling, and the referee team entered the stadium to inspect the competition venue. The venue was full of water. In fact, this situation no longer met the requirements of the game, but since they were here, there were too many procedures to postpone the game, and the referees didn't want to bother. After the venue inspection, the away team Southampton took the lead in entering the stadium for pre-match warm-up training. In today's game, Southampton played in their traditional red and white jerseys. When Guran appeared on the artificial turf of West Ham Stadium in the rain, the Saints fans in the north stand suddenly went crazy. Although there were only 2,000 Saints fans entering the stadium, the Saints fans outside the stadium followed suit, and the shouts resounded throughout the West Ham Stadium. West Ham Stadium seemed to have become Southampton's home stadium. Guran applauded and thanked the Saints stewards, then concentrated and threw himself into the warm-up training in the drizzle. The wet jersey stuck to Guran's body, outlining Guran's strong muscle contours. Gu. So handsome. Taylor couldn't help but scream and cheer. The female assistant quickly pulled Taylor. Stop it. The game hasn't started yet. The media reporters not far away cast surprised eyes at Taylor. Who is this woman? She screams so beautifully. Looking at her height, she seems to be a folk music queen. It's a pity that we can't see her face from this angle. Can't we? It shouldn't be possible. Taylor Swift is very expensive. Both legs cost $40 million US. How could she come to such a bad place? Moreover, if it was really Taylor, how dare she scream so loudly? Isn't she afraid of people knowing about the scandal? Yeah, that's true. Maybe she's just an ordinary 180 centimeters tall female fan. But then again, who cares if she's really Taylor? Where there is Guran, there must be big news. Let's create a suspected scandal between Guran and Taylor, and then there will be big news. Haha. Great minds think alike. The news media reporters were all excited. After hearing this, the female assistant frowned and tried to argue with these unscrupulous reporters, but was grabbed back by Taylor. Taylor, they want to make up a scandal about you. Taylor smiled and comforted him. It's okay. I won't let them succeed in making it up. Just wait and see. At this time, the Brighton players of the Seagulls also appeared on the field and began to warm up. The Seagulls D-head fans also roared wildly, and the cheers overwhelmed the boos of the Saints fans. The drizzle gradually intensified, and the warm-up of both sides ended in less than half an hour. The players of both sides left the field and returned to their respective buses for the final preparations for the game. At 7:35, the players of both sides lined up at the entrance and officially appeared on the field. Brighton's central defender captain Gordon Gill and Southampton's captain Davis came to the referee to toss a coin. Davis guessed wrong and got the priority to kick off, while Gordon Gill got the priority to choose the side for the Seagulls. Gordon Gill immediately chose the southern half, which was closer to his own fans. The captains of both teams shook hands and exchanged team flags according to the procedure. The players of both teams took photos in their respective half and formed their formations. In today's game, the away team Southampton adopted a 442 formation as the start. The offensive tactic was to pass the ball directly behind the back, and the defensive strategy was to press high and increase physical strength. This is also the most common opening tactic used by the Southampton team in recent times. The Southampton players are already very familiar with this. The two forwards starting for Southampton today are number 9 Barnard and 18-year-old young player Tony Garrod. Barnard has great advantages in speed and physical confrontation, while Garrod is 189 centimeters tall and can be a tactical fulcrum in the midfield. The left midfielder is Holmes, a small and agile player. Holmes has not been in the starting lineup for a long time. In today's game, Holmes finally waited for the opportunity, while Chamberlain sat on the bench. The two midfielders are Lallana and Hammond. Lallana has returned from injury and urgently needs a game to adjust his competitive state so that he can better cope with the future match against Everton. Hammond was rested in the previous few games and returned to the starting lineup today. Lambert was also rested in this game to prepare for the 4th round of the League Cup this month. Today, Lallana's position is forward, playing as the attacking midfielder, while Hammond's position is backward, playing as the defensive midfielder. The right forward is the Frenchman Schneiderlin. The left back is still Guran. Guran is also the core of the entire Southampton attack and defense conversion, and is the first person targeted by all opposing teams. Coach Adkins always lets Guran appear at the left back at the beginning of each game, just to prevent Guran from being deliberately targeted. After all, even if the opponent wants to target Guran, they can't let their defenders and midfielders rush to the left side of the front court right away, right? The right back of today's game is Font. The two central defenders are Aaron Martin and the equally young number 19 player Danny Sabernet. The goalkeeper is the captain Davis. It can be said that in this game, Coach Adkins boldly used the young backline. Coach Adkins also wanted to achieve the purpose of training the backline through this game. After all, the intensity of the subsequent games will become increasingly stronger. If there are only 1.5 sets of backline lineups, it will definitely not go far. The first appearance of the central defender Danny Sibner seemed a little nervous and kept wiping the rain off his face. Aaron Martin patted Danny Sibner on the shoulder kindly. "Relax, with Gu here, playing football is like a vacation." Sibner nodded convincedly. Chapter 415, All the Little Demons of Seagull Brighton. The battle between the Super Demon Star and all the Little Demons. Brighton's formation is 41,212, with 4 defenders, 1 defensive midfielder, 2 midfielders, 1 attacking midfielder, and 2 center forwards. This is consistent with the military intelligence before the game. 41,212 is actually a deformation of 433, but the difference is that 41,212 is more offensive. This season, Brighton relied on the rapid explosive attack in the middle to overcome all obstacles and kill the second place in the English League One. Although this game is not the English League One, it is also the first match between the first and second teams in the English League One. Brighton naturally still wants to rely on the ability to organize offensive explosions in the middle to blow through Southampton's defense. Brighton's head coach is Gustavo Poyet, a former top star in Uruguay. To be honest, when Gustavo Poyet was a player, he was definitely a first-class star known to every household in the Premier League. Poyet is 188 centimeters tall and weighs 83 kilograms. He has a typical tough style of play of a South American midfielder. Normal people are 188 centimeters and 83 kilograms, but professional players are 188 centimeters and 83 kilograms, which means they are full of muscle weight, and it is very scary to collide with them. Especially in the early football environment in South America, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a killing football. Poyet has a strong header ability, but what is really powerful is his organizational ability in midfield, interception and blasting ability. The so-called blasting ability, to put it bluntly, is to rely solely on personal ability to defend and break through, which belongs to the nature of advanced engineers. This is different from joint strangulation, but as long as the player is strong enough, blasting is more threatening than strangulation. Poyet is very aggressive, full of strength, and very motivated. His fierce fighting style as a South American player is also feared by Premier League opponents. More importantly, Poyet is not a reckless man. In addition to having blasting attributes, he has a good football IQ. When he was at Chelsea and Tottenham, he was a number 8 player. He has first-class organizational ability and can often break the deadlock in the chaotic midfield with his personal ability. Poyet is also known as the all-around midfielder who can defend, attack, organize and counter-attack. In 2000, he was also awarded the title of England's best foreign aid by the Premier League. You know, there are a large number of foreign players in the Premier League, and many of them are world-class stars. It is absolutely amazing to be officially certified as the best foreign player in England. After retiring in 2004, Poyet first served as a tactical coach at Leeds United and returned to Tottenham as a youth team coach in 2007. In 2009, the big boss Tony Bloom analyzed the big data system of Spinach and picked the cheap and affordable Poyet at a glance, so Poyet became the head coach of the Seagulls. This is also the first time Poyet has served as a head coach. He does not have much coaching experience, but his midfield blasting concept has indeed brought a new experience to Brighton. His coaching style is tough, emphasizing physical confrontation and preferring offensive football, which also makes him popular with many fans. After that, Poyet also served as the head coach of Sunderland in the Premier League, AEK Athens in Greece, and Real Betis in La Liga. It is worth mentioning that in 2016, Poyet came to China with confidence and served as the head coach of Shenhua. Then, less than a year later, Poyet found that he could not lead Shenhua at all, so he resigned and went to Ligue 1. Later, he was hired by the Greek team as the head coach of the Greek national team. Such a head coach with a star career is still worth forcing. Guran secretly gathered his spirit and aimed at Poyet. Poyet, who was watching his team in the rain, trembled slightly and shuddered, as if something happened, and as if nothing happened. A purple light that only Guran could see flew out of Poyet's body and went straight into Guran's eyebrows. Super midfielder, destroy with it and rotten +1. Not bad. This is Poyet's most awesome midfield blasting attribute skill. With this skill, Guran will be more comfortable and handy in the midfield. After taking it by force, Guran turned his attention to Brighton's starting lineup today. Brighton's two centre forwards are the 23-year-old Argentine maverick, number 11 Christian Baz, and the 18-year-old New Zealand demon, Chris Wood. Christian Baz is not able to play in the national team in Argentina, or even the youth team, but his strength is definitely not bad. It can only be said that there are too many football talents in Argentina. Baz, who is 180 centimeters and 75 kilograms, has the tough style of South American players. He is physically fit and naturally has a strong confrontational aggressiveness and explosive power. He is also a left-footed player. He can not only play as a center forward, but also as an inside forward, inverted left winger. His biggest feature is that he often appears in the left rib area of the midfield to get the ball, and his explosive power and dribbling skills also make him very difficult to defend, and he can often pass deadly balls. Another center forward, Chris Wood, is even more amazing. Although Chris Wood is only 18 years old, he was able to show his talent in the 2007 World Youth Championship when he was 15 years old. Chris Wood is currently 189 cm tall, later growing to 191 cm, and weighs 89 kilograms. He is definitely a heavy tank. Basically, ordinary defenders will be knocked away by Chris Wood. So far, Chris Wood has been selected for the New Zealand national team 16 times and has scored 2 goals for the New Zealand national team. Chris Wood joined the youth team of the then Premier League team West Bromwich at the age of 16 and was later promoted to the reserve team. At the age of 17, he made his Premier League debut. After West Bromwich was relegated to the Championship, Brighton took the opportunity to loan this little demon with a full salary bonus. Chris Wood is physically strong. Although speed and explosiveness are not his strengths, his impact is definitely at the first-class level in the Premier League. His running, point grabbing and fulcrum abilities are also strong enough, and his goal efficiency is also extremely high. The striker combination of Christian Baz and Chris Wood is definitely a striker combination that can cause a huge impact on Southampton's defense. Brighton's front midfielder is the 23-year-old front court all-purpose oil, number 31 Craig Nunn. This player is a typical player selected by the big data of Spinach. First of all, this player started from the amateur league. In the 2007-08 season, he played for the amateur teams Baskwell Club and Southport Club. Later, because of his outstanding performance, he directly skipped to the then English Championship team Plymouth in 2009, and then was picked up by Brighton and loaned over. He is 23 years old this year. He became a professional player at the age of 21. If it were an ordinary player, he would have given up and started to mess around. It is precisely because of his long-term involvement in the amateur league that Craig Nunn has developed a set of skills, such as fighting and group fighting. Of course, because the amateur league is often short of people, Craig Nunn has also developed the ability to play in multiple positions. His best position is the left forward, but he can also play the left midfielder, the left wing back, the left back, the front midfielder, the midfielder, and occasionally the back midfielder. He can also play the right winger, the right midfielder, and the forward. It can be said that except for the central defender and goalkeeper, he can basically play in other positions. The reason why he cannot play as a central defender or goalkeeper is that he is relatively short, only 175 centimeters, and defenders, especially central defenders, need to defend against high balls from the front and crosses from the wings, so there is a rigid requirement for height. Craig Nunn is very flexible and has rich imagination in running positions, good dribbling skills, likes to advance when he has the opportunity, likes to dribble the ball and change direction to accelerate past the opponent, and can often send out fatal passes in double teams. He will also be the focus of Southampton's defense today. Brighton's two starting midfielders are number 10 Matt Sparrow and number 7 Conor Clifford. Matt Sparrow is 27 years old this year. He played for the English Championship team Scunthorpe United before 2009. After 2009, he was signed by Brighton. He is very strong in confrontation, has rich experience in the midfield and front court, is active in running positions, has excellent physical fitness, good passing awareness, and a good long shot. He is a midfielder with explosive nature. Of course, Brighton bought him, mainly because he is cheap, diligent, and experienced. Another midfielder, Conor Clifford, is 19 years old and is on loan from Chelsea. There are too many young players in Chelsea, and Conor Clifford is just one of them. Clifford is only 173 centimeters tall, but he is very flexible, has superb skills, outstanding penalty kicks and free kicks, and is very good at stopping and passing. Although he is only 173 centimeters tall and weighs 71 kilograms, he is not bad at all in terms of confrontation on the field, and his speed and explosiveness are also very good. Moreover, Clifford is still developing. After all, he is only 19 years old now, and he will still grow at the age of 25, so his height will eventually grow to 174 centimeters. It's so magical. Brighton's starting midfielder is the number 5 player from Argentina, Agustin Batipedi. This player is also a little demon selected through the Spinach data model. He was bought from the third level league in Argentina together with the number 11 striker Christian Baz, and the price was very cheap. Of course, Agustin Batipedi is also quite capable. He is 186 centimeters tall and weighs 74 kilograms. He is very flexible, has a balanced left and right foot, has first-class footwork, and has the tough physical confrontation style of South American players. Head coach Poyet also trained Batipedi as his blasting successor, but it is a pity that Batipedi did not make a name for himself in the end. After all, picking up leaks is not always a sure thing. Even if it is the intelligent AI selection of Spinach, it needs to be upgraded and iterated. Brighton's starting left back is the 24-year-old Irish international, number 22 left-footed player Marcus Painter. The biggest feature of this player is that he is very good at marking and tackling, and he is also a maverick player. Brighton's right back is number 14 player Inigo Calderon, who has played in the Western 2nd Division for a long time. The advantage of this player is that he has no disadvantages, and the disadvantage is that he has no characteristics. He is a regular and stable defender. although he has also argued with the referee. In his words, it can't be blamed entirely on him. Brighton's two central defenders are captain number 3 Gordon Gill and number 6 Adam Elabard. Both players are tall and strong, with good defensive positions and very aggressive central defenders. Gordon is better at commanding defense coordination and filling positions, while Elabard is better at marking and colliding. Finally, Brighton's starting goalkeeper is the 31-year-old Danish goalkeeper number 16, Kasper Ankergren. Kasper Ankergren is 191 centimeters tall and weighs 89 kilograms. He is very good at one-on-one saves and penalty saves. He has a very fast reaction, but his body speed is not very fast. In general, Brighton is almost a lineup of all young players. Today's game will also be the ultimate showdown between Southampton's superstar and Brighton's all young players. Guran clenched his fists slightly in the drizzle, and his eyes became sharp. Beep. With the whistle of the referee on duty, the second round of the knockout match of the British Championship Southern Division, Southampton's away challenge to Brighton officially began. Chapter 416. Is the referee blind? Yes. The stupid teammates can't lead the team, and the corner kick becomes a penalty kick. At the start of the game, Garrod quickly knocked the ball back to Lallana behind him, and then he dived into the front court. Lallana dribbled the ball, kept the rhythm, and slowly advanced on the waterlogged artificial turf. Southampton's formation also slowly pressed forward. In this kind of weather and field environment, ball control skills are also very tested. Brighton did not use full court pressure defense, but waited for Lallana to dribble the ball across the center line before their number 31 front midfielder Craig Nunn came up to intercept. Nunn's interception was very fierce. Lallana had just returned from injury and naturally did not want to have more physical confrontation with Nunn, so he turned halfway and transferred the ball to the left. The slippery field increased the speed of the ball, and the left forward Holmes almost failed to stop the ball. This also greatly affected Holmes' small and quick rhythm. When Holmes controlled the ball, Conor Clifford, the little demon of Chelsea on loan, blocked Holmes' forward breakthrough route with great momentum. Holmes stopped suddenly and changed his line, trying to shake off Clifford with his flexible feet. But Clifford stretched out his hand and grabbed Holmes' arm, forcibly destroying the ball out of the sideline. The referee blew the whistle, and Southampton got a throw-in near the center line. The Southampton team immediately pressed forward, and Guran took the throw-in himself. Today's light rain will affect the accuracy of long passes, and the Brighton team is obviously very wary of Guran's strategic grenade, so Guran did not choose to throw it directly into the penalty area, but threw it to the left, rib area outside the penalty area. Lallana sprinted quickly in the light rain, and stood in the receiving position at the first time. Number 10 midfielder Matt Sparrow knocked Lallana away with a shoulder collision, and the football was grabbed by the front midfielder Craig Nunn. The defensive players of the Southampton team immediately counter-attacked on the spot. The young central defender Sir Bernard, who made his debut for the first time, was very active. In order to prevent Nunn from passing the ball, Sir Bernard stretched out his hand from behind Nunn and strangled Nunn's neck, knocking Nunn to the ground. But before being knocked down, Nunn still forced the ball to the right side of Southampton. Centre forward number 39 Chris Wood threw off his long legs and sprinted wildly in the rain to chase the ball. The Seagulls fans in the stands all shouted excitedly for Chris Wood. It's a pity that the speed of the ball is not easy to control in the rain, and Chris Wood's own explosive power and speed are not strong points. Before Chris Wood could catch up with the ball, the football rolled out of the right line on the slippery grass. Chris Wood shook his head helplessly and turned around to applaud his teammates. Southampton escaped a single knife. The scene of the previous fight for the out-of-bounds ball was quite chaotic, and the referee did not see the foul of Sir Bernard on Nunn's neck, so he did not show Sir Bernard a yellow card. Brighton's captain Gordon Gill complained to the referee. The referee wiped the rain off his face and pointed at his nose to warn Gordon Gill. The Seagull fans at the scene booed and cursed the referee for being blind. Today's penalty seems to be favourable for the away team Southampton. But it's hard to say. After all, it's basic for English referees to be blind. It's very likely that they are not biased, but really blind. The game continues. The two sides went back and forth in the rain, and both sides made a lot of mistakes. Compared with the game with Huddersfield Town, the pace of this game was obviously much slower. Brighton is also an offensive team, but Brighton seems to be more stable. They are not in a hurry to attack, but constantly test the middle road and look for opportunities. Huddersfield Town is flying on both wings, relying on two wing-backs to organize the attack, while Brighton is organizing the attack from the middle. Huddersfield Town's passing style is long pass, while Brighton is short pass cooperation. In the first 10 minutes of the first half, both sides made more than 5 mistakes. Both sides were also in the stage of strategic probing, pulling each other and looking for flaws in each other's formation. Guran had 3 good backcourt passes, but Brighton's defensive position was very good, and the slippery weather made it difficult for Southampton's forwards to get Guran's pass. Brighton also had a very sharp breakthrough in the middle, but the ball was not held because of the slippery field. Neither side formed a shot. The game was also very fragmented due to fouls and mistakes. In the 15th minute of the game, Hammond made a long pass error and the ball was given to Brighton's number 5 midfielder Augustin Batipidi. Batipidi immediately passed the ball short to number 10 Matt Sparrow. Sparrow dribbled the ball straight into the middle. Lallana quickly went up to intercept and blocked Sparrow's breakthrough route with his body. Holmes and Skneedlin also quickly shrank the defense line and assisted in double teaming. Sparrow's midfield bursting ability is very strong. He turned half a turn to protect the ball, pushed Lallana away with his shoulder, and then continued to accelerate forward along the middle. Hammond, who made a mistake in passing the ball, immediately rushed up and slid towards Sparrow. Sparrow took a shot in advance and pushed the ball to the right side of Southampton's penalty area. Hammond shoveled it away. Southampton's centre gate was wide open. Brighton's young centre forward Chris Wood chased the ball with big strides. Guran immediately accelerated and sprinted to intercept with violent aesthetics, but at the same time, Sibona was also intercepting to the right side of the penalty area, just blocking Guran's interception route. Seeing that his own family was about to collide with his own family, Guran could only change his line urgently and turn to the goal line to assist Davis. Chris Wood took the lead to control the ball before Sibona and Martin double-teamed him and then shot directly from the diagonal. Goalkeeper Davis was standing towards the near corner of the goal. With the ball moving so fast, Davis had no time to save it. The fans of the Seagulls have already jumped up and celebrated. The ball was in front of the goal line, and Guran, who came back in time, shoveled it out of the end line. Super defense, death slide tackle. Oh. The fans of the Brighton team all hugged their heads in disbelief. They all thought that this ball was bound to go in. Unexpectedly, Guran's prediction and positioning were so powerful that he shoveled the goal away in front of the goal line. Southampton escaped again. Captain Davis ran over excitedly and rubbed Guran's hair. Sure enough, with Guran there is a chance to save the defense, even if it is rotten. Siburn also ran over with a smile to thank Guran. This ball was originally Siburn's responsibility. It was his random running and lack of speed to intercept that led to such a thrilling scene for the Southampton team. Without waiting for Siburn to thank Guran, Guran angrily yelled at the grinning Siburn, "Fuck. What the hell are you running around for? You obviously can't stop him. Why don't you shrink and block the shooting angle?" "Yes, sorry. Siburn was yelled at so much that he didn't dare to breathe. Guran stared at Siburn and said, "Forget it. Play well next time." Yes. Siburn was scolded and obeyed. This was also the first time that Guran got angry at his teammates on the field. It was not because he was a core, now that he had a bad temper, but because the ball just now was really too dangerous. If Guran hadn't made a death slide tackle, Chris Wood would have scored that goal. Chris Wood is a goal scoring machine. He has a very sensitive sense of smell in front of the goal. If I don't yell at Siburn loudly and let Siburn run around like this, Southampton will be in trouble sooner or later. Now, the crisis has not been completely resolved. Brighton got a corner kick on the left. Craig Nunn took the corner kick. The ball was kicked to the far post, and number 11 Christian Bass seized a favorable position and jumped up to head the ball. The ball was too slippery, and Davis did not dare to grab it rashly. He could only lift the ball with both hands and lifted it over the crossbar. Brighton won the second corner kick. Nunn continued to take the corner kick on the right side. This time, Nunn kicked the ball to the front point. In the scramble at the front point, Siburn was pushed to the ground, and Siburn took the opportunity to raise his foot and trip Christian Baz. The referee immediately blew the whistle to interrupt the game. The referee showed Aaron Martin a yellow card and awarded a penalty kick. Southampton team was in an uproar. Davis and other players came forward to appeal, but the referee insisted on his penalty. Aaron Martin spread his palms with a depressed and aggrieved face. This was not a foul by him at all. It was Siburn who committed a foul. Even if there was a penalty, Siburn should have received the yellow card. Facts have proved that this referee is really blind. This guy can admit his mistakes. However, Aaron Martin still couldn't defend himself. He couldn't just hand over his teammates, right? No matter how bad Siburn is, he is still his teammate. Coach Adkins in the technical area on the sidelines also frowned. At this moment, Coach Adkins really wanted to use a substitution quota to replace the damn Siburn and never give him a chance again. But the problem is that it was only the 20th minute of the first half. Such an early substitution will definitely have an impact on the subsequent tactical arrangements. Coach Adkins chose to be patient temporarily. Brighton's centre forward Chris Wood walked up to the penalty spot with confidence. Davis wiped the rain off his face and stared at Chris Wood's feet intently. Chris Wood took a long run up and shot a straightened step into the upper right corner of the goal. The football was like a cannonball, rubbing Davis's extended fingertips and shooting into the goal. The ball went in. In the 20th minute of the first half, Brighton opened the scoring with a penalty kick. The Seagull fans in the stands jumped and danced with joy. Southampton's players returned to their respective positions with depressed faces and kicked off again. This penalty kick was really too much for Guran to complain about. The game continued. Southampton strengthened its attack on the wing. Guran also frequently made forward passes from the left back position. In the entire Southampton team, Guran was the most active, running the most and sprinting the most, while the other teammates, even Lallana, were not in good condition. In today's game, it was really a super demon Guran against the entire Brighton team. It's hard to lead the team. Chapter 417 Chamberlain, Southampton can't do without me. Coach Adkins admits his mistake. The game continued. The two sides went back and forth, and the rhythm of attack and defense became faster. But until the end of the first half, the score on the big screen of the Western Stadium was still Brighton 1-0 Southampton. Southampton played very impatiently, and the players' actions gradually became rough, with 16 fouls. In contrast, Brighton's fouls were only 9. However, in terms of the number of cards, the referee showed a total of 4 yellow cards in the first half, with Brighton and Southampton each getting 2, evenly matched. Brighton's blast in the middle was very fierce. This was also the established tactic of Brighton coach Poyet. The 41,212 attack formation was by no means the desperate attack of Huddersfield Town, but to control the middle first, and then look for opportunities to attack. It must be said that this tactic and mentality was very restraining for Southampton, who used 442 defense and counter-attack at the beginning. In addition to the bad weather and the bad field, Southampton played a bit chaotically. Guran tried very hard to organize the breakthrough pass on the left side. Almost the entire Anfield was filled with Guran sprinting and running. Lallana also played a good role as a second passer in the front midfielder position. Southampton's offensive seemed to be okay on the surface. However, the problem was that Southampton's forward line was too weak. Apart from one pass, Lallana could not control the middle of the front court at all. So it seemed that Southampton's number of attacks was much higher than Brighton's, and the ball possession rate was also higher than Brighton's, but there was no real cooperation in the front court. Especially in the case of rainy days and water, Barnard and Garrod found it difficult to hold the ball. Several times, Guran had already sent the cake to their mouths, but they were half a beat slower because of their ball stopping skills. In the end, either the shot was not correct, or it was saved by the previous prediction, or it was destroyed by Brighton's focused defense line. Southampton's competitive state today did not seem to heat up. As time went by, Southampton fans became more and more anxious. Brighton, on the other hand, played more and more easily. Brighton's style of play was already very clear, that is, to concentrate superior forces, to blast through the middle. Southampton's 442 formation. 2 players responsible for guarding the middle, Lallana and Hammond. One rushed forward as a front midfielder, and the other fell back as a defensive midfielder. From a defensive point of view, the central axis was very empty. Especially Lallana, who is not an engineer-type blasting player, plus Lallana has just returned from injury, and he is obviously at a disadvantage in the midfield confrontation. Southampton needs a strong engineer-type midfielder to sweep. Guran is of course the best choice, but the problem is that when Guran was high speed from the left to the middle to intercept, he had no protection behind him. In the past, whether it was Walton or JD, they would try to take care of the space behind Guran when Guran rushed to the middle, but this time the central defender is Seburn. Seburn's performance is like a dog seeing a bone for the first time. As long as the football approaches the penalty area, Seburn will follow the ball wherever it goes. As a result, he can't resist, intercept, or steal. He just runs blindly with the ball holder. If Guran hadn't sprinted back and forth in the rain to intercept the middle road many times, let alone the current score of 1-0, Southampton would have been lucky not to be beaten by Brighton. Brighton originally played the tactic of bursting in the middle road, and Southampton had such a large gap in the middle road, which affected the whole body, and the entire Southampton team was very passive. Guran's physical energy consumption was much more than the previous 2 games combined. Southampton also pinched 2 soft persimmons, and today it rained and hit a hard rock, and the overall performance of the team was extremely poor. The rain continued to fall, and every drop of rain was like a small needle, piercing the players' faces and bodies. The accumulated water made the field slippery, and every run and every pass required more effort from the players. Southampton's physical fitness also reached the window period near the end of the first half. In the 44th minute of the first half, the game was about to end, and the 4th official raised the card, and 2 minutes of injury time were added. Southampton relied on Guran's interception in the middle to force a counter-attack. Lallana received Guran's precise backward pass at the top of the arc, and then turned and shot. Brighton's goalkeeper veteran Kasper Ankergren was in a good position, and jumped up to save the ball. Garrod rushed up to compete for the second point, but was cleared by Brighton's number 6 central defender Adam Elaboud, who stabbed the ball to the back midfielder Augustin Batipidi, who retreated to respond. Brighton immediately launched a quick counter-attack. Batipidi passed the ball to Matt Sparrow not far ahead. Matt Sparrow did not wait for Southampton's defensive players to press, and immediately passed the ball forward to front midfielder Greg Nunn. Brighton's offensive system was simple and direct with one line running through it. All Southampton's defensive players rushed up to double-team Nunn, preventing him from passing the ball. However, centre forward number 11 Christian Baz retreated to Nunn's left to assist. Nunn immediately passed the ball to Baz. Baz dribbled the ball diagonally into Southampton's right penalty area. Southampton's central defense was as brittle as paper, and was instantly penetrated. No matter how long Guran's whip was, he was anxious, and could not use it. Font and Aaron Martin quickly closed the door to Baz to defend, but Baz's body was extremely confrontational. Font and Martin had clearly stuck to Baz, but Baz instantly knocked a gap open. Baz stood up, and passed the ball to the middle on the left side of the small penalty area. Chris Wood carried Sir Bernard, who was pulling his arm, and violently shot at the fast-rolling football. Davis was helpless and the ball went in. Chris Wood scored twice. At the end of the first half, the score on the big screen at Westdam Stadium was immediately changed to Brighton 2-0 Southampton. The fans of the Seagulls at the scene were completely boiling. The advantage of 2 goals made them so happy that they flew. This is not just a difference of 2 goals. The fans can see that in today's knockout match of the British Championship, Brighton's performance is much better than Southampton. If they continue to play like this, Brighton will definitely end Southampton's winning streak and eliminate the champion of the last British Championship. The fans of the Seagulls even sang a song mocking Southampton's super demon star Guran. The Saints fans were furious and made all kinds of humiliating actions of feeding birds to the Seagull fans. This goal also dealt a great blow to the morale of the Southampton team. Logically speaking, Southampton's wing attack was fierce, and there were many shooting opportunities in the first half, but they still failed to score. As a left back, Duran was greatly restrained by Brighton's central attack. In addition, there was a lot of water on the field, and the football was difficult to control. Duran had no chance to rush into Brighton's penalty area alone. This decisive battle in the rain was not only a challenge for Southampton, but also a test of Duran's personal ability. Looking at the Brighton players cheering and celebrating on the field, Duran couldn't help but take a deep breath. It was time to allocate talent points during the halftime break. With the referee's whistle, the first half of the game ended, and the two sides temporarily tied 2:0. Brighton players returned to the bus to rest in a high-spirited manner amid the enthusiastic cheers of the Seagull fans. The Southampton players frowned and walked back to their own buses. The Saints fans who came from afar did not leave, and they still cheered loudly when Duran and his team left the field. The rain was still falling, but every Saints fan was very sure in their hearts Duran could create a miracle. Some bold Saints fans even took advantage of this time to buy the last-minute handicap of 2-3 comeback. When Duran returned to the bus, the team Dr. Mayfu and the physiotherapist Gregory immediately brought a thermal blanket and wiped Duran's whole body, then knelt in front of Duran to help Duran check his physical condition and perform physiotherapy massage. The atmosphere in the bus was a bit depressing. The other players were covered in rain and fatigue, and there was no fighting spirit in their eyes. It must be said that Southampton's schedule is too dense. Not only do they have to play in the fierce English League One, but they also have to play in the increasingly fierce English League Cup knockout rounds and the English Championship knockout rounds. There are a total of 7 games this month, and next month, the FA Cup knockout rounds will also start. Such a dense and confrontational schedule piled up together, even the strong teams are a bit suffocated. In contrast, other rival teams basically only maintained a two-line battle and gave up what they should give up. The fatigue of the Southampton team is not only physical, but also mentally exhausted from maintaining a high pressure for a long time. Exhausted physically and mentally, Southampton encountered the most difficult game this season. Many players have already wanted to give up this knockout match of the British Championship. Of course, not all players have the idea of giving up. For example, Chamberlain, who was a substitute today, kept chattering, "I'm so anxious, so anxious. How can we let Brighton, a century-old bad team, lead by 2 goals at halftime? Hurry up and replace me. Without me, the team will fall apart." Captain Davis frowned and shouted, "Chamberlain, shut up." Chamberlain immediately shut his mouth obediently. Duran said in a deep voice, "Brighton is the second place in English League One. Although this is not a English League One game, they really want to use this game to prove that they are better than us, the first place in English League One. If we are soft this time, it will be even more difficult to play against Brighton in the future English League One games. Therefore, whether it is to win the knockout round of the British Championship or to maintain our momentum as the first place in English League One, we cannot lose this game. We must not have a surrender mentality. Isn't it just a game against the wind? We just need to fight back in the second half." The players' fighting spirit suddenly increased. Coach Adkins, who was still a little hesitant about whether to give up the British Championship, immediately said after hearing what Duran said, "Everyone played very hard in the first half. We had many beautiful attacks, but we lacked a bit of luck. Our current situation is not as bad as imagined. We are only 2 goals behind Brighton. With Duran here, we are definitely able to catch up in the second half. Of course, I'm also responsible in the first half. I should have been more decisive in changing players and adjusting the formation. I'm sorry everyone." The players all took a breath. This is the first time that Coach Adkins has taken the initiative to apologize and admit his mistake. Chamberlain smiled and patted Adkins on the shoulder. "Coach, it's good that you can take the initiative to admit your mistakes, so I forgive you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 418 Duran's performance. Waltz in the rain. Sideways hook. Pa. Captain Davis slapped Chamberlain on the back of his head. "Why are you so arrogant? How dare you talk to the coach like that? Get out of here. Chamberlain covered his head and said with a face full of grievance, what are you doing? The coach has admitted his mistake. Davis shouted, it's not your turn to forgive me. Coach Adkins waved his hand. Okay, let's hurry up and talk business. In the second half, I will adjust the formation and tactics. We will not play defensive counter-attacks. We will play 3-back-3-5-2, using the tightness of 3 backs and double defensive midfielders to defend Brighton's central explosion. I will also make adjustments in personnel. I will directly replace some players who are dragging their feet. Sir Burn's face flushed immediately. He also knew that Coach Adkins was talking about him. Sir Burn's debut today was a disaster, and even Guran almost couldn't lead him. Sir Burn had received a yellow card in the 41st minute. If the referee had not been blind and gave the yellow card for the penalty to Aaron Martin, Sir Bernard would have been sent off. Coach Adkins could not let both of Southampton's central defenders play with a yellow card. So, if they really want to win this game, Sir Bernard must be replaced. Then, Coach Adkins began to arrange the tactical tasks of the new formation on the tactical board. In summary, there is no defensive counter-attack in the second half, but 2 wings flying together and attacking wildly on the sidelines. After Coach Adkins explained the new tactical tasks, the morale of the Southampton team also lifted. Guran also took the opportunity to allocate talent points. The biggest problem in this game in the rain is ball control. As long as the problem of ball control in the rain can be solved, then even if it does not rely on the cooperation of the midfield and the front court, and does not rely on the running and shooting of the 2 forwards, it is not a problem for Guran to blast from his own penalty area to the opponent's penalty area. Guran directly increased his ball control attribute from 77 points to 85 points. This is also the first technical attribute of Guran's technical category that has reached the B-level standard. With 85 points of ball control, there is no problem in the English League One level game, even if it is facing the Premier League team Everton in 10 days. After the distribution, Guran still has 8 talent points left. Guran is not in a hurry to distribute these 8 talent points. After all, the little Queen Taylor is about to leave, so he should save them and leave them for Everton. The 15-minute halftime break is over. The players of Southampton and Brighton got off their respective buses and re-entered the field to change sides and fight again. Southampton's morale was basically restored, but Brighton's momentum was even more excited. After all, being able to beat Southampton, the number 1 team in English Football League One and a team with superstars, was a very impressive thing for Brighton, which had been in the lower leagues for a long time. At the beginning of the second half, Coach Adkins began to make substitutions. Sir Burn, who was performing like a piece of mud and could not be helped, was replaced by the deputy Walton. Left midfielder Holmes was also replaced. His quick and agile role basically did not have much room to play in the rain today. Chamberlain jumped up excitedly from the bench and took off his warm trousers. Coach Adkins did not even look at Chamberlain and directly named the defensive midfielder Dixon to play. Chamberlain was numb. Coach, let me go up. I've taken off my pants. Coach, don't ignore me. Aren't you still angry that I patted your shoulder? Don't do that, coach. Really, don't do that. You know, Guran can't do it without me. Without me, how can Southampton win? Coach. No matter how Chamberlain chattered, Coach Adkins ignored him. After the 2 substitutions were used up, Southampton's formation was changed to a 3-back formation consisting of Walton, Martin, and Font. Guran played as a left wing back, but he could swap back and forth with Dixon. Therefore, Guran's range of activities not only included the entire left side, but also the entire middle. When attacking, Guran could go to the side, and when defending, Guran would swap with Dixon to block Brighton's explosion in the middle. Such an adjustment requires Guran to exert great physical strength, and he had to play as 2 or even 3 people. This is also the reason why Coach Adkins was hesitant at first. Coach Adkins was reluctant to use Guran in such a game like the British Championship. But since Guran decided to fight to the death, Coach Adkins naturally stopped worrying about it. Right forward Sknedlin retreated to play as right wing back. In this way, Schneiderlin had more room to move and did not need to participate in the strangulation and double teaming in the middle unless the opponent was close to the right. This was a kind of liberation for Schneiderlin. The positions of the others remained unchanged. Lallana still played as the front midfielder, and Garrod and Barnard still played as forwards, but Coach Adkins required them to retreat and intercept, as well as cross-position switching. The game resumed. In the 52nd minute, Brighton's defensive midfielder Augustin Batipidi launched an attack. Barnard and Garrod no longer ran into the Brighton penalty area blindly, but quickly double-teamed and intercepted Batipidi, who was holding the ball. Lallana also quickly pressed forward. The three formed a tactical triangle double team in the front court. Batipidi immediately passed the ball to the number 10 Matt Sparrow, who was retreating to support. Lallana quickly moved sideways to prevent Sparrow from passing the ball easily. Sparrow quickly kicked the ball to Craig Noone near the center circle. At this time, Duran, who had switched to the defensive midfielder position in advance, sprinted violently and aesthetically, heading straight for Noone. Noone jumped up and stopped the ball with his chest, then quickly made a step down turn and changed the line, trying to pass Duran. However, Duran had already predicted Noone's intention, and Duran directly made a precise position steal and easily intercepted the ball that Noone had dribbled out. The Saints fans in the rain cheered instantly. They had been suppressed for too long in the first half, and now they finally saw Duran rushing up from the middle. All the Saints fans stood up and cheered for Duran. Noone didn't expect that he would be intercepted by Duran so easily, and he was immediately a little angry and pulled Duran's jersey with his hands and feet. Duran didn't care at all. He turned around with a beautiful and elegant Marcel turn and controlled the ball with his left and right feet on the artificial turf full of water. Wonderful. It was so wonderful. The football was slippery and the turf was full of water. Under the extremely oppressive and confrontational situation, Duran's Marcel turn threw out a 360-degree ripple. This is simply a beautiful waltz in the rain. This kind of ball control and passing action is not boring, even if it is played 10 times in slow motion. None was immediately knocked down by the inertia of Duran's rotation and fell into the rain. Duran then accelerated and ran directly to the middle with the ball. None hurriedly climbed out of the rain and stretched out his hand to complain to the referee that Duran had committed a foul, but the referee ignored it. Although the referee was blind, he was not completely blind. Matt Sparrow, Conor Clifford, and Augustin Batipidi of Brighton intercepted Duran from the middle at the same time. The three of them are very strong physically, and they are all engineers with very strong sweeping and blasting abilities. Especially Augustin Batipidi, as a player from the third-level league in South America, has a murderous look on his face. Not only did these three people come up to double team, but Brighton's two fullbacks, Marcus Painter and Inigo Calderon, also quickly double teamed from both wings. In just 1 second, Brighton launched a 5-man double team defense against Duran. Obviously, Brighton made very targeted deployments for Duran in the tactical class before the game. Especially when they were leading by 2 goals. As long as they could hold on in the second half, they could win. Facing the frontal interception of Matt Sparrow and the other two, Duran did not directly hit him. Although Duran had no problem fighting 2 opponents at once in terms of physical strength, fighting 3 opponents at once was still a little unsafe, especially when there was Batipidi on the opposite side. Even if he could really break through the front line with his skills, the 3 of them would be entangled and slow down, thus falling into a larger encirclement. Duran immediately changed his line and controlled the ball at high speed to the left rib area. It was very difficult to control the ball in the rain. The football rolled irregularly after being hit by rain, and the shoes were all soaked, so it was easy to make mistakes and lose the ball in long distance dribbling and high pressure confrontation. However, Duran's current ball control has reached 85 points, and the football seemed to be stuck to Duran's shoes. Matt Sparrow and the other 2 immediately followed Duran to block the left rib. They were very fast and had a strong impact, and the grass in the front and middle field splashed with layers and lines of water. Seeing that right back Inigo Calderon was approaching, Duran suddenly stopped and stepped on the ball. Conor Clifford, the young demon on loan from Chelsea, who was in the front, had no time to stop and slipped directly on the water-filled grass. Matt Sparrow and Augustin Batipidi were almost knocked down. They stabilized their center of gravity in a panic and stretched out their hands and feet to block Guran. Guran took a shot in advance, got rid of it in the opposite direction, and then made a rainbow pass to the right side. Guran made a wonderful diagonal pass in the front court. This rainbow pass landed very accurately at the feet of Lalana, who had already penetrated to the right side. Because of the water on the field, the football did not bounce after landing. Lalana did not need to stop the ball to adjust, and directly accelerated and cut inside with the ball. Garrod and Barnard immediately followed Lalana to the small penalty area. Brighton's defense was facing a formidable enemy and quickly retreated to defend. Guran also took the opportunity to press into the middle of Brighton's penalty area without the ball. Argentine player Agustin Batipidi was responsible for closely guarding Guran. Guran was soaked by the rain, and Batipidi was also soaked by the rain. The two wet people were tightly pressed together to fight, and the scene was extremely hot. Lalana shook off the defender Adam Elaboud, who was defending him, and took advantage of the gap to appear and made a high pass. This ball was not passed to the crowded front of the goal, but passed back to the middle of the penalty area. Guran jumped into the air. Batipidi directly grabbed Guran's arm with both hands, not giving Guran a chance to head the ball. At this moment, Guran's body seemed to lose balance. Diving, Batipidi exclaimed, and quickly let go, and raised his hands to avoid getting a card. But the next moment, Guran turned sideways and raised his feet to kick. Inverted hook. Chapter 419. The suspense is still there. Adhua, I haven't even won the lottery yet. Taylor, where's my gossip? Bang. The football was like an electromagnetically powered cannonball, with a devastating force, penetrating through layers of rain curtains, and hitting the lower right corner of Brighton's goal. Violent aesthetics. Brighton's goalkeeper Kasper Ankergren was stunned. The ball was too fast and too powerful, and Kasper couldn't react at all. Almost all Brighton's defensive players were defending Garrod and Barnard. Who would have thought that Guran could directly scissor kick the ball while being closely guarded by Augustine Batipidi? The next moment, the football was shot into the side net. The rain on the Brighton net was heavily stirred up, forming countless fine raindrops under the light. The ball went in. The Saints fans, who had been suppressed for half a game, suddenly broke out, and the Saints red and white team flags waved desperately in the rain. The Southampton players also excitedly rushed towards Guran and celebrated happily. This sideways hook was so cool and timely. It really boosted morale. The change of formation by the magical coach Adkins had an immediate effect. On the simple big screen at the West Ham Stadium, the score was immediately changed to Brighton 2:1 Southampton. Although Brighton was still leading by 1 goal, Southampton's offensive coordination and Guran's domineering shot really left Brighton players and fans speechless. The Super Demon star is really not exaggerated. In the main stand, the 3 scouts were all smiling. Haha, Gu finally exploded. This kind of violent shot makes my blood boil. I've said it before, Gu's performance in the middle is much better than his performance on the wing. Southampton should have put Gu in the middle earlier. Is this the nth time Gu has hooked the ball sideways in his career? The sideways hook has almost become Gu's signature goal scoring move. The most amazing thing is that Gu used a scissors kick for his hook, which was very powerful. The football was more ferocious than a cannonball. It looks really entertaining. I dare say that this ball can definitely be selected as the best goal of the year. Hahaha, this year is not over yet, and the top 10 goals of the year are probably all won by Guran. The first best goal is Guran's, the second best goal is also Guran's, and the third is also Guran's, the fourth, fifth, sixth, and all the way to the 10th, they are all Guran's. This is a good thing. After all, Guran will belong to our Chelsea sooner or later. Guran will belong to our Liverpool sooner or later. We in Manchester City smiled and said nothing. What we in Chelsea despise the most is people like you, Manchester City. You Chelsea guys, how dare you say that about Manchester City? We Liverpool are the real giants. The 3 scouts started arguing again. In the backseat of the main stand, the little Queen Taylor Swift was so excited that she kept shouting, "Gu, I love you. I love you so much. You are so great. I can't stand it. I can feel the power of your shot from such a distance." The female assistant next to her quickly covered Taylor's mouth. "Taylor, Please, restrain yourself. The media reporters behind us are going to spread rumors about you. Don't let them succeed. Okay, I'll bear it. Taylor's face was flushed, covering his heaving chest, staring at Guran, who was splitting the wind with one hand in the rain. Then, Taylor said in a self-indulgent way, even the celebration action is so handsome. Oh my god, I really can't take it anymore. Female assistant, how can this rustic action be handsome? It's just that the person is handsome. Is it true that the posture of handsome guys peeing is also handsome? Can it be swung automatically without hand support? At this moment, the comments in the live broadcast room were flying. Fuck, this ball is too awesome. Guran really won't let us down. If they play like this, the second half will definitely be worth watching. Brothers, believe in Guran. Southampton will definitely make a comeback from 2-3. I have the address of the foreign disc here. You can buy the follow-up disc. Hurry up and get on the bus with me. The villa is by the sea. As soon as these words were sent out, the administrator of the live broadcast room, Red Va Deha, appeared and directly kicked the water friend who posted the foreign disc URL out of the live broadcast room. Adeha issued a red warning announcement: abide by national laws, maintain the network environment, start with me, and say no to pornography, gambling and drugs. Any water friend who posts a link to the foreign disc will be permanently banned. Please speak rationally, jointly maintain the sustainable development of the live broadcast room, and cheer for our own international star Guran. Wow. The administrator's Red V has appeared. Is it not allowed to discuss lottery in the live broadcast room? That's too boring, isn't it? Edward replied, normal discussion of sports lottery issued by the country is allowed, but foreign markets are not allowed to be discussed publicly in this live broadcast room, let alone publicized. You don't want the live broadcast room to be blocked, resulting in us not being able to watch football in the future, right? That's right. Support. Watching Guran play football, the most important thing is to have fun. Give me a Guran jersey. I'm millimeters. If you don't believe me, you can check it out. Haha, I haven't drawn it myself, yet the game continues. Brighton, who was only leading by 1 goal, became more cautious. Brighton still penetrated forward through short passes in the middle. However, Southampton's tactics have changed. When defending, Guran directly switched positions with Dixon and sat in the defensive midfielder position. Every time Brighton's midfield players approached Southampton within 30 meters, Guran would always appear in the most critical position, either stealing the ball or intercepting, defusing the dangers one by one. Brighton's central explosion was completely useless to Guran. Instead, he made mistakes repeatedly because of the rain and the slippery ground. The light rain gradually turned into moderate rain, and the confrontation between the two sides in the rain became more and more intense, and the physical energy consumption was also very large. Every player's jersey was soaked, and the shoes were soaked. Every time they started running, it was equivalent to a lot of extra weight. But the fighting spirit of both sides did not mean to diminish. Southampton has always been tenacious, and Brighton is also very resilient. In the 72nd minute of the game, after receiving Hammond's pass, Guran immediately dribbled the ball along the left side. All Brighton's midfielders ran to the left side to intercept, but they could not keep up with Guran's speed in the rain. Guran's violent aesthetic sprint, with extremely fast feet, stepped on a lot of stunning water splashes, as if walking on the waves. After knocking away 2 people and passing 3 people in succession, Guran rushed to the end line with the ball. Brighton defenders Gordon Gill and Adam Elaboud rushed forward to double team. Guran made an abrupt stop, followed by a fried meatball that was so fast that it was impossible to blink, easily shaking Gordon Gill and Adam Elaboud away. Guran then cut inside with the ball, and after attracting the attention of almost the entire Brighton team, Guran quickly turned halfway and knocked the ball back to the middle of the penalty area. Lallana, who had been lying in ambush in the penalty area, touched the ball with one foot and shot the ball into the lower right corner of the goal with the back of his foot in the rain. Brighton goalkeeper Kasper Ankergren also reacted quickly enough and directly jumped sideways and blocked the ball very extreme. The football changed its line, hit the right post, and bounced out of the end line with a regular rotation. The Saints fans at the scene suddenly wailed. Lallana also held his head and lamented. for this ball. Guran's breakthrough and cut inside to knock it back was so smooth that it was like a textbook. Moreover, Guran had attracted almost all Brighton players in the penalty area, but unfortunately Lallana's kick was still a little short. The rain on the football and the slippery field did affect the state of Lallana, who had just returned from injury. Fortunately, it was forced into a corner kick. However, corner kicks in the rain are still difficult to control. Guran stood in the corner flag area, and Southampton's tall players pressed into Brighton's penalty area. Brighton's defensive players were also facing a formidable enemy. They had all seen Guran's highlights and knew that Guran's free kicks and corner kicks were very sharp. Goalkeeper Kasper Ankergren was very experienced and arranged a play next to the left and right goalposts to prevent Guran from shooting directly with a crescent moon. Guran's violent aesthetic sprint run up, swung his leg and kicked. The football shattered the rain curtain in the air, drew a bright arc under the lights of the stadium, and accurately found the striker Garrod at the back of the crowd. 18-year-old 189cm Garrod jumped high to meet the ball, shaking his head like a lion. Goalkeeper Kasper Ankergren reacted quickly. He jumped sideways and reached the ball with his arms, but the ball was too fast. The ball was too slippery. Kasper Ankergren lost his grip. The football changed its line, slowed down, and in the chaos, rolled into the goal line. The referee blew the whistle and gestured to the center circle. The goal was valid. Garrod, who scored the goal, roared excitedly in the rain, then slid down and kneeled for a long distance, rushing towards Guran, who rushed from the corner flag area to the small penalty area. It was not easy for him to score a goal. The Brighton fans at the scene were all speechless. The Saints fans roared wildly with excitement. The red and white flags waved in the rain, and the cheers, shouts, and songs of the Saints resounded throughout the West Ham Stadium. The depression in the first half was swept away. Under Guran's leadership, Southampton equalized the score and even reached out to the goddess of victory. The score on the big screen was rewritten as Brighton 2:2 Southampton. After losing 2 goals in the first half, Southampton tenaciously tied the score. The suspense of the second round of the knockout match of the British Championship Southern Division is still there. The little Queen Taylor Swift in the main stand couldn't control her cheers and screamed wildly, Guran, I love you, I love you, I love you. The female assistant covered her face and couldn't complain. At this time, the media reporters behind her said, "This 180 girl is so enthusiastic. It seems that she is definitely not Taylor Swift." I think so too. She is just a crazy little fangirl. Taylor Swift is a folk queen after all. How can she be so enthusiastic? Forget it. Don't make up the gossip. It's too fake. No one will believe it. The female assistant's eyes lit up. What? No. How dare they look down on me? Taylor Swift was so angry that she lifted the hood of her raincoat and wanted to turn around and confront the reporters. The female assistant quickly held Taylor down. Taylor, 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 don't do this. Chapter 420, 2 yellow cards in 1 minute. Guran, it won't delay the final kill. Taylor, I'll make the headlines myself. The game continues. Southampton, who scored 2 goals in a row, was full of morale. Guran relied on his almost superb ball control ability to break through the wing. Brighton players themselves could not keep up with Guran's sprint speed, and coupled with the severe decline in physical strength, they could not defend Guran at all. Southampton started a crazy attack. Brighton was beaten and could hardly get out of the penalty area. Brighton's defense line was very embarrassed, but fortunately, goalkeeper Kasper Ankergren played well, blocking high and diving, and barely stabilized the situation. In the 85th minute of the game, Guran exploded on the wing, pointed the way with a magic lamp, and stuffed the ball directly into the air above Brighton's small penalty area. Southampton striker Barnard jumped up and headed the ball. Brighton goalkeeper Kasper jumped up and reached out to pick up the high ball. Bang! The two collided heavily. Barnard's mouth was full of blood, and he lay painfully on the water-filled grass. Kasper also covered his shoulders, holding the football tightly in his arms, his face full of pain. The referee blew the whistle to stop the game temporarily, and the team doctors of both teams came on the field in the rain. Other players also took the opportunity to run to the bench to replenish electrolytes and water. After a simple diagnosis and treatment by the team doctor, Casper stood up again. After the treatment, Barnard lay on the grass for a long time without getting up. The referee immediately showed Barnard a yellow card. Barnard was stunned and complained to the referee. The referee said that Barnard was deliberately delaying time. If he needed long-term treatment, he should leave the field and go to the sidelines for treatment before playing. Barnard could only helplessly follow the team doctor to the end line for treatment. In fact, he really didn't want to delay time. Now Southampton is in a good momentum, and the score is still tied. Of course, he wants to seize every opportunity to attack and score points. The rules of the British Championship are different from other competitions. If there is a tie, there will be no overtime, but a penalty kick will be used to decide the winner. Southampton's overall strength is obviously better than Brighton's, but if the game goes to a penalty shootout because of a draw, it's hard to say. After all, penalties are not a training project that Southampton focuses on. While Barnard and the team doctor were treating on the sidelines, the game resumed. Brighton began to fight back. For Brighton, they didn't want to just end up with a draw, they also wanted to defeat Southampton at the last moment. Southampton was temporarily one man short on the field and went all out to defend. Barnard saw this and raised his hand directly to the referee, then rushed into the field to assist in defense while spitting blood. The referee blew the whistle again and interrupted the game. The referee rushed towards Barnard, who looked innocent, and raised his hand to show Barnard another yellow card. Barnard was stunned. The Saints fans at the scene were all stunned. What kind of operation is this? 2 yellow cards in 1 minute! Exclamation mark. All the Southampton players ran over and surrounded the referee to ask for an explanation. The referee said that, although Barnard raised his hand when he entered the field, he had not yet received his permission, which was an illegal entry. This is also fine according to the rules. But there is always a feeling that the referee deliberately used the rules. Barnard wanted to appeal again, but the referee did not give him a chance. Barnard could only leave the field angrily and walked straight back to the bus. The game continues. The fourth official raised a sign indicating that there would be 3 minutes of injury time. Southampton faced Brighton with 10 players, but it was not a big problem. The striker of Southampton was sent off, which did not have much impact on defense. From an offensive point of view, although there was one less fulcrum in the front court, for Guran, the range of activities was larger. In the 91st minute of injury time, Brighton passed the ball in the front court. Guran saw the opportunity and cut in at a very fast speed, knocking away Brighton's front midfielder Craig Nunn and intercepting the through ball sent by Matt Sparrow. The Saints fans immediately cheered. Southampton's players also followed suit with a high-speed counter-attack. This was basically Southampton's last chance to attack. They had to take it. Brighton also defended Guran desperately. Conor Clifford, the little demon on loan from Chelsea, slid directly towards Guran. Guran made an emergency stop and dunked the ball, then accelerated and started, avoiding Clifford's frontal sliding tackle. Matt Sparrow and Augustine Batipidi quickly came over when Guran stopped suddenly, using both hands and feet. Guran made a top-notch pass. Cruyff turned +2 and beautifully knocked the 2 to the ground. All of Brighton's defensive players were rushing towards Guran. Because of the obstruction of Clifford, Sparrow, and Batipidi, although Guran got rid of it, he also lost the opportunity to break through quickly. But Guran was very calm and composed, and he was not in a hurry to kick or force a breakthrough, but dribbled the ball steadily to the sideline area on the left side. When at least 8 players approached, Guran suddenly raised his right foot and used a golden right foot, accurate long pass +1 to transfer the ball to the right side of Brighton's weak area. The accuracy and strength of this long distance pass aside, just the wide field of vision and on-the-spot football quotient are enough to suffocate. Schneiderlin on the right side easily stopped the ball at his feet and then dribbled the ball into the penalty area. Brighton's defensive players panicked and rushed back to defend desperately. Guran took the opportunity to quickly rush to the left side of the Brighton team. After Schneiderlin dribbled into the penalty area, he made a shooting motion with his toes, but then kicked the ball to the left side of the penalty area. The entire Brighton defense line was caught off guard. Guran knocked away 2 defensive players from the left side of the ribs and jumped high like a violent aesthetic super header, high orbit bombing. This ball was directly fired from the left edge of the penalty area. Goalkeeper Kasper Ankegren didn't react in time, and the ball went in before he could even jump up. In the last minute of injury time, Guran and Sknedelin played a wonderful tactical cooperation and finally ended this wave of attack with a crouch-style header. Guran is a left wing midfielder who has the ability to end the game. The referee blew the whistle to indicate that the goal was valid. The score on the big screen was immediately rewritten as Brighton 2:3 Southampton. Southampton led to chase 3. The Saints fans at the scene cheered wildly. This big reversal is really exciting. In the main stand, the little Queen Taylor Swift directly tore off her raincoat and turned to face the stunned media reporters. "You can see clearly. I'm the real Taylor Swift. I just love Guran. I don't need you to spread rumors about me. I will make the headlines myself." The media reporters were all dumbfounded. This big news came too suddenly. It's not raining in the sky, it's pie in the sky. Reporters took out their cameras and took photos of Taylor, who was enjoying himself. The female assistant was also dumbfounded. She didn't keep an eye on him, and Taylor started to act like a demon. This is good. Sure enough, no one spread rumors because it has been completely confirmed. "Taylor, go away." The female assistant took off her raincoat and covered Taylor's head, forcibly pulling Taylor away from this place of trouble. How could the reporters miss such a good opportunity? They immediately started chasing him. The 3 scouts on the main stand were also dumbfounded. What's going on? It seems that a very famous pop star came to watch Guran's game in the rain and blew himself up. Guran is a very lucky guy. Winner in life. If he can join our Chelsea, he will be an even bigger winner in life. Join our Liverpool, that's a winner in life. Oh, my Manchester City smiled without saying a word. The 3 scouts started arguing again with red faces. Beep, beep, beep. At this time, the referee blew the whistle to end the game. In the second round of the knockout match of the British Championship Southern Division, Southampton eliminated the rising upstart Brighton. Brighton's players were all dejected and stood in the rain for a long time, refusing to leave the field. Guran took the initiative to shake hands with the Brighton players on the field one by one, even though they had committed very rough fouls against Guran during the game. To be honest, Brighton played really well today. If Southampton didn't have Guran, the big killer, Brighton would probably be the winner today. Brighton's performance is worthy of respect, and they are indeed worthy of being a team that can reach the 2nd place in the English League One. In the future, Southampton will definitely meet Brighton again in the English League One. Brighton's centre forward Chris Wood also took the initiative to exchange jerseys with Guran. After the exchange, the two hugged each other in a friendly manner. Guran put Chris Wood's player on his shoulders, bare-chested, showing his muscles in the rain, and followed his teammates to pay tribute to the Saints fans. The female fans were all crazy because the rain was getting heavier. This time the tribute lasted only 5 minutes. The Southampton players returned to the bus and wiped off the rain with absorbent towels. The conditions at West Ham Stadium were too bad. There was no locker room or place to take a shower. They could only wait until they got home. Fortunately, West Ham Stadium was only an hour's drive from Staplewood. On the bus, head coach Adkins expressed his satisfaction with the players' performance in today's adverse situation and emphasized Guran's role in stepping up. Immediately afterwards, Coach Adkins announced a one-day holiday. All players must return to the training ground the day after tomorrow, October 7th, to prepare for the 11th round of the English League One at 3 p.m. on the 9th, when Southampton will challenge Carlisle United away. Coach Adkins informed Guran that he would be rested and not included in the squad for the match against Carlisle United. Guran nodded to show his acceptance. Chapter 421 The most expensive person in overseas transfer. On the way back to Staplewood, Guran focused his mind and began to calculate the growth value of this game. Although there was only 1 pass and 2 shots in this game, and there was not even a hat trick, the confrontation intensity of the whole game was very high and the excitement was also very high. In the end, he also received the SS rating, which allowed him to conduct hidden draws and advanced reorganization. Guran's burst attribute increased from 85 points to 86 points. Balance attribute increased from 81 points to 82 points. Cross attribute increased from 74 points to 75 points. Corner kick attribute increased from 70 points to 71 points. And vision attribute increased from 70 points to 71 points. Steadily growing. This hidden draw was also good. He drew god level running position, king of picking up leaks, and the king of picking up leaks was immediately upgraded from +1 to +4. I have to say that the system draws are still very powerful during this period. Maybe the system has found its conscience. In terms of advanced reorganization, Guran upgraded 2-pass cooperation +6 to enhanced 2-pass cooperation +1. Guran was not in a hurry to add the 6 talent points he washed out to the 2-pass skill. After all, in normal training and competition, there are still many opportunities to get the enhanced 2-pass skill for free, so the talent points he washed out can be saved first. Together with the 8 talent points Guran had kept before, Guran now has a total of 14 talent points. From the perspective of this game alone, this game is still very profitable. Although the little Queen Taylor is leaving tomorrow, it should not be a problem to get 2 more talent points from her for free before leaving. When we returned to the Dune Villa at night, it was almost 11:30 in the middle of the night. The little Queen Taylor couldn't wait to jump on Guran's body and hugged and embraced her as much as she could. The super long overtime game started immediately. It was not until the next morning that it was dawn and Taylor's throat was swollen that the two finally fell asleep happily. At noon, after Guran finished the extra training, he cooked a bowl of her favorite instant noodles for Taylor and specially added 2 eggs and a sausage. Taylor got up with a melancholy face. It was not because she didn't want to eat instant noodles. In fact, she loved it very much. She just wanted to eat it because it would be the last instant noodles. After eating this instant noodles, the female assistant drove to pick her up and her happy vacation would end. Of course, she gained a lot from this vacation. In addition to having a happy overtime game with Guran almost every night, Taylor also got 14 songs tailor-made for him by Guran. According to the price of £500,000 per song, Taylor needs to pay Guran a total of £7 million. Compared with the real value of these songs, £7 million is simply free. However, Taylor originally intended to earn £700,000 from Guran, but ended up paying £7 million. Of course, Taylor didn't care about these at all. Taylor was deeply addicted and just wanted to stay with Guran. Guran also persuaded Taylor to continue to pursue her singing career. At around 3 p.m., the female assistant drove to pick up Taylor, and Taylor reluctantly said goodbye to Guran. Guran also took the opportunity to pick up 2 bright red talent point bubbles. Before leaving, Taylor also took away the pajamas in pink diamond shorts that Guran gave him as a souvenir. As for the stockings, they were all torn in overtime, so there was no need to take them away. Watching Taylor's car leave, Guran also felt a sense of loss. After all, it was a queen level artifact, and it was really cool to play overtime. Guran, who got £700,000, immediately asked Rick to meet at Baker Street and settled the shopping receipts in Rick's hand. Rick was finally free and didn't have to be beaten every day. Rick was grateful to Guran. At 3 p.m. on Saturday, October 9th, the 11th round of the English League One was reignited and Southampton challenged Carlisle United away. In this game, Guran took a rest and watched the live broadcast at home alone. Carlisle United is not a weak team in the English League One. It is currently ranked 12th and is playing at home. Guran actually didn't want to take a rest. With his physical fitness and competitive state, there was no problem with continuous combat. However, Coach Adkins didn't know that Guran had a system bonus. According to normal experience, Guran is still so young, and playing football at a high intensity will definitely ruin his future. He must combine work and rest. What's more, the next 3 games after this game are harder than the last. First Charlton, then Bournemouth, and then Everton. If Guran doesn't take a rest now, there will be no nodes for rest later. So Guran can only accept such a rest. In this game, Guran was nervous watching at home, fearing that his teammates would drop the chain and destroy the leading advantage he had worked so hard to build. Fortunately, Lallana, Lambert, Chamberlain and other main players all played. In the first half, both teams played very cautiously, and the scene was very anxious. Southampton had several good chances to score, but they were not converted into points in the end. Carlisle United also had several chances to score, but their forwards were unable to seize them. In the first half, both sides drew. At the beginning of the second half, Carlisle United took the lead in launching a fierce attack. Southampton was very passive for a while. Fortunately, Southampton's backcourt defense was still relatively solid. In the 52nd minute of the game, Chamberlain's fast attack on the wing counter-attacked. Lallana made a pass at the top of the arc, and Gully scored in one fell swoop. Southampton temporarily took the lead. After this wave of goals, the two sides once again entered a high-intensity confrontation. Players from both sides repeatedly fouled, and Chamberlain received another yellow card. In this season's games, Chamberlain has accumulated 5 yellow cards, and will be automatically suspended for the next game. This can be regarded as an early reshuffle, which is better than being suspended in the games against Bournemouth and Everton. At the end of the second half, Southampton played with fire in the backcourt. Fortunately, the forwards of Carlisle United are really too bad, otherwise they would have been tied. As Guran was worried, the referee finally blew the whistle to end the game. Without Guran, Southampton won the 11th round of the English League One without any danger. Guran finally breathed a sigh of relief. Watching his teammates play is more nervous than playing on the field. After this game, Southampton continued to dominate the English League One with a total of 30 points. In 11 English League One games, Southampton lost the away game against Peterborough United and won all the other games. Peterborough United finally won a victory in a bad game, with a total score of 23 points, temporarily ranking third, behind Brighton. Although Brighton was eliminated by Southampton in the British Championship, in the English League One, Brighton still maintained a strong crushing trend, and followed closely behind Southampton. In addition, Bournemouth suffered a round of defeat, with the same 23 points as Peterborough United, and temporarily ranked fourth with a goal difference disadvantage. Charlton Athletic continues to maintain its 5th place. After Southampton's match with Carlisle United, the next 2 games will be against Charlton Athletic, which is 5th, and then against Bournemouth, which is 4th. Only by playing against all the top-ranked teams can Southampton's advantage in League One be thoroughly established, and only then can it free up its hands to focus on the League Cup and the upcoming FA Cup. During this week's holiday, Guran went to Hayden Manor to ride horses at the strong invitation of Evelyn. It has been a long time since he last rode a horse. Guran and Evelyn both tried their best and rode all night in the stable. On October 16th, the match day of the 12th round of the League One, Guran followed the team bus to the Valley Stadium in Greenwich to challenge the veteran powerhouse Charlton Athletic away. Charlton Athletic is also a veteran powerhouse with ups and downs, and was once a strong team in the Premier League. Now, Charlton has also fallen from the Premier League to the Championship, and from the Championship to League One, and their financial situation is also very problematic. The team's strength is no longer what it used to be, and it is difficult to maintain even the top 5 in League One. The most noteworthy thing about Charlton is that the Chinese player Zheng Zhi once joined Charlton, which was still in the Premier League at the time, from Taishan in 2007 on loan. In March 2007, in the 30th round of the Premier League, Zheng Zhi made his first start, scored his first goal as a starter in the 52nd minute, and also created a penalty for Charlton. Unfortunately, Zheng Zhi's playing time was too little, and Charlton's performance at the end of the season was too poor. In the end, Charlton failed to stay in the league, and was relegated to the Championship. Charlton club and fans were very satisfied with Zheng Zhi's performance, so in August 2007, Charlton club bought Zheng Zhi from Taishan for £2 million, and gave Zheng Zhi more playing time in the Championship. This transfer price also broke the record of Sun Jahei's transfer fee to Manchester City, and Zheng Zhi also became the Chinese player with the highest transfer fee in England. It is still the case. Although Guran's transfer offer has far exceeded that of his predecessor Zheng Zhi, Guran has not completed any transfer. Guran started from Southampton, and is still in Southampton. but it can be expected that once Guran transfers, it will be a shockingly high price, and only a truly wealthy club can win the transfer war of Guran. In August 2009, Charlton Athletic was relegated from the Championship to the English League One, and Zheng Zhi immediately announced that he would not renew his contract with Charlton Athletic, and went to the wealthy team Celtic in the Scottish Premier League. Therefore, the two Chinese players did not compete on the same field. In this game, Guran first sat on the bench and did not start. Coach Adkins' intention is very clear, which is to give Guran more time to rest, and at the same time, take the opportunity to train other players of the Southampton team. After the game started, Southampton used their usual 442 defensive counter-attack strategy, pressing from a high position throughout the game. Charlton also adopted a relatively offensive strategy, relying mainly on the impact of the two wings, to compete with Southampton in terms of physical strength. The two sides were evenly matched in the first half, and Southampton was in danger several times. Chapter 422, Beat Charlton. Slaughter Bournemouth. Target the Premier League powerhouse Everton. The first half ended. Charlton failed to seize the opportunity of Guran sitting on the bench, and the two sides shook hands and made peace at 0:0. In the 65th minute of the second half, Southampton took the lead in making substitutions. Guran replaced Hammond and played as a defensive midfielder. Southampton immediately seemed to have changed into a different team. Within 3 minutes of Guran's appearance, he relied on his personal ability to break through from his own penalty area to Charlton's penalty area and sent a magic lamp to Lallana. After stopping the ball, Lallana went to the left side of the penalty area and shot at a small angle with his left foot. The football fell into the net amid the cheers of the Saints fans. Southampton led by 1 goal. In the 75th minute of the game, Guran continued to blast on the wing, broke into the 30-meter range of Charlton, and made a large-scale transfer, passing the ball accurately to Schneiderlin, who was unguarded on the right side. Schneiderlin then cut inside and sent the ball to the feet of striker Garrod. Garrod kicked the ball. The ball went in. Southampton was leading by 2 goals. The game continued. In the 81st minute, 3 Charlton players intercepted Guran at the front of the penalty area. Guran shook off 2 of them with a Matthews shoulder, but was directly pulled to the ground by the 3rd player. The referee showed a yellow card and awarded Southampton a free kick 35 meters away from the goal. Amid the thunderous cheers of the Saints fans, Guran took the penalty spot without hesitation, and the crescent-shaped scimitar was unsheathed and completed the goal in one fell swoop. The score on the big screen was immediately rewritten as Charlton 0:3 Southampton. The suspense of the outcome had been killed by Guran. But the game was not over yet. In the 88th minute, Chamberlain made a cross from the side, and Guran broke into the middle of the penalty area and faced the physical confrontation of many defensive players. He successfully received the pass and then turned around and forced the King of Anfield to shoot. The ball went in again. Southampton was leading by 4 goals. Guran made 1 pass, 2 shots, and also created 1 goal. Finally, the game ended, and the score was fixed at Charlton 0:4 Southampton. Southampton won consecutive games. After the 12th round of the English League One, Southampton continued to dominate the top of the English League One with a total of 33 points. Brighton and Peterborough United played a 2-2 draw, with each side getting 1 point, and continued to maintain the ranking sequence of Brighton 25 points in the 2nd place and Peterborough United 24 points in the 3rd place. Bournemouth lost 2 games in a row, and continued to maintain the 4th place with 23 points. Charlton fell from 5th to 6th place, because of losing this round. In general, Southampton's leading advantage has been established. But the gap is not obvious enough. It must be at least more than 20 points to be considered an absolute advantage. After this game, Guran continued to train step by step and occasionally went to Hayden Manor to ride horses. On Saturday, October 23rd, the match day of the 13th round of the English League One arrived. Southampton played against Bournemouth, who ranked 4th in the English League One, at home. Since the 4th round of the League Cup against Everton will be played in 3 days, Coach Adkins started the game with a crazy attack formation. Coach Adkins asked the main players to beat Bournemouth in one go and then leave the field early in the second half to rest in preparation for the League Cup knockout match. At the beginning of the game, Duran went straight to the front court and formed a double front midfielder configuration with Lallana. The 2-on-1 cooperation between the two was also very smooth. Less than 5 minutes after the start, with the continuous wall-to-wall cooperation between the two, Lallana dribbled into the penalty area and shot fiercely. The ball was blocked by the Bournemouth goalkeeper, but Duran made a god-level run to pick up the leak, and with a light touch of the outside of his foot, he picked the ball into the goal. Southampton immediately led 1-0. Bournemouth, who excelled in attacking, immediately launched a counter-attack. Their main striker Jonathan Fletch headed the ball after receiving a long pass from the wing. However, Duran, as a defensive midfielder, retreated very timely and jumped up first to destroy Stephen Fletcher's header. Southampton fans cheered wildly, and the entire St Mary's Stadium was full of excitement. In the 15th minute, Chamberlain broke through the wing and made a cross. Duran jumped high under the attack of two central defenders and responded to Stephen Fletcher's header with a crouch-style high-track bombing. Bournemouth's goalkeeper was helpless and the ball went in. The score on the big screen was immediately rewritten as Southampton 2-0 Bournemouth. Bournemouth encountered a cold-blooded and brutal attack right from the start. In the 21st minute, after Southampton shot 3 times in a row, the ball was headed out of the end line by the Bournemouth defender, and Southampton won a corner kick. Duran took the corner kick. Aaron Martin headed the ball from the back row, and the ball went in. The score on the big screen was immediately rewritten as Southampton 3-0 Bournemouth. In the 25th minute, Bournemouth launched an attack from the wing. Before they could rush into the 30-meter area, Duran sprinted up with violent aesthetics and cooperated with his teammates to cut off Bournemouth's ball. Duran quickly started and pushed back along the wing. Bournemouth's players hurriedly pulled Duran's arm and shoveled the ball out of the sideline. Duran took the penalty kick. The strong throw-in passed the centre line and landed accurately at the feet of Lallana, who was rushing forward. Lallana stepped forward and shot directly from the outside to the diagonal line. The ball went in. This was Lallana's first goal after returning from injury. Lallana finally found the feeling of a shooter. The score on the big screen at St Mary's Stadium was immediately rewritten as Southampton 4-0 Bournemouth. Bournemouth, ranked 4th in the English League One, was beaten by Southampton before the end of the first half. The game continued, and the slaughter continued. Bournemouth changed its offensive strategy and began to defend with all its strength. Southampton maintained its offensive posture. In the 42nd minute of the game, Duran dribbled in the middle and front court and forcibly tore through Bournemouth's iron barrel defense and then passed the ball in with a magic lamp. Lallana inserted the ball into the back row with precise positioning and even stopped the ball without stopping it and directly shot the ball into the near corner. Southampton 5-0 Bournemouth. The suspense of the victory or defeat was killed before the end of the first half. At the end of the first half, the score between the two sides was temporarily fixed at 5-0. Southampton fans sang and danced, celebrating wildly. In the second half, Bournemouth still used all-out defense. They no longer expected to win 3 points at the Saints' home ground. They only hoped to lose a few goals and maintain their face as the 4th in the English League One. Fortunately, in the 60th minute, Coach Adkins started to make substitutions. Duran and Lallana were replaced at the same time. Southampton's offensive power instantly dropped 3 gears. Although Chamberlain played very actively on the wing, Southampton's sharpest spear was no longer there. Bournemouth did not catch its breath until the 75th minute and started to play a quick counter-attack. In the 77th minute, Bournemouth's left forward made a long diagonal pass, and striker Steve Fletcher scored a beautiful header from the edge of the penalty area. The score on the big screen was immediately rewritten as Southampton 5-1 Bournemouth. Bournemouth finally saved a bit of face, but it is impossible to equalize or overtake unless they have Duran. In the 82nd minute, Coach Adkins simply used the third substitution and replaced Chamberlain. Southampton's tactical strategy also changed from offense to defense. In the 88th minute of the game, Bournemouth made another high cross from the wing, and Steve Fletch scored a header. Without Guran guarding the back midfielder, Steve Fletcher's performance was still remarkable, but Bournemouth still lost. At the end of injury time, the referee blew the final whistle. Southampton defeated Bournemouth 5-2, and this was still a restrained kick. If Guran, Lallana, and Chamberlain were allowed to play crazy, the score would probably exceed double digits. Bournemouth's young head coach was grateful for the score, and praised Guran at the post-match press conference. After the 13th round of the English League One, 1/3 of the schedule was over, and Southampton's total points reached 36 points, continuing to dominate the top of the English League One. Brighton also won the game, with a total of 28 points. Peterborough United also won, with a total score of 27 points. Bournemouth lost 3 games in a row, with a total score of 23 points, and continued to rank 4th. Leyton Orient took the opportunity to rise to 5th place, with a total score of 21 points. The remaining teams have a total score of less than 20 points. Even if they can exert their strength in the middle and late stages, it will be difficult to shake Southampton's top position. After this game, the entire Southampton team took a day off. Coach Adkins asked all players not to drink, go to bars, do strenuous exercise, or have affection with their girlfriends or boyfriends, in preparation for the 4th round of the League Cup knockout match with Everton in 3 days. As long as they can pass the 4th round of knockouts, Southampton can enter the top 8 of the League Cup and play in the quarter-finals. This is also the first time in recent decades that Southampton has had the opportunity to get so close to the quarter-finals. Therefore, the club attaches great importance to this game. After Guran returned home, he also rested step by step, practiced strength, and recuperated his physical fitness. After the holiday, Guran returned to Staplewood and practiced with his teammates. Coach Adkins did not increase the intensity, but fully retained the overall physical fitness of the Southampton team, and emphasized the tactical coordination drills of the whole team, especially the tactical drills against Everton. The day before the game, Coach Adkins also took an afternoon to teach tactics, focusing on analyzing the tactics of the current Everton head coach David Moyes. Early in the morning of Tuesday, October 27th, Guran came to the Staplewood training base early to warm up and have breakfast. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the main players of the Southampton team took a bus to Goodison Park in Liverpool. Everton and Liverpool belong to the same city of Liverpool. Everton was even established 14 years earlier than its rival Liverpool, and Liverpool itself was separated from Everton. However, Liverpool can be regarded as a giant, while Everton can only be regarded as a Premier League powerhouse. Time flies so fast, and it's the end of the month again in the blink of an eye. Ask for a monthly ticket. Chapter 423, Toffee Cousin. The Chile Stadium. The highest honor for Everton fans. Everton's ancestors were also rich. Everton Club was founded in 1878 and is a founding member of the English League. It has won the English Premier League 9 times, the FA Cup 5 times, and the European Cup Winners' Cup once. The most amazing thing about Everton is that the team has a very deep foundation and stability. Since the establishment of the club, Everton has only played in the top league for 3 years, and those 3 years were also due to the impact of World War II. Since 1954, Everton has never been relegated. This kind of stability is even inferior to Manchester United, Manchester City, Chelsea, and Liverpool. In the English top league, including the early English League One and the Premier League after 1992, only Arsenal has never been relegated. Everton's team emblem is the most symbolic building in the area, Prince Rupert's Tower. This tower has a conical top structure and is very historical. But in fact, this tower is not a tower where the prince lives, but is used to imprison alcoholics and juvenile offenders. On the ribbon at the bottom of the team badge is Everton's motto, Nil satis nisi optimum, which means that, even if you know you have nothing, you can't give up. Everton is also a team with many nicknames. The well-known nickname is Toffee, which comes from a toffee dessert shop called No Brides Fuck opposite the Everton Club. Every time Everton plays, No Brides Fucks female shopping guides wear classical dresses, carry baskets, walk around the field, and sprinkle toffee on the stands as a marketing method. Over time, this marketing method has become a tradition, so No Brides Fuck Toffee is tied to Everton. But in fact, Everton's history is much earlier than No Brides Fuck Toffee. Before No Brides Fuck, Everton's first nickname was Scottish Highland Guards, and fans also called themselves Guards. At that time, Everton still wore black jerseys. After Everton decided to use blue as the club's background colour in 1901, the team was called Blue Fur Army by fans. In 1928, Everton was known as a team with a very scientific style of play because of its impactful style of play, so Everton was named Science Academy and Everton fans also called themselves Student Army. The most amazing nickname was in 1995, because of the fighting spirit in the FA Cup final. Everton fans called themselves War Dogs. At that time, the name of toffee had a great influence in the English League One. Toffee tasted very soft, and Everton fans felt that this was an insult to them. They would rather call themselves War Dogs. Later, fans of other clubs called Everton Toffee, and Everton fans gradually accepted this slightly sarcastic nickname. But there is a club whose fans do not call Everton Toffee. This club is Liverpool, the city's mortal enemy. Liverpool fans affectionately call Everton fans Big Cousin. Because the two teams are originally from the same family, they have a natural blood relationship. First there is a cousin, then there is a cousin. Of course, when Liverpool fans call the cousin, their tone is always full of sarcasm, not a serious way of calling, especially when the two teams are playing. As long as Liverpool scores, the Red Army fans will shout thank you, cousin all over the field. Who can stand this? But no matter what, Everton is definitely a strong team in the Premier League. Especially since David Moyes coached the cousin in 2002. The cousin has always been a strong team in the Premier League, and at worst it is in the middle of the Premier League. And today's game will be a game that crosses levels. Southampton, as a League One team, will challenge the Premier League powerhouse Everton away. Before the bus arrived in Liverpool, the nervousness of the players on the bus was beyond words. Duran sat silently beside Lallana, taking the opportunity to concentrate his thoughts. During this period, through competitions and training, Duran has also grown a lot. In addition to the talent points left by the little Queen Taylor before she left, Duran now has 21 talent points. Although I have played Liverpool and Arsenal before, those were just friendly matches. To be honest, the other side didn't play seriously. But today's knockout match is different. Whoever wins will enter the quarterfinals. Everton will definitely do their best in this game. Therefore, Duran decided to strengthen himself before the game. David Moyes is a head coach with an old-fashioned routine. He likes muscular players, and likes to play physical confrontation and oppression. Therefore, Duran focuses on the allocation that is conducive to physical confrontation. The first is physical fitness. The physical fitness attribute is already 90 points. Although I have been training my physical fitness and strengthening my physical fitness through competitions, my physical fitness attribute has not grown for a long time. After reaching 90 points, the speed of self-growth will become relatively slow. 90 points of physical fitness is definitely more than enough to play in the English League One game. If I play against the Premier League team, it is normal. There is no problem. But the problem is that, if Duran uses skills, he will consume extra physical fitness. Coupled with Everton's high confrontation, 90 points of physical fitness will definitely be stretched. At this time, it is very cost effective to use talent points to improve. Duran directly allocated 5 talent points to the physical attribute, raising the physical attribute to 95 points. This is also the upper limit of the current A-level rating that can be allocated. If you want to break through 95 points and reach 100 points, you must first raise the system's personal rating to S level. 95 points of physical fitness is definitely enough to play against Everton. Next, Duran allocated 4 points to the burst attribute and 5 points to the speed attribute. Burst and speed are Duran's advantages in breaking through. They are also very useful in physical confrontations. They can avoid the opponent from getting close to him as much as possible. In addition, with high basic attributes, less physical energy is consumed when using related skills. The burst attribute increased from 86 points to 90 points, and the speed attribute increased from 80 points to 85 points. Then, Duran allocated 3 points to the strength attribute, raising the strength attribute from 82 points to 85 points. There are still 4 talent points left. Duran allocated 2 points to the strength attribute, raising the strength attribute from 88 points to 90 points. The last 2 points were allocated to the flexibility attribute. The flexibility attribute is the smoothness of a connection between two skills. The higher the flexibility, the more you can perform dribbling moves like Messi and Ronaldinho. The flexibility attribute was immediately increased from 80 points to 82 points. I saved up the talent points for almost a month, and I used them all up in one wave. Alas, it's still nice to get some artifacts. After allocating the talent points, Duran felt much more relaxed. In addition to the growth of basic attributes, Duran's skills have also grown well through the games and training during this period. Step down turn increased from +5 to +6. Rainbow lob pass increased from +5 to +6. Enhanced emergency stop acceleration increased from +3 to +4. Backcourt straight pass increased from +3 to +5. Outside in-step pass increased from +4 to +6. Reverse foot stop increased from +3 to +6. Quick short pass increased from +4 to +6. Duran's growth rate is very fast. Today's game is definitely worth playing. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the Southampton bus slowly drove into Goodison Park. Goodison Park is the first stadium in the UK dedicated to football matches. For a long time after the birth of early football matches, football fields were shared with rugby fields and cricket fields. But Goodison is the first professional stadium that is not shared and is only used for football. Due to the location restrictions, Goodison Stadium is square and looks like an urn from a distance. In fact, this stadium is indeed a cemetery stadium. Under the grass of Goodison Park, the ashes of many Dehead fans are buried. It is not that you can be buried under Goodison Park just by becoming an Everton fan. You must be a family fan from your grandfather's grandfather is a Dehead. Your grandfather's father must also be a Dehead. Your grandfather is a Dehead. Your father is a Dehead. And you are also a Dehead. Only in this way can you have the opportunity to be buried under Goodison Park after you die. The stone tablets around Goodison Stadium are engraved with dense names. The names that can be on the stone slabs are all Dehead fans who have made outstanding contributions to the team and the club. What is club football culture? This is it. Die-hard fans also need to be cultivated by the club. Die-hard fans love the club, and the club also grants die-hard fans the highest honor they can pursue. Burying ashes under the turf of the home stadium of the team you love is the highest honor for a die-hard fan. Even after death, you must accompany your beloved club with your soul. Liverpool City itself has a cemetery and field cemetery. Everton's wealthy people also have their own family cemeteries. They can be buried in the cemetery and family cemeteries, and they can also be buried with their wives. But Everton's generations of die-hard fans are determined to turn into ashes after death and scatter them under the turf of Goodison Park. Many Everton die-hard fans desperately want to get a place at the home stadium before they die, but many die-hard fans die with regret. Such honor is very rare, and it is not just a die-hard fan who does not miss a game, but also has to contribute to the club. Therefore, Goodison Park is a real devil's home stadium. The fans of the home team are all crazy and don't look like humans. The players of the home team are also trying their best to fight hard at Goodison Park. The visiting players feel a chill under their feet just standing on the grass. After the expansion, this stadium has 3-story stands with a total of more than 40,000 seats, and a geothermal system is installed. In this way, from a metaphysical point of view, the loyal souls under the grass can also get excited. After lunch in the players' restaurant at noon, the Southampton players took a lunch break in the visiting team's locker room. After lunch, Coach Adkins took the players to train and adapt in the very metaphysical Goodison Park. After training for about 2 hours, the Southampton team will return to the locker room to rest and adjust while supplementing tactical details. At 5:30 p.m., fans began to enter. It's the last day of November. Don't waste the monthly tickets you don't want. Chapter 424 Liverpool fans also entered the stadium. Duran, dancing on the grave. Everton's die-hard fans, the Toffees, occupied the south stand early. A large banner with the Everton team logo was hung on the south stand, and the loud team song echoed over Goodison Park. As the lady of the Premier League stadium, Goodison Park can accommodate more than 40,000 fans. The tickets for today's game were sold out early. As a visiting team, Southampton was only allocated 3,000 visiting team tickets and only occupied 3 small square areas on the north stand. But this did not hinder the enthusiasm of the Saints. The Saints fans who bought tickets also came to Goodison Park early. Many Saints fans who couldn't buy tickets waited patiently outside the stadium, waiting for Guran to kick Everton down, and then buy tickets from the crying Toffees. Similar things have happened many times. Of course, in addition to the 3,000 away tickets stipulated, some Saints fans disguised themselves as Everton fans and bought home team tickets on Everton's website. Unfortunately, they could not reveal their identity as Saints fans when watching the game. Even if Guran scored a goal, they could not celebrate. They could only shout silently in their hearts, otherwise, they would be beaten into the IQ. At any time, sitting in the home team fan area and provoking the home team fans is the stupidest behavior. In addition to this part of the Saints fans who watched the game in a roundabout way, the remaining tickets were not all bought by Everton fans. This is Liverpool, and Everton fans and Liverpool fans live here. Many Liverpool fans also bought tickets for this game. Although this game has nothing to do with Liverpool, Guran has something to do with Liverpool. Being able to watch Guran play football and playing against his own city rivals, this is simply a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Liverpool fans. So, Liverpool fans wore their own jerseys, held their own flags, and held a large photo of Guran wearing Liverpool's number 8 jersey, which was photoshopped, and entered Goodison Park in an organized and disciplined manner. Suddenly, Goodison Park was filled with shouts and curses. Liverpool fans bought team tickets, and 2,000 people occupied 2 squares, and they were right next to the south stand, in the middle of Everton fans, a little red in the blue bush. This is simply a face-to-face provocation. But this kind of provocation is different from personal provocation. After all, Liverpool fans are the mortal enemies of Everton fans, and Liverpool fans did not sit among Everton fans in a scattered manner, but sat in a private area, sitting between Everton fans and Southampton fans. Liverpool fans are considered half of the visiting team. Everton fans shouted and cursed at Liverpool fans crazily, making various international gestures. Liverpool fans did not show any weakness and responded to the cousin with various insults. The Saints fans were stunned by the sight, not knowing whether to persuade them to stop fighting or join in. Persuade them to stop fighting? It seems that they are not qualified. The two families are originally one family, and this is a conflict between them. Let's go together? It seems that they are not qualified. Liverpool fans are obviously not here to help Southampton, they are here to make trouble for Everton. In short, the fans in the stands have been in chaos before the game has started. Today's game is obviously Southampton's away challenge to Everton, but Liverpool seems to have become the protagonist. The managers of Goodison Park also hurriedly strengthened the security force and temporarily transferred more than 100 security guards with rubber sticks to prevent large-scale fighting. These security guards with strong martial arts can help the Toffees fans win the home game. At this time, the happiest people are the reporters from major media. If the 3 fans can fight, they will be even happier. In the scout area of the main stand, Chelsea's Emanello, Liverpool's Edwards, and Manchester City's Pratt, the 3 big guys arrived on time again. Edwards seemed particularly excited today, and even wore a red jacket representing Liverpool. He treated today's game as if Liverpool was playing Everton, and he was clearly here to support Liverpool's future player Guran. Chelsea's Emanello and Manchester City's Pratt sneered at Edwards' conspicuous behavior. Chelsea and Manchester City both have blue as their base colours. Of course, they were not supporting Everton, which also has a blue colour. They were only here to support their club's future player Guran. After most of the fans entered the stadium, the candy ladies at No Bride's fucking dessert shop put on classical holiday costumes, carrying baskets full of candies in their hands, and sprinkled toffees around the field. This is Everton's traditional ritual. Whether it was Everton fans, Liverpool fans, or Southampton fans, they all rushed to grab candies. After all, let's put the victory or defeat aside, and we have to get free stuff when we need it. The atmosphere at Goodison Park instantly became hot. For today's game, William Hill gave the following pre-match odds: home win 1.27, draw 5.45, loss 7.40. Judging from the odds of this handicap, the bookmakers firmly believe that in this fourth round of the League Cup knockout match, Everton, who plays at home, can easily beat Southampton. After all, Everton is a strong team in the Premier League. Although Southampton is playing well in the English League One, they often abuse this and that, but they abuse pure vegetables. The overall strength and game intensity of the Premier League teams are incomparable to the English League One teams. What's more, Everton's head coach Moyes is the coach who advocates physical strength the most among all the coaches in the Premier League, without a doubt. For the Southampton team, which also likes to use physical strength to control the game, this is definitely a suppression of the big witch against the small witch. Even if Southampton has a super demon star like Guran, Everton will definitely find a way to limit Guran. Southampton has no big name stars except for Guran, Lallana, Chamberlain, and other young players who are somewhat famous. And Everton, almost all of them are stars. Especially Everton's hottest player, Little Rooney, Captain Jack, great British star Jack Rodwell, that is the hope of all England. Therefore, the bookmakers are more optimistic about the Toffees. After careful analysis, the intelligent AI of the bookmaker also concluded that Everton can beat Southampton by a large margin in this game. Saints fans and some Liverpool fans boldly bought the home loss, and even more radical people bet that Guran would score in both the first and second half, and the total number of goals would be more than 7. In today's game, the buying was very turbulent, which once caused the odds of the on-site handicap to rise. At 6 p.m., the coaches of both sides attended the pre-match press conference together. Coach Adkins took the initiative to shake hands and say hello to Everton's head coach David Moyes. David Moyes was full of coldness and ignored Coach Adkins. In terms of reputation, Moyes is a world-renowned head coach. Coach Adkins is only a little famous in China and has never coached a team in the English Championship or the English Premier League. Southampton is the most successful team in Coach Adkins' coaching career, and Coach Adkins' only fame is basically all due to Guran. Even Coach Adkins himself admits this. Coach Moyes is different. Moyes was a very eye-catching player in his playing days. After retiring, he became the head coach of Preston and then joined Everton in 2002. Moyes is a comprehensive head coach, building a team, leading the game, training newcomers, buying players, all in one hand. Under the leadership of Moyes, Everton has created many brilliant moments, and Moyes has also laid the foundation for Everton's physical confrontation team. Moyes personally discovered Rooney, the fat Rooney, and even after sending Rooney to Manchester United for £50 million, Moyes was able to ensure that Everton's performance remained in the Champions League zone of the Premier League standings. Strictly speaking, Moyes is not a tactical master, and his tactical thinking is even a bit old-fashioned, but Moyes' training and selection system is unique and fits Everton very well. After the pre-match press conference began, Coach Adkins first expressed that he was a fan of David Moyes. Coach Moyes just folded his hands in front of his chest and smiled. Entering the reporter's question session, a reporter asked Coach Moyes how to deal with Southampton superstar Guran and the pre-match tactical arrangement. Moyes believes that Asian players, especially Chinese players, are generally thin and weak and do not have strong confrontation. Therefore, although Guran's performance in the English League One is very eye-catching, it is definitely because he has not really been exposed to the intensity of confrontation in the Premier League, the top of the 5 major leagues, and Everton will give Guran the first lesson. Coach Moyes does not think Guran will pose a threat to them. Everton will easily win this game and then focus on competing for the top 6 in the Premier League. Only by entering the top 6 can they guarantee to enter the European war next season. Coach Adkins told reporters that Everton is indeed much stronger than Southampton, and our Southampton team currently has many unresolved problems, such as weak strikers, midfield faults, weak defenders, etc. But we have the superstar Guran, and with Guran there are unlimited possibilities. Moyes sneered at this. A reporter asked Coach Adkins that the heroic souls of Everton's D-head fans are buried under the grass of Goodison Park. I heard that Chinese people are quite superstitious. Will this affect Guran's game status? Upon hearing this question, Adkins laughed. Mr. Reporter, this is an interesting question. Before coming to Goodison Park to play, I did discuss this issue with Guran privately. After all, I'm the head coach, and I must fully understand the psychological dynamics of my most core players before important games. Do you know how Guran answered me? Guran said that in China, playing football on ashes is no different from dancing on the graves of the opponent's ancestors. He doesn't understand why Everton hates these dead fans so much, making them restless after death. But no matter what, this will not affect his dancing. What he means is that this will not affect his playing on ashes. A loud laugh rang out in the media hall. The pre-match press conference ended in such a friendly atmosphere. At 7 p.m., the referee team entered the field to inspect the field. After the field inspection was completed, the away team Southampton took the lead in entering the field for pre-match warm-up training. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.